Yo, what's up, dudes? Xanarkin. Oh my god. If we use Xanarkin and Walker, that'll be a thing. Alright, what's up, guys? I'm gonna catch up to who's here in a sec, but let's go live, huh? Because, oh, I got my thing! I got my relic thing! Alright, let's see if we get in. I wasn't gonna pop open live on this one, just because this is a boring fight. But, we'll see if we get into... I just did, Gabriel, so this will be Gabriel. We'll see if we get in. And then if not, then we'll continue our thing. So let's see. I'm probably guessing, I don't know, 10. Probably was kind of slow, so we'll see. Yo, thanks chat, not Chaos Unfolding. Very good streamer over there. He's gonna give you a lot of housing. He's been working on Deep Dungeon. He's been working on Blue recently. So check him out. What's up, guys? Hello. Nice to see you. Let's see if this is going in. If not, we'll catch up on chat and then we'll do the setup for we'll do this setup for a machinist. So let's go on up. Odwallo, hello. Yo, Lone Hero Mia, hello. She just got a Lone Hero like 18 hours ago. Hell yeah. Hey, cash him. Yo, if anyone wants to do cash him, it's happened on this server. Alright, we're out. Let's get up. Yo, Dizzle, what's up, dude? Steamy Bun, hello. Wallen. Puma Blanc, I see you up there. Almerish, I hope you're staying safe if you can hear me. Tina, Logan, what's up, guys? Lemon Drop, if you hear me, what's up? Gordon, hello. Bunny, hello. Teamy, hello. Wow, a lot of you guys are here. Good to see all of you today. Alright, so let's get over to... Actually, let me get over to Mist first. So Puma Blanc, if you have questions about scoring, I can answer them, but this run will not be focused on scoring, just mind you, because scoring is a very different run. Now, I am holding back a little bit, because I will do scoring. My criteria of doing a scoring stream where we actually talk about the scoring, it's when Crystal gets the top 25 Gunbreaker clears. Like, so right now, if you look at the board, okay? If you look at the board in Heaven on High, yo, Starry Night, yo, 3-month resub. Hey, thanks for the resub, Starry. Thanks for popping in. How are you? Good to see you. So if you check the Heaven on High leaderboard, and you look at Gunbreaker for all the data centers, every single one of them have top 25 clears. So if you want to get on the board for Gunbreaker Heaven on High solo, you actually have to have a good score, but the only exception is Crystal, last I checked. So once Crystal gets 25 people that have cleared, I will then do a stream and a video talking about score, like specifically score, like here's how you're gonna get a good score, like that'll happen then. But today is just gonna be about a clear, and I'm gonna be on my main, my sexy machinist. This is why I can't get the... I know the machinist gun is blue, guys, but I'm sorry, it's not gonna beat this gun. Like I don't know. It's just not gonna beat this gun, so this is the permanent glamour from machinist. Actually, it's funny because I tried hopping into some instances earlier, and there were two instances. There was one where the setup fate for Metal Fox was timing out. No one was doing it because everyone was in Castrum. And then I hopped into a Chocobo one like 2 hours ago. No one queued up for Chocobo. Everyone is in Castrum. So the duels are actually suffering a little bit, but it's like a balance, right? So I don't know. We'll see. Thanks. This one I'm very happy about. This clan is super solid. This is Eureka gear, basically all Eureka gear. The chest, the hat. I think the feet as well. A little mixture of things here, but yeah, this is Eureka gear, and then the gun is Eureka. So this one I'm very happy with. This is a very sick glam. It matches my colors. It glows in the dark. You can't ask for anything better than that. So it's like it takes it all in. Delphin is hello. Tonberry Queen, hello. I'm paying a lot of attention because I'm just about starting on the machine this one. Good. So here's how this run's gonna go. We are gonna focus in on how to literally do machinist, and I'll try to explain everything. Now, if you have questions, you can ask questions. So it's like I'm gonna try to talk to you guys like you're someone who is interested, who may have never touched Palace before but wants to try to solo. Maybe, well, let's assume that you have let's assume a couple things. Okay, let's assume a couple things. Let's assume that you have armor close to 99.99. Let's also assume that you have Empyrean Potion. Oh, I'm sorry, not Empyrean Potions, my bad. that you have a couple sustaining potions. I actually need to refresh mine, and which is perfect because I can show you how to refresh it. You gotta get Gilmorian Potsherds. Oh, that's not it either. You gotta go get Gilmorian Potsherds. So I have Gilmorian Potsherds, and I'm going to get... I like to get myself up to 900. That's not right math. Hold on. Here? No, it's gonna give me 600. I like to sit 900 personally, because I know I'm never gonna run out. No, it's not the right now. 10 more. Okay, so Potsherds are good. Okay. So that's all first and foremost, right? Yeah, I'm gonna talk to you guys like, you know, first time, never been in, want to try it, what it's all about. I'm gonna try to convince you that Machinist is really good. I would like to think when I did the Red Mage one, it was like, here's how good Red Mage is. You want to take Red Mage. This is what Red Mage can do. So we'll kind of do it similar with Machinist. Like, this is how good Machinist is. You talk nothing about anything but Machinist. So we'll do that. Asian Magician, hello. What's up, dude? How have you been? It's a good stream to be here, guys. Alright, shall we? Ooh. Also, we get the sexy music. I hope all you guys are doing well, by the way. Hope you're all having a good start of the week. Nice to see everyone. It's been a bit. Yeah, it has been a bit. For sure, but it's nice to see you, dude. Alright. We got the good music. I'm in a bush. Yo, first and foremost, Peloton, dude. I have Peloton on my right side. We're gonna use that forever. You already have it if you have it unlocked. Tina, everyone. Yo, what's up, guys? Easy enemies, huh? Easy. Or you just shoot them up. We want to also be hugging walls as best as we can. Because the traps are down the middle. If I run down the middle, there's a chance I'm going to hit some traps. So we want to be hugging walls as tightly as possible. Good time to practice here. A lot of traps here are not really going to be too dangerous, even if you step on them by accident. So it's a good way to kind of get the feel of it, maybe spook yourself a little bit by stepping on a couple traps. But you want to learn that very quickly. Nothing too threatening will be here. I'll talk about the threatening things as we kind of come across them. A couple things I just won't talk about, like the sprites or whatever, and the other stuff, whatever. Well, when we get to certain things, I'll talk about them, so. I started loving my PoTD armor today. It's just lower than Heaven on High. Yeah, I mean, the convenience of 21 to 30. I'm assuming, Mia, you did it at there's a landmine right there, but that's never gonna kill you, by the way. I'm assuming you were doing 21 to 30 spam probably on your own attempts, maybe. You get pretty high with that, but with Palace, I think because the disparity of the floors are there, it's a lot harder to push up like past 50 or past 60. So it's gonna be slower in that front. I mean, what I definitely try to recommend people is if your arm and armor is a little bit like, let's say your arm and armor is 50-ish, you can start a solo run. Because by the time you get up to the serious floors, you're probably going to be at like 70, 80, even probably half. And you're learning how to do it in the beginning, so.
MCH,
hey!
Love MCH and Palace. They'd do it
Hey!
again if I didn't have so many other jobs, love.
I know, Quad. Yo, 1 year, Quad? Holy crap, dude. It's been a long time. What's up? Thanks for the resub. And Silver Shiva with the tier 1 first time. Thanks, guys. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. And Shroom Knight, thanks for that follow. I'll read your message in a second. You met someone, a teammate, who was trying to solo PoTD. We stepped on another trap. See, that trap, by the way, was right here. PoTD is going to troll you guys. Even if you're hugging walls, you will step on traps, but some of them aren't going to be too bad. This one just gives me a damage down, and defense down. I was literally looking at PoTD leaderboard today, saw my name all over the place. I am a streamer, dude. I have a lot of my stuff on YouTube as well, but I do stream this content pretty much, like, all the time. Whether it be Palace, whether it be Heaven on High, whether it be a multitude of jobs. So we're in here, like, literally forever. I don't know how to get out of here. Yeah, I don't know how to get out of here, but we have fun anyway, so. Hell yeah. Heck yeah, man. Point him to the right direction. Although you pointed him to Red Mage, so I have a little, unless they said explicitly they were trying Red Mage. I have a little doubt on the Red Mage. Yo, what's up, A7? I'm alright, I'm pretty good, There's a lot of other people that are, I would say are definitely better than me, but you know what? We do the job. Really, my role, I feel like, is is ushering people to get the clears, you know? After that, like, if you want to talk about scoring, you want to talk optimization, like, I'm alright with that, but there are better people than me for that one. But that's after the pad. We gotta get you the clear first. We get you the clear, and then we can start talking about that other stuff, you know? They pick Red Mage. Godspeed for them. Actually, a lot of people are picking Red Mage. It's really nice to see. But, you know, like I said, like, I wouldn't even recommend Red Mage, like, as the first job to come out of my mouth, you know? I still love Red Mage. There's nothing wrong with Red Mage. I would absolutely retake Red Mage in a heartbeat. But what you might see with Machinist as we do the runs today and Thursdays, you're going to see a reason why why people suggest, or why Machinist has the most clears right now, because it does. It has more clears than Red Mage, and hopefully I'll demonstrate to you exactly why that is. You can probably read girl, yo, Fido girl, good. That's what I want to hear. What are my top 3? For Palace of the Dead, my top 3 in order from the best to whatever is less, and take this as an opinion, okay? Because you're just asking me, and it's my opinion. Someone else could have a very different opinion. For Palace of the Dead, it's Machinist, Red Mage, Ninja. First place, second place, third place. And the only reason I put Machinist ahead of Red Mage is because I can do things on Machinist that Red Mage cannot do. Now, Behemoth is a bit of an issue on Machinist, but when you go through the floors, and especially the higher floors, you're going to see how powerful Machinist can be, and Red Mage just cannot do what Machinist can do, period. Oh, don't worry, a lot of people do not consider Ninja. But Ninja is one of those jobs where you have to see it to believe it. I can tell you it's a great job, but when you see it in action, it'll make a lot of sense, you know? Even if you're thinking about what the kit is, even if you're thinking about what Ninja does in a raid, you may not think about its potential in Deep Dungeon, but like, the best way I can describe it is Ninja feels like it is meant for Deep Dungeon solo. That's how good its kit is. Now, the only reason it's not top tier is because, you know, you're gonna kind of perform a little better with a job that can kite forever, you know? So, Mimics, what Steamy Bun said, is one thing too. Machinist will handle Mimics versus Red Mage. I mean, Red Mage can, but you're not dealing with Pox on Machinist, like, for the most part, so. Yo, what's up, Puka? Nin is the Black Mage in disguise? It's a way better Black Mage in disguise. It's like a Summoner in disguise, honestly. Actually, I would even relate it to Summoner, because you have the shield like you do with Titan, you have mobility with big damage, like, it's like a Summoner in disguise. Am I doing Machinist today? I'm not sure, I'm thinking about it. I'll get back to you. No, no, Almish, by the way, is on audio only, because he is down in Texas, and he's having a lot of issues with the stuff, so yeah, I'm on Machinist today. We're taking a bit of a break from Dark Knight, and we're doing a tutorial on Machinist today, so. In one run? No, we're splitting this up in 2 days. I am considering doing a 1 to 200 in one seating, but that's gonna be in the long future. We'll do this like we typically do. We'll do a 1 to 121, and then we'll continue it on Thursday, split into 2 runs. And the timing is usually the same. Usually, it will probably take about 6 hours today. And then on Thursday it'll be like similar, about 6 hours, so. Yo, what's up, Classic? And Yama, good to see everyone. Hope you're all having a good day. Talk to me, guys. Today is the great day to talk to me. I'm just gonna, like, you know, kinda just, like, speak forever, but if you got questions, just fire away, dude. Yo, it's Stream Night, thanks for the— Whoa, you came in, you're like, hey man, I didn't know you streamed. So I found out you streamed. Then you followed, and then you prime sub. No, it's okay, Almish. I got you, dude. I got you. I understand. So, no worries, man. No worries. I feel you. Yo, and we already get Reassemble. Reassemble, by the way, this is another thing that puts Machinist ahead of a lot of jobs. Reassemble gives you— I mean, if you're a Machinist main, you know exactly what it gives you, but for the sake of argument, Reassemble gives you the next hit. The next attack that you do, it guarantees a critical direct hit. And that's going to come into play once we get Drill, and you're going to see Machinist just leveling and demolishing enemies because we'll reassemble Drill every minute. So it has sick damage. And not a lot of jobs can really do that much direct hit to begin with. So, just to keep that argument simple, it's going to be nice to have direct hit. Your Machine Now, it makes me so happy. Wait, you're a machinist main now. Okay, so you just became a machinist main. Yeah, dude, Asian magician. If you want to consider PoTD solo, machinist is a very good choice. So if you're a machinist main, it's gonna be a very good choice. And there's actually a couple people who are coming in. Like we had Jill come in last week, and she was asking about machinist, and all my machinist is really good. So honestly, a lot of those inquiries kind of motivated me to get back into a video like this. And not to mention, Dark Knight was kind of kicking my butt a little bit. So I just want a small break, you know? And then God forbid we fail this run on Thursday, we will go right back in. So I get even a longer break, which I will not argue, you know? But we're gonna do this until I clear. And let me tell you, I will not be disappointed having to go back to this job. This is a fun job. I love this job a lot, especially in Deep Dungeon. So I think if anything, if you've maybe seen me do other jobs, it might be apparent the jobs that I'm very comfortable with, and the jobs that I'm a little bit shaky on, not as comfortable with. I think the gameplay will show off with how it looks like. So such a good song. Whereas the best crit class using skill, it does, but in terms of a damage dealer, you know, I think you're gonna kind of get away with machinist a lot more. You did reassemble Lost Slash? Yeah, so I'm going, I think I want to go through Bajra right now, depending on if I can average getting the duels at a good rate. I do want to do Bajra, like, on all the jobs, like, that was an original goal, but it became so frustrating because of the rate at which you got duels, but I've been getting duels a lot more often nowadays, and so I've been really considering doing that. So we finished up Red Mage, I did all 3 on Red Mage, I did all 3 on Black Mage, and I'm currently working on Monk. I completed Lion, which I put up on YouTube already. Oh, my bitrate's going crazy. Hold on, guys. Come on, come on. A little bit of a hiccup. Okay. Machinist is fun and it's my favorite range DPS. I like it a lot, personally speaking. I'm gonna chill a little bit because the bitrate is going a little crazy. But we'll keep talking, we'll keep going. I'm watching. You know, it's interesting. My OBS, like, it flickered. And then it started to go low, so I wonder if there's a little relation there. But anyway. We'll keep going. We got the 8-bit going, it's all cool. No, it is definitely me, don't worry about it. Well, worry about it, but we should be okay, hopefully. Ooh, that would have been bad. Okay, I'm gonna hold. Almost wombo comboed myself with the chest and the toad. Now, one thing to note, since we are currently a toad, okay, this is a silver chest. Silver chests have a chance to explode. Now, when I hop out a toad, look at my HP. It's going to be cut in half, because we lost half our HP. So look at my HP. Half, well, like 75%. So if I open this chest immediately and it explodes, I'm dead. So I want to wait for this thing to, I want for my HP to go full, and then open it. So watch out for that. Now, you could also play safe and just not open it, but, you know, we're opening it, so. More, thanks for that follow, I appreciate it. Yeah, it's sitting at 3k, so hopefully it's gonna be good. I would actually love to see War tutorial. Classic, I'll think about War. I've only done War literally once, and I have to think about it, so. Yeah, a recipe reborn, dude. I always call her the celebrity, man. She is the celebrity in here. She is a celebrity in here. She puts out some of the best 14 content you'll ever see. Asian magic is the best magic, yes. I will not disagree with that. So the Hornets, by the way, they're probably the most dangerous in here, because they will do Final Sting. Now, let me see if I can pull another one so I can demonstrate something to you guys, alright? But if you're at 99.99, you skip silver chest because there's nothing helpful in them. So, yes and no. So, a silver chest wouldn't really do you much in terms of a power-up or anything like that, but they do contribute to your score. Now, we're not going to really go over score that much today because I really just want to focus on just getting you guys to the title. But when we get into scoring factors, that is a thing that can add up. And if we're talking hundreds of silver chests over the course of 200 floors, it adds up, right? So, okay, so let's do something with the Hornet. I'm gonna pull the Hornet, okay? You're gonna kind of see that the Hornet will use Final Sting fairly quickly. So a way we can kind of deal with this, okay? Let's say we're getting a little bit in danger of this Hornet getting into Final Sting. If you see Final Sting, I can sprint. It'll come soon, I think. We can sprint, and we can get away from this thing, and we'll be okay. So if for some reason you're taking too long to kill this thing, you can sprint and get away. There you go. Strongwords here have blown out the roof of our local cheese factory. Oh my gosh. There's debris everywhere. Nice. Nice one, Tina. Oh, I need to change this. My, hold on a second. I adjusted my HUD a little bit. My action health should not be there. Alright, cool. That's good. Problem solved. So one thing also that I will make you guys notice is I am aiming to kill everything. You'll see I'll just try to kill everything on the floor. You know, we're strong, we're machinists. We don't have to run into too much of a risk of dying here. But you want to go a little overboard on the kills if you can, because you get experience. And you're leveling in here, so I'll hit level 19 right now, right? The higher level you are, the more powerful you are. And pretty much you kind of want to stay ahead on levels. It'll make life a lot easier. You want to be a level that is higher than the boss's level. So the boss for this floor would be, I believe, 19 or 20. So if you're around 19 or 20, the boss will be pretty good. If you're under that, the boss might hurt a little bit. And that has caught people a couple times. So it might feel like you're going slower. But look, we've only spent 16 minutes. Plus I had to take a small hiccup with the thing. So we're still going pretty fast on this floor. You love luring traps on lower floors? Yes. That can boost your XP. If you hit a luring trap on purpose, that can boost your XP. Because every mob that comes in, you're getting XP out of it. So that means you're going to get stronger that way. So don't be too afraid of a luring trap. I mean, we have Witching right now. Witching can handle luring. But they're not going to probably kill you either, so... I think I will use all my solo PoTD attempts to grind the relic weapons. I am keeping... Gordon, I am keeping a master track of how many relics I've gotten while we're doing pallets. So we started this last week. I got the quest unlocked for last week. So currently we are 5 out of 17. 17 sets of 10 floors, and we have picked up 5 so far. So we are going to continue that sample size as we go in. Alright, this boss. B Shadow, thanks for the follow, I appreciate it. Welcome. So I would recommend, by the way, for if you're doing it for the first time and you're climbing, go with a Strength Steel on the boss. I do have a Lust, but I'm going to save the Lust in this instance for the next boss. But you can see the boss's level is level 20, so we are equal level, so it's not going to be too bad. Now you have a couple items you can use. Now, as we were climbing, if you had noticed, we were picking up Potion High Quality, so I'm highlighting it right now. The enemies will drop a Potion High Quality. Highly recommend you use this over your Max Potions or your Super Potions, because look at the cooldown. 1 minute 7 cooldown on a Super Potion, 22-second cooldown on a Potion. And you're not going to get that much from a Super Potion this low. So if you're kind of in a tight position with HP, use this Potion. I'll use it right now. Boom, 200, and also it's going to come off cooldown very fast. You could also have Second Wind. You also could do this Sustaining Potion, but that's up to you. What's up, left bicep? Hello. I saw a thread on Twitter just a minute ago with tips on how to stay warm. Yeah. I really wanted solo to 50 as Machinist, but my Machinist is only level 31. Well, Cloudy Sky. If your Machinist outside is level 31, that doesn't matter. Because you kind of have your own leveling system in here specifically, okay? So you'll see I'm leveling up as I'm going in here, but I'm currently, like, on the outside, I'm level 80 on the outside. So you have a separate leveling system in here. The only thing you want to care about is your arm and armor. So if your arm and armor is low, that might hold you back a little bit with going through the floors. But if you're capped or you're like 60 or something, you can get to floor 50 easily. Because if you see, like, my arm and armor is italicized, which means even though I have 99.99, it's capped down to a certain, I don't know what the number is, but it's not firing off at 99, it's firing off at like 10 or 11 or 12. So as we go through, it'll kind of increase a little bit, until about, I think, 94 when the 99 will kick in. So it only matters about what's inside, not what's outside. Alright, let's see if we get the relic thingy. And we do not. Hey, Left Bicep, thanks for the Prime Gaming sub as well. Thanks, man. Oh, you guys have been very kind with these subs at the beginning of stream. I appreciate it. You know, I wonder, guys, if... So, I've been using a different OBS when I try to record things off Badsha. And I wonder if there was a weird interaction with that by using... Because I use Streamlabs for streaming, but I use the regular OBS when I need to record off stream. So I've been doing that for some of my Badsha duels. And like I said, like, when we had the bit of a hiccup on the stream, my Streamlabs, like, flickered. I saw something flicker. Like, it's a program issue, not a connection issue. So I wonder if maybe there was a weird interaction with OBS that just kind of collided at some point. I wonder. I might try to reset my computer next time I decide to use OBS and see if that resolves. But that didn't feel like a connection issue. I feel like something else. So just a thing. Why do I think PoTD cap level is... No, don't worry about that, Sky, Cloudy Sky. It's okay. I mean, look, this is the time to kind of get through those misconceptions and stuff. So you asked a very good question, and there you go. You just helped someone who may not have known that as well. Glad you made stream today? Excellent, I'm glad to hear it. Okay, B-Shadow, I see you. I found Untitled YouTube and it really taught me how a lot and boosted my confidence. Yo! Hey, yo. Thanks for popping in and saying that. I appreciate it. I hope you have some good fortune on Red Mage. 141 is that's the start of when things really get tricky on that set, so... But making it up there that far is fantastic. Just keep at it, man. You'll climb. You know, you might die right away, you might get to like 170, but I'll take it as a learning experience, you know? It took me so many runs just to get to a point where we felt confident. So it'll take a number of runs, but don't worry about it. You'll get there eventually. By the way, if I missed some chat, if there was a question that someone had, I think I probably got everything up till now, but if there's something that I missed, don't be afraid to tag me and then repeat it. Don't worry about that. I do want to try to get to the questions. Alright, so I do like to open with a strength here to kind of give me a little bit of a power-up. Now, because it looks like we have a pretty big floor, I'm also going to open with a sight here, because we were just talking about how we can maybe take a lure trap, etc., take advantage of that. And so by having a big room and doing a sight, it might give me the chance to get a little bit more ahead on XP. So I'm gonna do a sight here, check all the rooms, kill everything, and then we'll move on. What kind of cat girl's the cutest? Mine. The original OG one that you see in FF11. I don't know which one it is though. I don't know which one it is. I just picked it and then I don't remember what it is. All I know is that it was in FF11, and that's the same one I use. FF7 music? Yeah, but rip Denmark, dude. Denmark will never see this video. Whereas he just had that song play, let's go. Yo, Cutman Extreme. Yeah, dude, Mytha. Yo, Cutman Extreme. Can we get a shout out for our buddy Cutman? What's up, dude? How was your stream today? Cynically insane. Do you see? I don't know if you can tell my character. I have the short hair, you know, the cat girl short hair. This is the same one I had in FF11, except the hair was white, because we didn't have the option to have colored hair. So I had white hair, but same face, same hair, everything, same. I've been the same cat girl for like 15 years or something, 16 years, I don't know, long ass time. Yo, B-Shadow, thanks for the Prime Gaming sub as well. What the heck, guys? You are all very kind. Thank you so much for all that, guys. I feel the difficulty ton already, but even if I fail, yeah. The beauty of this mode, B-Shadow, losing feels good. You know, losing typically sucks, but in here, losing feels amazing because you felt like you got better. You felt like you made progress, and so the next time you go in, you'll do better, so. What the hell is that, the Valentine's Day one? Lemon Job? What the F? Also watching out for them snake boy. I know, I gotta watch out for them snake boys. Yo, I'm pretty good. Thanks for asking, man. How was your stream? Ever11 was amazing, but I matured to realize that Taru is not the play. I don't blame you, dude. Dude, you know what turned me away from doing a Taru/Lalafell? I don't know if you felt like this, cynically. I had made a bunch of alts of different races in FF11, because, you know, you had mules, right? So you would put items in those mules, so you had extra space. When I went Taru, I was so, like, weirded out by their perspective, because they were so close to the ground. I felt like, I was like, what the hell? Like, how do people play this close to the ground? That I couldn't do it, so. And I think it's the same for Lalafell too. Like, like, your perspective is so low. It was so awkward. I said, F that, dude. I'm not gonna play Lalafell, the fuck? Yo, Almish, stay warm over there, dude. By the way, again, Almish is in Texas, and he's having some of the suffering issues that they have with the power outages and stuff, so stay warm, my friend. Yeah, not wrong, not wrong. I play Lalafell, it's so low. I don't know, man. I'm just not used to it. I mean, playing like even playing Kakarot for so long, when you went to a race like you know, Galka and like the higher the higher heighted races, it was still even a weirder perspective. I remember when I went to FanFest in 2018, and they had the challenge. They had a fight challenge over there in E3. I did an E3. They had Tsukiyomi, but then you had to pick a random PC. So all the PCs had different races, and I was a Hume, and I'm like, this is such a weird perspective. I don't know how to. I felt so weird playing a different race. It wasn't a Kakarot. Hey, Cloud Sky as well. Thanks for the tier 1. Oh my gosh, you guys are great. And Matlock, thanks for the follow. You guys are awesome. This has been, you're already starting off the stream amazingly. Thanks, guys. Gotta play max height VR. Oh my god. You like towering over everyone. You play Lala. It was a game changer when I found that you can raise the camera angle. That's true. You could do that to manipulate that. You know, that's actually very true. I don't know, but I like playing, I guess, as default as possible, if that makes sense. You know, like, this is how the game has it set. This is how I play it. This is how I'll play the game. And I'll tell you, if my camera perspective changes, I will notice it. I'll feel so weird. I have to, like, change it, so. Your max height bun? There's nothing wrong with it, it's just, you know. The gathering bot. Oh, okay. Every time I make an ult that's not a Kaneko, my brain just rebels? Yeah. Same. All of my, well, you've seen a couple of my ults. All my ults are like the same thing. Now they're like different faces a little bit. I change around some of the features and stuff, but they're generally all the same, so. Hey Saki, hello player, all I can say is I'm at a good height. So, well, are you on Crystal? If you're on Crystal, it makes sense, Fuga. Same. So, there hasn't been anything threatening right by now, in terms of the climb, but we will start to see something a little extra threatening, so I will point that out when we get through. Oh, you're in Behemoth. Oh, you're in Behemoth. My ult's in Behemoth. But Balmung vibes, okay. Fair. I mean, I heard oh, we do have slimes here. Okay, so the slimes are bad. You want to kill them? What I will do, so you'll see I'm running through rooms and stuff killing, but when we pull a slime, I will play safe and fighting in the hallway. Because these guys have an enrage. I don't know when it is, and I can't demonstrate to you when it is, but they have an enrage, and lots of people have died to it because they kept it alive too long. Kill it, respect it, move on. Don't talk about Crystal like that when I'm in here. There's nothing wrong with Crystal. I'm just pointing out things. Oh god, it's Botcha. Of course the song would come in. Oh dear me. This song never bodes well when I hear it. Do Deep Dungeon pay out good amount of guild? It's not bad. I mean, if you... We're good. Well, this is gonna be annoying, because now I have to combine the damn videos again. Alright, when I go live, let me know when you guys see me. 2C, when you see me, let me know, and I'll re-answer your question. Thanks. Okay, 2C, you see me. Okay, perfect. By the way, I think I was talking about this earlier. I was exchanging OBSs earlier, and it probably just I closed everything. I closed whatever was OBS and I got rid of it. So hopefully it'll be okay now. I think there's a weird interaction if I'm going to use two OBSs. So that's probably what happened. So I apologize for that. Okay, Mifia, hello, and Axt428, thanks for the follow, appreciate it. Yeah, no, it's not connection. I think this is just strictly OBS, which is really odd, so I need to be careful with that. Really less than 3. Thanks for the host. It didn't come in because I think that was when my stream died, but thank you for that. That was just happened, so appreciate that. Welcome. Okay, 2-4, 2C, 2C4. Where's the question again? Where is it? Where is the thing? Okay, do deep dungeons, pay out a good amount of gil. So yeah, if you're going for Necromancer, okay, you're going through the climb of Necromancer, and let's say you get the title, more than likely, you're gonna come away with a good amount of gil. You know, you got the chance of a mount, you got some glamours, so on and so forth. So, if your focus is gil, like, I want to do this because of gil, there's probably way better ways to get gil. Like, I'll just put it that way. But you're not gonna come off poor, if anything, so. I noticed at one point the cutout too, and you seem to have... Yes, I did! And I have to do that again, Puka. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do that again, so that'll be fun. But you know what? It has to happen. Oh, we have a special enemy here. So this Spear-Shaking Adventurer is a special enemy. They are basically equivalent to a Mimic in terms of their strength. Now these guys are only going to auto me. They're not going to do any special ability, but they will hit hard, so you want to respect them a little bit. Also, you know, oh, I was going to demonstrate something, but he died too fast. I'll do it next time we see one. I won't mention it until it happens. Yeah, fun indeed. So that silver chest exploded, but we were okay because I kind of predicted it could, and we adjusted that way. Alright, now I also have to fix my TV for a sec because I need to have my stream up here. Where are we? So give me a sec. Now I don't like, so there are features in terms of time, in terms of scoring, and so oh shit, that's not the one. Uh-oh, I have to... So, I'm not really caring about those details. Now again, if anyone has questions about scoring, I will answer them. But, we're not going to be focusing on scoring, so... Would fully recommend moving up from HQ potions. Oh, so the one that I was talking about? So left bicep. Here's the thing, okay? I'm not sure if you're noticing when I'm killing anything, if you've seen it on the screen show up, but these enemies will drop high potion. So they will move up to, I don't know where it is. Oh, here, high potion, high quality. So I think the easy way to put it is you want to use the potions that the enemies are dropping. So in here, it's going to start to be high potion, high quality. So start using that one. In the next floor, it's going to flop between Mega Potion and X Potion. Use that one. And then when you get to the part where it's dropping Max Potion, then you start using Max Potion. So. And I really would recommend that you use the potions that are getting dropped because of the cooldown, okay? So I mentioned before, potion high quality is 22 seconds. High quality potion here, 22 seconds as well. Once you start using the X potion and Mega Potion, 32, 43. So they are very appropriate for your level and the floors that you're on. But you kind of don't want to be using a Max Potion, which is supposed to be 30% of 2,400 XP when I only have 900 HP. Like, it doesn't math out correctly. You won't get the HP back appropriate to what that item will do, and not to mention the cooldown is super long. So that's one thing. And I think that's actually, by the way, a common thing, that people tend to die on this boss specifically because they kind of panic, they don't use potions, etc, etc. They don't think they have them, and a lot of people just die just from raw damage because they don't heal themselves. So that's something to note as well. Very good one to use. Also, I have second wind, so there's that. Yeah, a lot of people will be like, I just have super potion on my bar, right? So sometimes if you're going through climbs, you probably have the highest tier potion on your bar, but then you use it and you're like, oh, it's not up for like a minute. Do I have Summoner Tutura? I do not, Delphinus. I will consider it, but I will admit that Summoner is not a job that I'm very happy with. It's not a job I have a lot of fun with, but I mean, we cleared, so... But you're gonna like see the... You're gonna see the how uncomfortable I am on that job. Again, we are still killing everything. Nothing else is... Oh, this one, by the way, if you stand in that AoE, you might die. I do want to note that. That is a very painful AoE. It looks like a very easy one to dodge. And it is easy to dodge, but if you're accidentally standing in that, it hits really hard, so... Do I remember that Summoner timeout run? Of course I do! It's the only time I ever timed out on floor 200. Took 4 steps, and I timed out. Rip. All because I had to kill one more enemy that I didn't want to kill, but whatever. So, okay, Incentive Speaking Potions, isn't Super Potion? Yes! So, at the end of the day, Classic, when you're, let's say, we're in the higher floors, right? We're at 101 plus. Your Super Potion would give you a little bit more than a Max Potion. Now, bear in mind that what may come into play is if you're using food. And you're assuming that you're using food. So you're going to be very close or equal to, in terms of HP. When you use food, you probably get a little bit more HP. Also bear in mind, if you have HP down, you may actually get a little bit less from the Super Potion, where Max Potion might give you a little bit more. Because the percentages are different. So High Potion is 30% of your HP with a max of 2400, right? But a Super Potion, where's my Super Potion? It is 15%, but it maxes out at 6k. So, you know, if you have more HP, that kind of calculates that difference, then it makes more sense to use the Super. Now, a tank, for instance, would be good for that, because you will have way more HP. But in here, it's a little bit close. I would not go so far as to say that you're completely gimping yourself if you do not use a Super Potion. I can tell you that very confidently. But if you have Super Potions at hand, you probably want to use it over Max, because you will just get a little bit more out of it. Machinist, Mage, Gunner. That is right. Today is Machinist. My stream already died once, but we're still good to go, so... Yeah, it's niche though, Classic, right? Like, honestly... If you're going to remember in an HP down floor to swap your potions, I mean, more power to you. I'm not gonna remember that. Oh, I'm not even gonna consider thinking about that. Like, it's like, you know, it's just like the littlest thing I'm not gonna consider. But I mean, it is a thing to consider. Alright. So sorry for that disconnect, brother. Hope my internet holds, you know, mistake because of the weather. Oh, I hope so too. Hope so too, man. A lot of people are getting hit with weathers nowadays, so... What's the worst difficult class to reach 200? I'd say the healers are probably up there. Bard is gonna be up there also. Dancer was one job I'm working on. That's hard. Dark Knight, we've been working on Dark Knight. I think we're on attempt number 10 the next time I go in. That's really hard. More specifically with Behemoth, if anything. Yeah, those are hard jobs, so I would put them in the hard category, personally speaking. Now, take that as an opinion, as I will say, because, you know, someone could be really good at Healer, really good at Dark Knight, really good at Bard and Dancer, and do way better than I could ever do. But from my personal experience, you know, my strengths are more with Red Mage and Ninja and Machinist. I like these jobs way more, so I will perform way better on these jobs than those jobs. So. Oh, I forgot about Black Mage. I always forget about Black Mage. Black Mage is very hard. But again, that's again in the same category as, like, you know, if you have a really good Black Mage who knows what they're doing, they're probably gonna have a lot of success. Maybe I just suck at Black Mage, that's all. But that is a hard job for me to do. Do you think you lose the run if... Do you lose the run if Dark Knight dies to LD after killing... You do not. No. So, Duty Complete will overwrite the death from Living Dead. So if you Duty Complete, and then you die, you're fine. When it comes to specifically Behemoth, or in any instance in which you're fighting a boss and you have Living Dead on, all you have to do is just beat the thing that you're fighting before it beats you, and then you're good. So if, like, on the text line, it says, I killed Behemoth, and then Behemoth says he kills me, or I die after that line, then I win, because I beat him first. That's all that is. It's just like a server check of which one happens first. So the first one that happens is I win, then I win. Now, I think on my one and only Behemoth clear, I think I died right after I killed Behemoth because of the timing, but I think I got raised right away, and I don't even think the raising triggered because it was considered a duty complete. So Living Dead is 10 seconds, and I think Walking Dead, if it procs, it's 10 seconds thereafter. So you have Living Dead on for 10 seconds. At any point when it procs, it then puts you into Walking Dead, and then Walking Dead is 10 seconds. It's one of the more useless invulns in Deep Dungeon, period. Except there is this one instance in which it's useful, and it's the most important one, which is Behemoth, so... But like, practically speaking, you're probably never using Living Dead, like, at any point, unless it's like super emergency, and you need to buy yourself like 10 extra seconds to think about using a raising or something. Like, it's not really very practical or very useful on the floors. The way I use it, Loken, for Behemoth, it is 20 seconds, because you use it right after a meteor drops, and then you go into Resolution. And then it's like, you know, 9 seconds before the next meteor drops, so at that point it procs after the next meteor, and then you have 10 seconds thereafter to kill it. So yeah, it's about that much. And nothing spectacular with these enemies, we just kind of fight them in the hallways, etc. Also, that gaze is a 360, so you want to respect it. It will petrify you, which is not cool. It's a big chunk of time, yeah. It's, what's that? 6 GCDs that you have to do perfectly. Don't mess up the GCDs. God. You never mess up GCDs? Damn. Can I borrow your skill set? I was gonna use actually an affluence because I'm at 3, but we'll do it next time. So one thing you may want to think about also is kind of a little bit of Pomander usage and resource usage. So because even though we're in the early floors, I kind of don't want to sit on affluences at 3 too much. We can probably pull some chests out of there, you know, maybe get some more strength, so on and so forth. And there we just actually ironically picked up another affluence, so we would have used one anyway. You know, having more palms, having more power-ups can make this a little bit of a smoother climb, if you will. Now the boss on this floor, floor 20, is going to be level 35. So we are currently level 32. So the further and further we are under 35, the more the boss is really going to hit hard. So I'm predicting we probably get to 34, unless we get like a treasure room or something of a lot of enemies, or this room is big or something, which is okay. But a lot of times, what I've seen a lot of people do is they kind of speed through the first 20 floors. You know, they don't kill everything. So we've been killing literally everything. So by not killing everything, you're keeping your level low. So you might get people who are getting to the boss at like 27, 28. And then you're gonna get destroyed by the boss because your level is so low in comparison to the boss. So that's why it's a little bit good to kind of go and kill everything as best as you can, because you're keeping your level at a respectable point. And it, you know, it does take a little bit longer, but at least you don't have to go and reset, you know? So that's also a good thing. I highly recommend for the first 40 floors that you strongly consider on killing everything. Once you get to 60, once you get to level 60, and you know, you're at cap level, then you can start skipping things. You can start skipping enemies, you can start keeping the kills minimal. That's okay. But before then, I highly recommend you take the effort and kill everything out. Or pretty much anything you see that's alive King Run. Now we gotta wait for HP to go cap before I open this chest. Oh, I can't do that because I have no healing. So we'll use a... I'll use a high potion here. Get my HP back up. Ah, cool. Game bugs sometimes though. You just narrated my first ever solo run doing the research on Deep Dungeon solo. Oh, in terms of getting obliterated by the 20 boss, let me tell you, man, I am very familiar with a lot of the common places people die. You know, it's actually a pretty fun game when someone comes into chat and they're like, man, I just died on floor 62. Man, I just died to 90 boss. Like, and then I kind of think about, okay, what's in that floor set? Okay, you probably died to this thing, right? And sometimes I'm right. Sometimes, you know, it's the weird thing, right? Maybe you step on a trap and, like, I wouldn't guess an exploding chest or something. I wouldn't guess a landmine. Like a luring trap is, I wouldn't even guess a trap. It's more like what enemy killed you. So in Palace of the Dead, the common ones is floor 20, the boss, because a lot of people get very surprised at how hard that hits. The 30 boss is another one. That one can also be a very surprising boss because he has a lot of consistent damage, especially if you have not been keeping your levels more or less up to date and you're like really low. And then the next one after that is probably like all the way up until Well, maybe the floors. 21 to 30 is tough floor-wise. 31 to 40 is tough floor-wise. But probably not until the 90 boss, which is the Godmother. That one gets a lot of people too. The most surprising death was getting devoured by the first time. Oh, when you got... Oh, yeah. So, one thing that can happen in here is what we saw Cobra patrols earlier. If you get toaded, if you step on a toad trap, and then you aggro a Cobra, they will one-shot you. And they will kill you because they have a special kind of, you know, action move where they devour and they eat a toad. It's just very specific. Cobra devours toad. Only one that's ever going to really do it. You can see it again happen at 110 when we get there later on today. I don't think I demonstrate it because it will cost me a death. I will guarantee die if I do it. But that's pretty much what will happen. So yeah, that is an oddity. So you want to be careful with Cobras. I think the 40 boss is the hardest. 40 boss is also hard if you are under level. That is true, Puka. If you're way under leveled for that, that can be a very difficult boss because you have to deal with essentially a DPS check, which is the ghosts. If you don't kill the ghosts fast enough, you're in big trouble. So if you're under leveled for that one, that can get very, very complicated. That is actually very true, Puka. Yeah. I will use a steal here for the boss. We are 34, so we're going to be one level below the boss right now. That's okay. We're also going to utilize our lust. Now, one thing I will do... Now, I do have sustaining potions, okay? So, we will use a sustaining potion and a lust together. Highly recommend, anytime you do a transformation, whether it be lust later, whether it be whether it be a rage later, whether it be a resolution later, or lust, highly recommend you pop a sustaining potion first, because it'll let you heal back a couple of damage here. So we're gonna take a hit here, and we're gonna take a big, like, tank buster here. But the the sustaining potion will get us back up. So I prefer to go with the lust here, because we'll maintain the damage plus the vuln up. I like lust. You can hop out at 5, but I'm gonna stay lust here for a little bit. Also trying to dodge this AoE. I think it does a poison if I get hit. We're good. So we'll stay in lust here. I was gonna tell myself the level 30 boss, the level 30 boss to Great Shell Action, like Ninja. I'm sure you can show the bosses, yeah. So we're staying in Lust. The Palace Hornets will come in. This is where Lust can be pretty useful too. We can just get them right on top of the boss. We'll get the Hornets here if they're not dead by now, and we'll just kill them with the AoEs. Easy peasy. This is actually a strategy I'll use later too for the 120 boss. A little bit more refined. I'm gonna hop out here. Oop, that's not the right one. And dead. There you go. Heat Blast. So we're now 35. So we have Heat Blast, which is good. So that's the 20 boss. We didn't get the relic item. So we are now 5 out of 19 for the relic item. 5 out of 19. I'm gonna start this early. Ready for battle. Let's go. Do you think Machinist needs sustaining potions more than Red Mage? Overall, yes. Now I think getting up to say 140, you can get away without using sustaining potions, B-Shadow. With Machinist, you just do a lot of kiting. You won't take a lot of damage. But I think for the most part, you'd want to keep the potions rolling, because it's a lot harder for you to make back HP that you've lost versus Red Mage, where Red Mage you can Vercure for days. Now, Red Mage, which is really funny, I did a run on Red Mage, where I took off my sustaining potion. I went on Red Mage without sustaining potions, period. We tried to climb as high as we can. With Red Mage, no sustaining potions. And I got to 195. So if you want to kind of make that as an argument, then yes, by far, Red Mage can get away without sustaining potions, because you literally don't need sustaining potions. Machinist will need it, because, you know, certain fights require it, you're taking damage, you don't have any other way to heal yourself. Second wind's not really going to be that much, nor is the super potion. Like, it's going to help, but it's not going to heal you back to full. You know, you don't have the kit of a Red Mage, where Red Mage has the full complement of heals, so... How does Monk do in Deep Dungeon? So, my opinion on Monk... Oh, my FC books are gone. So here's my opinion on Monk, okay? Its kit is nice. It's very defensive. It's very strong. Every pull you have, you'll have a burst. Because you can charge Forbidden Chakra every single pull. It's really cool. So it almost feels like you have an opening burst or an opener every single time you pull. The biggest downside of Monk is you do not have a ranged pull. So that means you have to face tank literally everything. So you have to walk up to something and pull it. Like, feels bad. You know? It feels bad. And that's what makes Monk really tough, because what does that mean? If you have to face pull everything, if you have to walk up to something to pull it, you're running the risk of a trap, because the traps are in the middle of the room. We survive traps because we hug the walls. So having to force yourself into the middle of a room just to get an enemy, because that's the job's design, yeah, it makes it very complicated. So, all right, so this one, what we're gonna do on this floor is I'm gonna show you a little bit of the power of Machinist. Now, I would recommend you kind of go through this floor slow, but we're going to go through this floor a little faster just to show you what Machinist can pull off, because this will also help me in terms of leveling. This set of floors can get a little bit difficult killing everything, because this is actually one of the biggest jumps in difficulty. You'll feel a big jump from 1 to 20 and then to this floor. Enemies will be a little bit tougher, so on and so forth. But we're going to do a little bit of craziness, and this will be more of a showcase of what Machinist can do. If you're confident in doing it, go ahead. If not, I do recommend you going through this floor slow and just managing it that way, okay? So we are going to do a couple big pulls, and we're going to rely on spread shot for that too. So you're going to see what we can do on Machinist. Stupid owls. Oh, the owls do suck. That's a good song. Now, is this floor a small floor or a big floor? I'm also going to use an affluence here. It looks like a small floor, so I'm going to just kill for now and check the other room. Gotta watch for those blaze spikes, that could really hurt, which it is. Okay, it is a big room. So I'm going to sights. Awesome. Alright, so we're gonna backtrack a little bit. That's a landmine, so also this gives me a chance to show you the trap. So that is a landmine. Also, that is a landmine next to a wall. That's nice. I'm not familiar with that trap. There's a landmine next to the wall. Alright, so I'm gonna shank, I'm gonna steal. So you guys are gonna see kind of the fun part of Machinist right now. We're gonna run and gun. A joke I'll make is, if you're a Machinist and you stop moving, you're dead. So don't stop moving, guys. So we're actually gonna pull a lot of things at once. I shank stealed for this. We should be fine. But we will also be using some sustaining potions here, so we're gonna take advantage of our healing potions to kind of help us with this adventure, okay? Now, one of the really cool things that we can do with Machinist is Spread Shot. Spread Shot allows me to DPS kind of a little bit on a decent range, but in a pretty far manner. So I can run with these enemies while doing Spread Shot as they're kind of getting closer and closer. So we are just going to be chipping away at these things while kiting. This, by the way, is a specialty of Machinist, because I think maybe Bard can also do this. Dancer can't, because Dancer's AoE is going to be around itself versus the target. You could probably do this on a couple other jobs, but you certainly can't do this on, say, a red mage. So we are just kiting, moving, and we're killing things on the run, no problem. We did use a couple sustaining to keep us up, but everything is dead. So there you go. That's one thing, and we'll do this for the entire floor, because like I said, this is kind of the middle set. So we're gonna start to get getting closer and closer to cap in terms of our level. So this is a good opportunity to make sure the level is somewhat high, because then after the next set of floors, we'll be 60 already. So getting a little bit higher in XP here can be very beneficial. Unfortunately, we did not get a land. Oh, I'm gonna kill this on purpose. Unfortunately, we did not get a luring trap. I didn't see one anyway. Okay. That's why I didn't do machine. I kept dying at floor 25. It's the level though. You have to watch the level. I've seen it when I watched a couple streamers and stuff doing their runs. Their level disparity is so low. And I also opened with a shank steal, so bear that in mind as well. But okay, so just kill it with 20 bots. Still at 34. That's not bad. That's not bad. You're not that bad on that one. Yeah, you'll feel it. If you've been going and killing minimal, you'll feel the difference by killing a little bit more. It will take more time. You know, a lot of people want to get through these floors faster. I get it, dude. But dying also sucks. Like, it also sucks, though. You know? Oh, that's a treasure room. Okay, hold on. I'm going to do a safety, and we're going to do a fortune. And so what we're going to do here is we're going to actually go in another direction, and we're going to pull into the treasure room. We'll do a mass pull. More than likely, too, we will do a we'll do a witching to get that whole room. Now I did a fortune because we have a lot of enemies, okay? And this will be really helpful in terms of our level. That's the exit too. I'm gonna pop a sustaining potion here, keep my HP up. Also, what's really nice, which I kind of forgot to do, is we can reassemble spread shot. So reassemble spread shot is very powerful, let me tell you. So you see, these guys are doing a lot of stop and go. They're not really doing too much damage to me. That's by design. I mean, it looks kind of creepy. It's like a little bit of a horror movie, right? We're just running away from things. There's just a chest dropped over there. Oh, let me just kill this. Okay, we'll open, flight. Oh, I'm actually not going to use the flight. So what a flight does is it reduces the enemies to the next floor. But we actually want more enemies because we're going to kill a lot. So it's actually not a good thing to have that running right now. Here, here, here. Okay. Okay, we're getting the big pull. Alright, so we're gonna kind of get these guys a little bit together here. I'm gonna make sure I get a fresh potion up. Also, we'll do arm's length, because arm's length, if you do not know, gives enemies the slow. I'm gonna reassemble, and then we're going to spread shot. So we get the direct hit spread shot on all these enemies. We'll just run around the circle, kill them all. And again, we have fortune, so we're getting a lot of potential chests here, and a lot of XP because we have extra kills here. Now again, if you're a little bit low on the sustaining potions, fight them one at a time. But even when you're running away, you can probably still keep your HP up. And steals are going to be very useful for that. I gotta wait for my HP here. Imagine the amount of people going for the title for the glam with the new gen. If it uses this scythe, yeah. Holding. I need full HP. Alright, let's go. So if I had opened the chest earlier with the lower HP, this run would be over. So I needed to make sure my HP was back up until we opened the thing. Again, you can also just not open them, which I don't blame you. You know, it was said earlier, like, why are you opening silver chests? You know, they're only giving you whatever. That's fine. I'm opening them because they do kind of help on the scoring. It's also a habit that I've already created, so I'm used to opening them. But by all means, don't go and open them if you don't want to run that risk. You don't have to. So, there's a chest I missed. What is this chest? Oh, this was a flight. Okay, we're going back. How many sustaining potions do you generally need for a full run of machinist? I would recommend maybe having about 500. If you're starting from 1 and climbing up, I would recommend about 500. More than likely you won't run out by the time you get to the top. I always start with 900 because 900 basically means I will never run out. I've never run out with 900. You know, you can just set it to that number and you can go in on a climb and you can at least guarantee that you will not run out. And that's a comforting feeling for any run. 500, you might have to be a little concerned if you start getting to the higher floors because you may have to go back out and refresh some potions if you get a little bit low, depending on how much you use them. So you have to keep that one in mind. So 500 is like assuming that you picked up a couple postures on the run, which you will. I mean, you get the 2 guaranteed from 50 and 100. You probably get a lot getting into the higher floors. So, but you have to also remember to kind of go back out and go in. Like the reason I run with 900 is because I had put myself in a bad situation where I told myself after a set of floors, okay, we're gonna go back outside and we're gonna refresh the potions because I need them because I'm low. Instead, I go right back in, and then once I enter, I look at my potions, I'm like, oh, I forgot. And we were like really low on potions going into like a harder floor. Ever since I did that twice, by the way. Ever since I did that, I never go in without 900, period. If I have less than 900, I am very concerned. When I start a run, by the way. So, it just keeps my mind at ease. I don't ever have to remember to do it, you know what I mean? So, that's me being a little paranoid. Why do you get a little paranoid with this place? This place will teach you to be a little paranoid, you know? Just saying. Alright, so now you're gonna see I'm just gonna be killing kind of little by little now. You know, we'll go chill. So you get a little bit of 2 versions here. We did the big pulls earlier just to showcase what machinists can do. We'll kind of go a little chill here in terms of pulls. We're gonna actually keep that flight again in the stock so we can get more enemies. Witchy! This is the place where paranoia plays off if anything. Pays off if anything, yes. Witchy, by the way, one of the early Necromancer lone heroes. Yes, paranoia is very useful. You might... You know what's the best perspective I can give you guys? So anyone who has done solo runs, even if you didn't clear, you've done a good enough, you've done a couple, maybe 100 hours in, you've had a number of attempts, maybe like 10 plus attempts, right? So if any of you have ever gone back into Deep Dungeon with a party, like maybe you take some friends in, you go in a duo, trio, and a party, it always makes me laugh, because I think every single Deep Dungeon runner can relate to this. You sound like the crazy person, right? Maybe they rely on you. It's like, okay, I've soloed this place, I know some information, right? You sound like a fucking crazy person, because you're like, yo, make sure you walk on the walls, you watch out for this enemy, because this could do it in rage, be careful over here, because like, you start talking like a crazy person, and every time you go through the floors, everything gets obliterated, because, you're 4 people, everything's gonna die before anything gets dangerous, so it gets really funky, but you still sound like a crazy person. But it's with good reason, because you are conditioned to try to stay alive, It's fine, it's just... that's what I think, like, other people are thinking of me, like, I'm crazy. Like, wait, that wasn't a problem, we killed it really fast, It's like you go over, like, the 190 boss, it's like, hey, this thing's gonna do a tank buster, there's gonna be some ads we gotta kill, we gotta make sure this bomb is underneath this boss, and you kill it in, like, 2 rotations, because you have 4 people, it's like, yeah. I love it, dude. I love it. I run the opposite direction to be a team. Oh, I did that. There was one time I ran with a team, and my team, it was Heaven on High. They stepped on a luring trap, and they spawned like 2 worms, and the worms enraged. And I was like 2 rooms away, and I saw what spawned, because it shows in the aggro list. And I'm like, in my head, I didn't say this out loud, but in my head, I'm like, I'm gonna stay right here, because they're gonna enrage. And I let them die, and then I raised them after, because I knew what was gonna happen. If I go over there, I'm gonna die, so I'm just gonna stay over here and wait for them to die, and I'll just pick up pieces. Okay, Aliqua said, so if you're going for score, do your flight right before boss so you can open, like, yes. So Aliqua, what I would prefer to do if we are going for score is I will dump the flights either on the 9th floor, or the boss floor, or before I exit. So you'd want to empty out the flights, and then just get them back in. Because again, you want more enemies to kill, because the more enemies you kill, the higher your score. So if you flight, you're gonna have less enemies to kill, therefore lowering your score. So yeah, you'd want to dump the flights where it doesn't take effect onto the next floor. So for the boss floor, or on the boss floor. Yes. Strength. I'm totally paranoid when I do this in a group now. Yeah, I bet you a lot of guys, and I feel this way too, whenever I run in a group, even in a match party, and I see people running down the middle of the room, I cringe. They're just diving down the middle. I cringe, dude. I'm like, you're gonna step on a trap, man. You're gonna die. Just made it back to... Wow, let's go, Quad. Good job, dude. In my first solo attempt, I killed a 180 boss with 30 seconds left. You're so scared to go into 181? A lot of people do say that. Sorry, it's gonna be pixelated again. I apologize, guys. Connection's going a little funky. A lot of people get scared with the higher floors. But the only way you're gonna find out if you can do it is just to go in. So just dedicate some time, man, and go right in. So don't worry about it. Yes, my connection. Here I thought we'd be okay. But the weather has been really crappy. We've had some pretty bad weather here, so it is what it is. So hopefully it will... But you guys can hear me, so hopefully that's okay. You guys can hear me. What time? It's at an odd time. But it's just kind of hopping in and out, so... First attempt, and cleared Behemoth. Oh, that sounds nice. I remember in Heaven on High after floor 50, I told them to stick together, and one of them kept running off and on their own and died. Well, at least you're proving your point, right? Stick together or stay alive. So it's like Bunny. That sounds like a horror movie, right? Like most horror movies, whenever that one person breaks off from the group, they end up dead. That sounds like a horror movie. I followed a guide. It died twice to Sasquatch Vuln stacks, but I got 2 reasons to replace them. Nice, me Duffy. 171-79 scares you more than any floor set because of Anzus. Anzus are terrifying. But Anzus, at least they're sights. That's a plus side. At least they're sights, so you can kind of get away with them, but doesn't make them any easier, you know? Me heal. I remember when I was doing 11 to 12, 11 to 20 matched back at the NFN sword, and my 3 allies failed to kill a slime in a room away, and it went boom and I raised them all. That's a slime for you. I'm surprised the slime didn't kill you. You must have been really far. It's okay. I may know where that one is going. Andrews are nasty. Andrews are nasty indeed. You didn't even try to fan Andrews. Yeah. No, they're not fun, me Duffy. I don't even think I'll demonstrate on my end. Like, I'd want to. But Andrews are very dangerous. We will probably fight one if we have to. But more times than not, I will be avoiding them at all costs because they are like Anzus, no matter how you slice it, they waste time because they stun you. So even if you can flex that you can kill them, like, oh, I can kill an Anzu, they're not that bad. It doesn't matter because it's taking longer than killing anything else. Like anything else you can pull will take a shorter amount of time than dealing with Anzu. So it's just better that you decide to fight an fight something else. So with Machinist, I feel I'm actually gonna kill this one. With Machinist, I feel like your only fears are constant casters and mobs that are yeah, casters will be a bit of an issue for sure. There are a couple casters that we will encounter in the higher floors that are very spooky if you deal with. So. Can those adventure-type mob sets... Yes, they can show up anywhere, with the exception of a boss Silver Shiva. They are very random and very rare. But, yeah, we just saw another one. I forgot to do something I was going to mention the other one, so we'll see if we run into another one. But they can show up on any floor. Now, you will probably see only one per floor. I don't think I've ever seen multiple special enemies, but you can see them on any floor at any time. So on and so forth, so... And again, they are equivalent difficulty to a Mimic. So however you imagine a Mimic dealing damage, that's about what they'll do. But in the higher floors, they are even more dangerous. Because the difference between them and a Mimic is a Mimic will at least stop and do abilities. Those guys will not stop and do abilities. And you can't witching them. But I want to try to demonstrate that you can witching that. I mean, you may not believe me until you see it. So if we see another one, I'll try a witching and you'll see it for yourself. You've seen a whole room of special enemies? Really? Left bicep. Here's my perspective on Machinist in Heaven on High versus Palace. So I said earlier that Palace of the Dead, hold on, I put Machinist in first place, followed very closely by Red Mage, followed very closely by Ninja. So for Machinist, Red Mage, Ninja. For me in Heaven on High, it flips. It is Red Mage top tier, then Machinist, then Ninja. Now the reason why I consider Machinist above Red Mage, personally speaking, I'm going to stress that, personally speaking, the reason I put Machinist above Red Mage in Palace is because I can do things in Palace on Machinist that I cannot do on Red Mage. There are enemies that I can deal with no steel, way easier, and even period, that I can't do on Red Mage, period. I just can't do it on Red Mage. Well, you can, but it's too risky. Now, why it flips in Heaven on High? It's a simple fact of the enemies hit way harder. So, because the enemies hit way harder, you have a much higher risk of just getting deleted on Machinist if things go wrong. Like if you just incorrectly kite. Also, by the way, the kiting area is not as big in Palace. Palace, once you get to the higher floors, you have a lot of room, where you don't have as much room in Heaven on High. If you get into a bad running pattern, you run out of places to kite, Machinist gets very squishy. Red Mage, though, you have Vercure, and you can save yourself, even with a bad kiting situation. You can manage a couple enemies a little bit more comfortably than if a Machinist goes wrong. But a Machinist is still very powerful, no matter how you know... Even with those kind of downfalls, it's still very powerful. And again, that's another job I would love to retake back in Heaven on High. If anyone is like, hey, can you do Machinist again? Like, yeah, of course. I love Machinist, so that's the only reason. You got your Necromancer title with... You got Necromancer title? Oh yeah, that's right. You gotta look for it, man. It's in the special achievement area. No problem with bicep. Oh, that made sense, you know? Well, that made sense to you. But like I said, my red mage, I'm very comfortable with red mage. So I will play red mage very, very well, because I put a lot of practice into it. I think a lot of people will probably put machinist over red mage easily, because, you know, you can kite, you don't take damage, so on and so forth, but I can do things that are very nice on red mage that I'm comfortable with. Like, a lot of people will literally say, like, I don't like the vert curing on red mage. Like, that's fine, you know, that's the one thing that's very important for red mage. But I kind of like the weaving and the optimizing of the vert cure. Like, that to me is fun. So I enjoy it a lot. Like, I don't actually find that a problem, you know? It's just, like, I just see it as part of the job. Like, you want to play red mage, you have to vert cure. That just is what it is. But you can do your survivability really good, so. Death of Flames? Which is Death of Flames? Which is Death of Flames? I've seen that title, I don't know where it's from. Alright, so nothing, again, too threatening in here. I think I probably fought an owl already, which does asleep, but we're just mowing down things right now. I am at 3 alterations. I do recommend that you do use these alterations. I know alterations have a risk of mimics, etc., but here's one thing to keep in mind. Mimics and Korrigans have actually an increased amount of experience points, because they are higher level. So there is a benefit at getting them, either one of them, because your XP will come back. You'll get even more XP because they're around. Mimics can be handled easily by Machinists because we can stop and interrupt their pods. So that's why it's also good to kind of get them out. So don't be afraid of alterations. Especially in Palace, don't be afraid of alterations. Mimics will not be very threatening to you, provided that you kite a lot, okay? So don't look at alterations and be scared. A lot of people look at alterations and they're like, yeah, I'm not going to use it because I don't want mimics. Hey, look, there's going to be a benefit to them, so... I gotta see if my counter is ready. I don't think I set my counter up. Hold on, mouse, wake up. Oh, okay, that's fine. Where's my box? Counter. Oh, I didn't start my counter, okay. So we haven't seen any mimics yet. Okay, so now I have my counter going, so we'll keep track of how many mimics we get through this entire run. Pyromancer. Oh, is that the title? Oh. I never put on those titles, sorry. Oh, speaking, that's okay, I already did it. No problem. I never put on that title. I forgot that actually had a title thing. 1.52 a bus? This is not that run, Zyron. We are not going for score today, my friend. What's up, Zyron? Zyron, one of the top score runners on Aether. We got Korrigan, so we'll get the bonus XP. Look at the amount of XP, by the way. Check this out. So a lot of the enemies we've been getting, we got 7,000, 8,000. Look at the Korrigans, 16,000 times 2. Can you see that? 16,000 XP from the Korrigans, from the Mandies, and then we get a Mimic, and you'll see how much XP this gets. So watch, this thing will do Infatuation. Okay, if it gets it off, we'll do Infatuation, but we have something called Head Graze. And Head Graze can stop the pox. Infatuation, Head Graze interrupted, we will never see that pox. And unless you're chaining mimics together, you won't see pox. My bot is slow. Also, we are hopping around. I think my... Hold on. It's not going on. One sec with the bot. Sorry about that. Man, I'm having like technical difficulties here. So where's the hotkeys? Yeah, increase, decrease. Huh. Apparently my bot is not responding to me. Well, I hit the button and nothing happened. Oh well. I guess we're not keeping track of mimics. Okay, well that's fun. I'm going to strength here, so we can try to carry it into the boss. And again, we're gonna kill everything, so everything is gonna die here. Dead. I wish you can get the run. I wish you can get the title if you started at 50. We cut out the most boring floors. I guess, but you know what? The challenge is to do it all, right? Like, you want to do it all. That's the challenge, so... I don't know, I like it like that. No, I mean, if you're progging several turtles, you know, you don't have to start from one. Yeah, you don't have to start from one if you're progging, you know? You can start at 51, and then when you feel like you're ready for clear, then you can start at 1, but... Yeah, you gotta do it. Once you have to the Mimic, you'll never cast again. So what's fun about the interrupts, and I don't know if this was just coincidence or whatever, the Infatuation is on a 30-second cycle, and the recast of Headgraze is 30 seconds. So if you interrupt the first Infatuation, the moment your Headgraze is back on cooldown, right on target, right on time, it will use Infatuation again. So you can be right on a perfect time for that Infatuation. So in essence, you shouldn't get poxed, but you just have to make sure you don't miss that window. But it is rather convenient that it is a 30-second difference. Or keep track of the movies in the heart. Yeah, I actually don't know why that's broken, and I'm not about to fix it, so we'll just have to leave it alone. I can probably manually do it, but it'll be annoying, so my keybinds aren't working. I don't know, we're having some... I gotta watch out for that, guys. Thursday I'll make sure that I don't do that shenanigans. Because we've been having a little bit of weirdness in terms of my OBS right now, and I think it's because I did it myself, that's all. So I apologize for that. Yes. So on the higher floors, you know, when we get to the higher floors, you'll see that more in action, B-Shadow. Because the enemy's gonna live that long, so you'll see it. You think the snake toad thing on floors 11 to 20 is BS? I don't know why that's there. It's a very specific thing. It's a very specific thing, Tomberry. I don't even know where it came from. People have told me it's like, oh, it's that's just what nature is. Like, okay, that's fine what nature is, but like, why is it in this game? Like, why is that an interaction, dude? But it is what it is. So it's just one of those things. You know it exists, and you just gotta manage for it. That's all. So if you observe, I just hit level 50. So our level is actually way higher than the boss. The boss in here, by the way, is 49. So you're gonna see the bosses are gonna be pretty easy in terms of having to deal with it, because we are of a higher level. We might actually get to 51 on this one, so... It's from the older FF titles. I think so, Sky. Also, good to see you, Sky. It's just... Still, it's a rather obscure thing to kind of put in, right? Like, I don't even know... I remember asking this before, like, I don't even think anywhere else in this game you're dealing with that scenario. I don't think so. Like, the one that comes into mind right now is Circus Tower, right? When you get to the third boss, you're dealing with the clown boss. You have the scenario, the part of the fight where you have toads and you have cobras and all that stuff. But the cobras don't one-shot you, like they one-shot you here, so... Strength. Good. Well, I'm actually not gonna get the speed run because I'm gonna go really slow, but it's okay. I'm not too worried about that. We're not here for scoring. So I mentioned the speed run. In terms of scoring, there is a criteria where if you do a set of 30 floors in under 30 minutes, so right now we are at 32 minutes. If I were to do this in under 30 minutes, I will get a pretty big bonus point. It sounds weird. It sounds like, really? Like, it is true. And it's been figured out, people have mapped it out, people have like kind of done the research on that front. You do get bonus points for doing it under 30. So that's why I mentioned this 30-minute bonus, because we may not get it today, but it's not a big deal in my run. Again, we're just focusing on the clear right now, so... Someone make them stop? That's why I put full respect to Cobras when I see them both on 11 and both on 111, so... You just want to clear points can come after torturing yourself. Yep, that's how I feel about it, Tonbrain. Exactly, the points can come later, man. Going for points is very stressful, let me tell you. It is stressful as heck. You will feel like your run is so different when you're trying to go for points. I'm gonna get Steel up, by the way, after this Lust comes off. I should have Steeled already, but Steel will make this a little bit more comfortable. Okay, here. Oh, I should mention something which I did not mention before, which will be very important. Let me just get this off. 1, 2. I like to count my feet blast to make sure I get 5, 3, 4. Got 5 off in the thing. Good. Get a second one here. Now 4 puddles, we go to the middle. So there's 4 puddles on the ground, we go to the middle after the ice one. It'll do Fear itself. Fear itself is almost a raid wide, except the safe spot is down the middle. So if you're in its hitbox, you'll be fine. See that amount, that area of that animation? There you go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nailed it. HP is getting a little low, but that's okay. We can use a potion, which I will try to weave in after GCD. We'll do the soup potion, because I don't need that much. Yeah, we got the speed in. Nice. Nice. Okay, cool. There you go. Okay, one important thing. If you saw me, I used the lust. I don't think I did this on... No, I think I did it on the 20 balls. So I did this here. You saw what I did was, I used the lust. I got to 5 stacks, and then I dropped lust. I have a button on my hotbar, this one right here, it's a macro. The macro is this. Here. So this macro, 6 right here, the X macro, you can use any symbol, I just did a symbol, you know, whatever symbol. But this is what this is, status of transfiguration. So if you do not have that on the bar, that might be very useful to you. Because this allows me to drop lust at any point that I want to. So you don't have to... So normally what you do is you click it off the bar. If you use lust, you click it off the bar so you can get rid of it. Some people don't even know you can get rid of it, so you can get rid of it. You can drop it early, that's how you drop it early. But this button is going to be very useful because you don't have to worry about it. You put it on your bar, you hit that button, you're out of the transformation. So this could also be very good for controller players, if you have a controller. Very good option here, because it'll be very complicated for you to take off that thing in other means. So this is a very good macro, so keep that one in mind. Good luck, another thanks, Zevran. So far, I'm not you know, Zevran, I don't know if this is my connection, Zevran. I'll be honest, I think this is some shenanigans with OBS that I may have caused myself. So we're gonna observe. But also the weather is not good outside. In-game, I'm fine. So I'm just gonna chalk it up to whatever. What's the attack you use after the 5th burst? I think it's just GCD, Tonberry. I just go for GCD. 0.2%? No! JCN, by the way, is doing a Gunbreaker run. Got to Behemoth. JCN, do you know what went wrong? I thought you can only right-click turn that off. Yeah, you can do that. You can do this one. Let me tell you, Bunny. You know, since I don't use a mouse, it's a lot harder for me to get to it. So what I actually originally did was I would use my button to swap UI, and look at my pointer. See, my pointer goes here, so I'd actually go through the status and then confirm it to do it. But I made so many mistakes doing that. I would click off something incorrect. So having this macro, extremely useful, because it is a sure shot way of taking out transformation, especially when you're dealing with something like Behemoth, you know. So. Watching the VOD for remix now. Okay, I was accidentally recording for 2 hours, so dealing with the... Oh, okay. That macro works for rage, resolution, transformations as well. Yes, Voff said that. It works for all transformations. So rage, lust, rezo, all of them. So very useful one. Okay, let me take a small break. I'm gonna hit the restroom before we continue. Hope you guys are having a good time. Hopefully, you know, no more shenanigans for the stream. I apologize if things are getting a little pixelated. We do have bad weather at the time of this video. So it might be that, but I haven't felt anything in game, so we'll see what happens. So, Final Turk says, another tip for controller players, you can bind the analog stick press to a macro. You can bind the analog stick press to a macro. You can... You have my bound to mount and then remove transform. Okay, I think I understood that. So what you're saying, Final Turk, is if you press the analog stick, that's a button that hits a macro. Is that what you're saying? So it's that's one of your binds. 8-bit, Zion. We were hitting 8-bit a couple times. Okay, that is what Final Turk was saying. Okay, there you go. I need to add that macro. Just right click down. It's not efficient at all. Yeah, it's not. So let me I'm gonna leave it up. Hopefully it'll be big enough for you to see. Oh shit, that's not the one. Where is it? User macros. Okay, we'll leave it up here so you can see it, but I'll go AFK. I'll be right back, guys. Enjoy some community art, enjoy some background music, and we'll continue in a few minutes. Thanks for being here. Hopefully you're having a good time. BRB. Alright. Let's bring it back live first. I'll cut the music. Where's the music? Oh, main theme? Oh, that's a good one. 98 macros. Mirror off, status off, mount roulette, sync. That's what I use on my analog stick presses, kind of catch all, and since it's not really combat action, you don't need to worry much about server ticks. Separate line for each. That's smart, actually. Because that means you're combining a bunch of features together for one button where you only have so many buttons on an analog on your controller, right? So that's what you're kind of achieving. You're kind of just collapsing a whole bunch of things that don't necessarily cross over into one button. That's pretty smart. All right, man. Have a good one over there. All right. Yeah, you too, man. I use a general duty key bind for level sync. Oh, that's a good one too. Oh, you're with Tilde. That's right, stick left stick is macro to sprints. Gotcha. Oh, that's smart. I like that. That's a good idea, Final Chart. That's a good idea. Okay, shall we continue, boys and girls? Yo, Axe, thanks for the Prime Gaming sub as well. Oh my gosh, you guys have been so kind with these subs. Thank you so much. Especially when the stream was kind of going a little bonkers, but thank you guys. Hope you're enjoying the content. Enjoy your emotes. Ooh, good song. Since I'm moving with the left, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. You know, Final Turk. I really am considering doing a controller run at some point with Red Mage. I think to run it as a controller just to go through all those things, so it makes a little bit more sense in my brain. You know, I get what you're saying, but you know, it's a little difficult for me to fully comprehend it. Since I don't use a controller. I mean, people, like, as I'm saying it, people are understanding it probably, especially when they play controller, but in my instance, like, I want to kind of put myself in those shoes so I can at least understand what's going on. Alright, so same thing here. We're going to focus on killing everything. Now again, when we started 21 to 30, I wanted to showcase to you what Machinists can do. Like, here is what Machinists can pull off. Here is the power of Machinists. AoEing, running, gunning, so on and so forth. So what we're going to do is a little bit more of the casual type of climb where we're going to get back to focusing at one kill at a time, which is something I'd recommend a little bit more for most people to do, right? Play it safe, don't get too risky, blah blah blah. But I mean, you know, sometimes you're like, oh man, this is our 10th attempt, you know, we're back up here for the 10th time, maybe you want to get a little spicy, and you can do it like that, you know, so it is an option, but for now, we'll take it in a way. Again, we're going to focus on the clear. Today is about the clear. How can we get to this clear with the highest chance of success? That's what we're aiming for today, so I opened, by the way, this floor with a alteration. One of the dangerous things to do with an alteration in the early floors is you will get, again, I mentioned you get Mimics or you get Mandies. Now, the Mimics and the Mandies are a much higher level, so I think they're going to be about 58 or 57. So they can hurt, you know? Considering we are only 52, we're going to be fighting something that's 6 levels above us. But what I do have currently in my inventory is Rages. So what I could do is, if we do see Mimics on the next floor, is I can either decide to steal, I can Witching, or I can just use a Rage. You know? And look, we're like 170 floors from the top. So using a Rage right now, it's not gonna end your run, right? Use a Rage, just make sure you get like the most value of it, don't worry about it, you know? Sometimes people get a little conservative on their commanders this early. You don't have to, man, you know? Keep things at 2, use them as you wish, you know, see how things feel like when you use them. But the only time you're gonna really worry about commanders is once you get to like 140-ish. You know, like you got 110 floors to start worrying about commanders in terms of a full run. So, you know, have some fun, use some things if you see as necessary, that's all. Since I'm moving with, I read that, okay. Loving the videos! Video got me into Heaven on High. Solo Machinist, currently level 90, scared to finish. Man, I gotta, you know, so many people say that, Axe. That they're scared to continue, I gotta find something that I guess resonates to a lot of you guys. Like, I guess it's just a simple, like, you just gotta go in and do it, right? I mean, what else is there to do? It's like, if you don't go in, you're never gonna find out how you're gonna do, right? But it's so funny how that is one of the common things I hear now, like a lot. It's like, man, I'm scared to go in, dude. But, you know, for me personally, I don't know if this helps you guys out. I mean, if you've seen my attempts, you'll see, like, we go right into the floors, right? We go, when we do Heaven on High, we literally go 1 to 100 for a majority of the time, or we do 21 to 100. Like, we do it all in one seating. For me, I like the continuation of the momentum, right? Like, we steadily get higher and higher in momentum. Things get a little bit harder, we keep going. Things get a little bit harder. Because if I start a run in the higher floors, like, say, a couple days later, it's harder for me because I'm cold. I'm not warmed up, you know? Now, everyone will be different. Some people will be okay with that pressure. For me, I found out the hard way that it didn't work out too well. Now, I'm getting a little better. But I feel a lot calmer when I've slowly warmed up to these floors. And that's one reason I prefer to kind of do it all in one seating. Because, you know, we're progressively getting harder and harder. So my mindset is already set in this thing where, okay, the next floor will be harder. Okay, the next floor will be harder until we wipe. So it kind of helps, I think, with that fear. You know, it's like you've already been amped up from the previous set of floors that were really hard. You know, and you're looking at, obviously, a floor that's much harder, but at least you're not cold. You're warmed up, your brain is working, you're thinking, all that stuff. So that might help to maybe put that into consideration. But again, we're all different. Everyone's going to be different people. Maybe you have to step away. Maybe you just finished, like, a really, like, tight floor, right? You just cleared Onra, you just got out with, like, a minute left, and you gotta stand up and, like, breathe. You know, maybe just, like, sleep it off. Maybe, like, go outside for a jog or something. Like, I get it. Like, you know, whatever will work for you. But at the end of the day, you're not gonna find out how you do until you go in. And don't even feel bad if, like, you enter the floor and, like, you die to the first thing. I do not feel bad about that. You know why? Especially if you're talking about your first time getting to those floors. It's an experience, man. And I would bet you money that you will not make exactly the same mistake the next time. Exactly the same mistake. You might die again to something else, but you may not make the same mistake to the one thing you just initially died to. So, you know, it's a learning process. You learn. You got better. It's fine. You died to the first thing. Okay. You know, lots of people have been in your position. Same thing. You know, I've died very early. I've died very fast. Don't worry about it. You know? And also, again, this is your attempt, your solo attempt, you know? Sometimes people get a little embarrassed and a little shy about sharing their experience, you know? It's like, it sucks to lose, of course, you know? That's one of the fears of the raiding and the PF, right? A lot of people have that raid anxiety because they don't want to be the one person that fucks up. With solo, it's just you, right? So you're the only one that's there. So, you know, all you gotta just do is make sure that you're okay with it when you look in the mirror. That's all that matters. So, alright, so we have a Mimic here. I'm just gonna deal with it straight up. The Infatuation, we do the Head Grace, so you see the Interrupt. That stops the Pox, so we won't take the Pox. And this thing is gonna be dead very quickly, even though it's 54, so it's not too bad. I'm gonna pull the next one. I'm gonna hoit. Alright, cool. Let's go. Now the problem I just made here is I pulled it a little bit too fast. So my Interject is not ready for this pull, but I think I will kill this Mimic before it becomes a problem because of Wildfire. Yep, we're good. So you want to make sure you be careful popping Mimics, pulling Mimics back to back, because it is a 30-second cooldown, and my Head Grace was not ready, but I had Wildfire and my Burst ready, so we were able to down that Mimic pretty damn quick. Head Grace. Alright, 3 Mimics down. No problem. Is my button working? No. The answer to that is no, so I guess we're not keeping track of Mimics today. 2 Gravity Mimics left, and they're all done. Dang! I gotta catch up at some point when I get motivated. Right now, I'm binging on the Bajra duels a little bit. I'm having a lot of fun with Bajra duels, so I'm gonna enjoy that until that gets tiring, or you know, people stop caring about the fates. So the crafting relic can happen sometime in the next 8 months. You know, I could do that. I do that at any time, dude. Yo, what's up, Natsumi? Hello. Can a room have more than 1 trap? Nope. A room cannot have more than 1 trap. There is a maximum of 1 trap per room. There is a chance a room cannot have a trap, but it cannot have more than 1 trap. Always only 1 trap. Somebody says they want to get back into trying to clear Heaven on High and Dancer. Last time I got past 80 for the first time, so I've been too busy to keep going. Hey, whenever you got the time, you know, this thing is not going to change. It'll be the same when you get back. So, I was supposed to use an alteration. I forgot. Alright, let's look up. I'm gonna sight here. Room is very big, so what I'm actually gonna do is I'm gonna Fortune. Here's a play that you guys can keep in mind. I'm just gonna do this for demonstration purposes. You can do a Fortune. See how many rooms there are? There's 1, 2. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, not including the spawn room. So I can do a Fortune, and because we're going to kind of guarantee ourselves a lot of kills, I'm gonna Rage, and we're gonna try to get all these kills this way. So one little kind of backup method that you can do if you're a little bit low on Pomanders is you can Fortune Rage, but you have to make sure that you're getting the most bang out of your buck, right? So if this room spawned with only 3 rooms, we only have to deal with 3 rooms, you're not getting the most bang for your buck. I do a sight here, because I can also step on a luring trap to get more enemies if needed. So, you know, and it's a gamble, because there's a high chance that we may not even see any chests, you know? But it is what it is. Also, if you're behind on levels, right now I think I dinged 55, but let's say you're a little bit low on levels, this is where Rage can really come handy, because we're one-shotting everything. So we're getting all this XP back. You know, you don't have to worry about your strength or steel, you're just getting these kills, easy peasy, and you move on. So, hello, Angela. Welcome back. Hey, Woodmog! Do these go on YouTube if you only clear? Yes. So they'll be on Twitch for what, 3 months before they get deleted off Twitch? But I will commit to this, by the way, Wetmog, until we do get the clear. So if we fail this week, I will go back in next week, because, you know, I mean, you don't gotta twist my arm to say go back to Machinist, you know? We're doing this for a good purpose, so I would love to get back on the job. I would like to think I can get this clear, but I'm not gonna lie, the only one I'd be worried about is Behemoth, because it's been a minute since I did Behemoth on Machinist, and it can go pretty wrong. But, you know, I've cleared it a couple times, I think I should have a little bit of confidence, you know? So what's up, Wetmonk, how are you? You always forget to Fortune before Rage Treasure Room. Try to remember that as best you can above us, because here's a way maybe you can convince yourself. At what point are you using Fortune to begin with, right? Like, are you just using it willy-nilly? A lot of times you're probably not. You're probably not even thinking about using a Fortune. You know, you're probably only thinking about using a Fortune when you're at 3. Because, like, you know, you kind of want to strategize, like, when am I using this Fortune? So you're probably not just popping it randomly. So it might be a good way of trying to remember, okay, anytime I use a Rage, let's make sure we do a Fortune. Like, combine the two every single time. The only time in which I'll end up using a Fortune, like, straight up, like, I'll actually just use it without a Rage, is in the higher floors. So if we get to 191 on Thursday, you'll see I'm going to use a Fortune in the beginning floor. And we'll talk about that when we get there, so. So I did PoTD today for Relic! I only have, oh. Yeah, you wanna, like, I'd say a bare minimal Wetmog, you want like 400 to 500 as a start. So if you're gonna start for the title, you want to be sitting at like 400. You'll get some as you climb, but you definitely want to start at close to 400. Otherwise, you may run out. Also, so far my ratio Wetmog for the relic has been, I believe now it's 5 out of 20. So I've gotten 5 out of 20. We haven't picked one up today yet. So we've got 30 floors. We haven't seen one yet. I'm trying to keep track of that one. We're 5 out of 20 right now. Cooking out some pizza to enjoy this. Ooh, pizza sounds good. Rage. I got my rage back. I'm gonna do another alteration just to kind of keep that at 0. We'll do another affluence. Oh, that's not an affluence. That's okay. I'll take the steal. Not a big deal here. Affluence. We're almost to drill. Drill is the premier ability for Machina's, guys. Once you get drill, it is one sexy looking ability. It just feels like you are destroying something, and then you combine it with Reassemble Man, you're gonna see things melt. It's gonna be a thing of beauty. And that is gonna be one reason you'll see why Machinist is powerful as heck in here. Tuition. And if there's another perspective you can put it in, like Machinist doesn't really get too much else when you get to 70. You're basically using the 60 kit, and it's still carrying you through Heaven on High, so it is powerful. Alright, we're gonna have to take the Toad Trap, no problem. We got Mandy's, one-shot kill, easy peasy. We'll just chill here for the Toad. Toad Trap is 20 seconds, so it's not too bad. Otter Trap in Heaven on High feels like it's an eternity, that's 30 seconds, but you easily die in an Otter Trap, so... Affluence... I already used one, right? Yes, I did. Also, I do want to note, Machinist is a job that's a little sensitive on the ping. So if you're dealing with a little bit higher ping, there might be a lot of issues trying to double weave, but let me assure you, you can still clear this if you can't double weave. Okay? I attempted it before, and I've had success. It's a lot more difficult, but it's not impossible. But you'll see that I can double weave Gauze Barrel and Ricochet, and I will not clip my GCD. That is not going to be common for a lot of people. So if you're seeing me do that, don't feel bad, it is not required. You will still be able to succeed in here. But I do have the favorable ping that allows me to pull that off without clipping, so... I got more mimics. See, double weave there, no problem with that one. Easy peasy. I think I can kill this before... yeah, we can kill this before it becomes a problem. Got close though with the delay on clean shot. I'm gonna pull Wildfire. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Last GC. I hope to have Necromancer one day, but I keep dying on the bees in 120. I'll skip the flight. We won't do the flight yet. So, a couple reasons that could be because of the bees. How does your arm and armor look, Angela? Are we at 99.99? That could be one reason. Another reason, are we doing that fight with strength on? That actually could be a very big reason. Oh, okay, I can demonstrate something. Let me derail for a second. So this again is another special enemy. So check this out. I'm gonna pull this thing, right? Special enemy, it's an Immortal Flame. They come in varying types. If I try to witching this, look at this. If I try to witching, they do not get witching. They are immune to witching. So that is something to bear in mind, because sometimes these enemies can get very difficult, and sometimes your first reaction is to witching. And you can't do that on that one. So if you see a special enemy, you have to take care, especially if we see one on the very higher floors, because some of them can get very dangerous. Alright. Okay, so back to that question. So did you use strength? Or do you have strength on? That can be a solid reason why you don't kill the bees. Because generally for all the jobs, at least from what I've experienced on, the bees are manageable. As long as you kind of focus them the moment they show up. So even, we're talking a job even like an Astro or a Scholar. You know, White Mage has a bit of an advantage because they have a size, so you can line up a size for the bees. But as long as you're focusing in on the bees as they spawn and fully respect them, they should die. Yeah, so that can be a cause, Angela, that can be a cause. I remember there was one time, this was just for shits and giggles. I attempted a super low Aether Pull run, because I was building my arm and armor in Chaos. I'm sorry, in Light. So for EU. Also, Reassemble Drill, look at this, Reassemble Drill, dude. Reassemble Drill, that I have strike on. So I got to the 120 boss, with like 35 arm and like 40 armor. Let me tell you, it was impossible to kill the bees even when I fully focused them. I had strength on, I even tried to lust, I didn't kill them in time. I just didn't have enough damage. Now, you know, we're talking like a super ridiculously low arm and armor, like it is impractical to even consider a clear, but I was farming potsherd, so that's a different story. So that can come into play. So in the assumption you're 99.99, the bees will be, not that they're going to be easy, but they shouldn't be a problem if you fully respect them. Now, if you kind of greed a little bit, you kind of push more damage into the boss, that kind of thing, you might run a risk of them killing you, so... Hey Nola, it's been a little bit, how are you doing? I am happy to see you. Hopefully things are okay in your neck of the woods. No, it's okay, be busy. And do your thing, man. Get those kids educated, you know? But thanks for popping in. And I hope you have a good sleep. At least one of us can have a good sleep, because I still am not having the greatest sleep, so... We watched the bot. Actually, okay, 0.5%. Believe it or not, there was only a single direct hit Sonic Break, and no crits at all. Wow, okay. Not even autos if I'm watching this. Not even autos. Wait, not even autos? They should have been doing autos. Insanely busy? Oh cool, oh cool. Yo! No crits. Oh, no crits on autos, gotcha. Yo, Jason, if you have that bot available somewhere, if you wanted to link it and send it to me so I can take a look and just maybe give you a little bit of maybe a perspective from my end, I wouldn't mind doing that if you want to do that. So let me know. Yeah, I also really like the odds. I wish you could request it. It's gonna be actually on Thursday. We're gonna bring in the other playlists, Angela. But it's a random list, so there may be a chance you'll hear Onsol. But it's all up to what the playlist decides, so just a heads up on that one. We are over-leveled, holy crap, we're gonna hit 60 well before we get to the boss, that's gonna be cool. So after this set of floors, since we will be 60, we will be going a little bit minimal on the kills. We're gonna focus again more on just getting through, so you'll see this run get a little bit faster, but our work of getting to 60 and to getting to levels made this a little bit more trivial, right? We're a lot stronger, nothing really threatened us, we do have a lot of strength steel, so that's kind of cool. But I do recommend that. We didn't really spend too much. We've been streaming now for about, well, the video is probably going to be about 2 hours, but it's been about 2 hours, you know? Take that extra time to go through it, and you will thank yourself. Okay, cool, Jason. When I get a chance, I will check it out. So thank you for that, and I hope maybe I can extrapolate something from my end, from my eyes. Can you go past 100 if you... Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Beast Shadow, you can. Now, obviously you can't get the title, but you can certainly get past 101. You can certainly get past 100 if you start from 51. As long as you know, the prerequisites is that you don't die. As long as you don't die, you're good to go. You're playing some COD with some friends. Hey! Call of Duty. Nice. Alright, let's go. It's a good song. Alright, reassemble Jill. Look at this, watch this monk. Reassemble Jill. Dead. Well, almost dead. Again, we're hugging walls. I'm being very tight on these walls. Again, even though we're tight on the walls, we still hit a trap. But you know what? That is what it is. You gotta be careful. You gotta just be ready for something to happen. So. Oh, this is a song that you would hear in Final Fantasy 11. I'm sorry, 14. If you did Baldur's in Arsenal battle theme. The original game before 14, gotcha. I'm gonna use a Lust here. I'm sorry, not a Lust. I'm gonna use a Rage here. Just to kind of get a little bit quicker here. So again, I'm sitting at 3. We have a lot of Rage. At least this allows me to kind of get the most out of the Rages, so... You threw a 120? No, Immortal! What happened? Did you ignore the bees? I'm sorry to hear, bro. God damn it. Don't worry, man. I've died on 120 a lot, too. Like, it's actually crazy how much I'm actually very scared of that, because that is where we end the stream usually, and I'm very focused in on that fight, so... You got clipped by Lion AoE at 20%? Oh no. That Lion AoE is close to a one-shot, I think. Like, I don't recall ever really getting hit with it, but it is very strong. So I think even from like, just from like full HP, you might just die. Oh, I'm sorry to hear, man. Yeah, it's big and it's powerful, yeah. And we are 60. Alright, so we're gonna start going a little faster, guys. Hope you like some speed. And we'll go faster. We are 60 now, so we don't have to care about we don't need to care about kills. 14k? Yeah, it's almost all your HP, yeah. Yep. Yeah. Alright, trying to be picky now. So this Troubadour is a proximity. So now actually this will be a good time to start explaining some of the aggro things, right? If we're gonna skip, there's gonna be reasons why I pull certain things. So a lot of things in Palace that are mostly proximity. There's a handful that are sight, there are a handful that are sound. But you're gonna see, especially when we start getting into the higher floors, that we are gonna be very picky in what we pull. And a lot of times my method of pulling is more about something in my way. So let's say something is blocking a door. I will want to pull that over something else. Like this one is right in my way, so I'm going to pull this one, because I can't get through this room unless it's dead. Also, the 2 monks over here, I can... Oh, actually the left monk would aggro, but this one would also aggro because it's facing the exit, so I'm going to pull this one as well. This is sight, by the way. So now this is where kind of the knowledge of how things aggro come into play. If you're killing everything, I gotta pull this monk. If I don't, it aggroes. If you're killing everything, you don't gotta worry about aggro, right? Because everything's dying, so aggro's whatever. But once you start becoming a little picky-choosy, there is definitely a thing where knowing what stuff do will help you out, so... Know what else is big and powerful? Could the meteor? Nah, this ain't that stream for that. Well, it's not that this ain't that stream for that one, Puka. There is a, you know, a good friend of mine where if you say that, the stream is going, the conversation goes right into that one. But not here, usually. Not that I mind. Or rather, not that I care. It's fine if it does. See ya, Nola! I'm glad you popped in. It is late. I'm actually surprised to see you this late, but thanks for popping in. Troubadour again is proximity, so we have to take care of it. Actually, a lot of these are. So the Gubru coming in is proximity. The Monk is proximity. Actually, there's 2 Gubrus coming in, so they're all proximity. Also, I'm going to open with a strength here, and I'm also going to steal, because we are getting close to the boss. You think you're hilarious? Hey, no, it's cool, dude. I love it. I love a good joke, man. Sometimes I kind of joke back a little bit. Sometimes I'll just take the bluff and just kind of act like, you know, I have a little bit of a weirder sense of humor, if you will, so... Like, I see what you're getting at, but then I kind of, like, you know, spin it in another direction, just cause. Because I think it's fun, so don't worry about it. Sight. Excellent. Troubadour. I find anything funny? Hell yeah, dude. It's nice to have a good sense of humor. It's nice to laugh at things, you know? That's a landmine, by the way. I think I mentioned that before, but that is a landmine. If you're someone that doesn't believe me, well, it's a landmine. Just in case you didn't believe me. Okay, we're gonna get to the boss. Now the boss on Machinist, because we're level 60, I think we are able to kill this in 1 cycle. So we are gonna try to kill this in 1 cycle because we have a lot of damage. So we're gonna get 5 lusts on this. I'm also gonna open with a potion. We get 5 lusts, we jump out. Oh, my wildfire is not ready. Okay, so we may not kill this in 1 cycle. We would have killed this in one cycle if my wildfire is ready, but guess what? It ain't ready, so we might not kill this in one cycle. So that's okay. Not a big deal. I'm not too concerned with that, but we will try anyway. Okay, reassemble Jill here. But you see them? Look at that damage, dude. Reassemble Jill just melted this boss, dude. Now, if I can get this past 50% before it does the first AoE, we might have a chance. It is past 50. We're gonna try to do this in one cycle, even though we don't have wildfire. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, it has 2 more AoEs, so I think we're gonna nail it. Drill. Easy peasy, we didn't need wildfire. Look at 1 cycle kill. 1 cycle. So what I mean by 1 cycle is what would happen with that boss is as he goes through the thing, he's gonna get to the center, he's gonna do a terror AoE, and then he's gonna do a follow-up AoE, and then the whole fight repeats. But the terror AoE locks you and stuns you for like 7 seconds. So it's like the 1 cycle. But we're 60, we're machinists, we're good DPS, we can kill it before all that happens, so power. You can't do that in a lot of jobs. We were working on Dark Knight. Dark Knight can't do it in 1 cycle. I've tried to, even at 60, so... Hey, we got 1! So that puts us at 6 out of 21. 6 out of 21 on the drop rate for my lifetime on that one. Not bad. I'm still saying it's like a 60% drop. I'm sorry, a 20% drop rate, so... I did do stream... Oh, I didn't drop my unit, though. Stream raiders... Yo, Biff Tech, let's go, dude. Okay, 41 plus, and we're good to go. That's a lot of damage. It is a lot of damage. How do we avoid terror? You can't. So we're talking specifically Machinist Puka. You want to make sure the ads are dead. You can't avoid terror. You just have to eat it. It won't kill you. It is part of the mechanic. Now, if you are a job with a shield, so Ninja, Gunbreaker, Scholar, Astro, Summoner, if you are those jobs, you can apply a shield to yourself, and you have a good chance, well, most of them will have a solid chance of not taking the terror. The terror does damage, and that damage causes terror. So if you shield the damage, because you take 0 damage, that means you don't take the terror because you're not taking damage. But it only applies to shield jobs. So Machinist does not have a shield, therefore you are taking that terror to the face. But like I said, it's not going to kill you, so it is not that big of a concern if it happens. But you do want to make sure that the ads are dead. The ads, if they are alive when you take the terror damage, they will do an Enrage. They'll cast Tornado. I don't think it kills you, although it does a lot of damage, so you want to make sure that your heals are up, but look, make sure they're dead. If you want to play it safe, make sure they're dead. But if you're this strong, just you can 1 cycle, you just saw the damage, is consistent DPS, and easy peasy, so. Terror does suck, man, don't get terror. What floor did you get on my last run? People have been saying drop rate and memories have been deep. Yeah, so what I'll say about that one, B-Shadow, I think it's a flat rate. I personally think it's a flat rate. I have not really seen an indicator saying that the higher floors give you more, but I need a bigger sample size. So on my previous attempts, we had 5 out of 17. I went from 1 to 170 because I didn't clear 180. We went 1 to 170. I got my first 2 on floor 30 and floor 80, and then I got my next 3 on like, I think 130, 150, and I don't know, somewhere in those sorts. So it's not that big of a sample size. Hard to judge from that one if that's going to tell you that, you know, you get a higher rate, the higher floors. I did not get one at 100, so some people were suggesting a 100% drop rate there. That didn't happen. I don't know about 200, I guess we'll find out on this run, maybe if I get the clear, so yeah. So Bob also kind of followed me up with that one. Yeah, I don't know. I think you'd see it evidently if it's higher, you know what I mean? In this case, it didn't seem like it, so... Tina! Oh yeah, I got a little bit of a headache, but I took something for it, so we will actually start using flights now. Have a good see, Tina. Thanks for being here. And I feel better. I want to use an Affluence too. Alright. Let's go. I should pay attention to my drops as well, I think. I think I got most towards the end too, but can't remember correctly. Yeah, you know, I've heard of a lot of people be Shadow. Some people have gotten like, there was someone I think who got like 6 in a row, dude. 3 in a row, 6 in a row, like they chained it, and then they went through a chain of not getting any in a row. Like, I don't know, to me it feels like a flat rate. It's just 20%, 25% seems like it for whatever 10 floors you do. Which would seem fair. It would be kind of cool if the higher floors you get it higher. You know, that would actually give a pretty awesome incentive to go in the higher floors, you know? Hey, you want a higher drop rate? Take a party and go higher. But I don't think so. Maybe they don't want people doing that, I don't know. Man, I wish I was keeping track of mimics, but my button isn't working, so I can't keep track of mimics today. Gotta weave in the head grace here, stop the pop. Cool, dead mimic. Serenity. Yep. RNG's RNG, dude. Reassemble Joe. Look at that, dude. That's no strength, man. No strength. Alright, we're out. It would be cool if there was a higher rate for solos, and I agree, Scottish boy. Like, it would be cool if there was a higher rate because you go solo versus a party, but nah, I think they kept it simple. You know, just here 20% per 10. You know, not make it a complicated system. It's fine. Okay, getting some items back. This is a flighted floor and it's affluent, so alright, so gargoyles are a little tricky on this floor. They're much trickier later on, but they are sight, so I'm just pulling it just because it's the first one I see. So I think a higher drop rate for one would be pretty neat. Oh, I agree. Oh no, I agree with that. You kind of do incentivize getting to the higher floors, but we'd need a bigger sample size for that. You know, I'm only going by myself. I know Abibovin, who's usually in chat sometimes, he's done a lot of studying on his end too. You just need more sample size. I mean, maybe it is higher, but I don't know how many runs we've had to test that, you know? Other than people just looking at their own runs. Like, we're probably talking a size of, I don't know, less than 100 attempts at this rate. Like, it's not really a good sample size to give you that knowledge. Now, I would say that if the drop rate is higher, I mean, it might be obvious, right? Like a 20% versus a 50%. Who knows, but, you know. We would just spread the rumor to make it happen. Like, say like on floor 200 you get a guaranteed artifact. I'm gonna actually laugh if we do get a 200 clear and we don't get one. That actually might be pretty funny. Like, there's not gonna be very many people who are gonna find that out too, right? I mean, a party might, but you're not gonna really find that out too often, so you'll see it here if we get there. Like, I would almost... Like, we can run with anything, right? So if I get one at 200, we can run with saying, oh, you get a guaranteed one at 200, up until the point someone says, no, it's not true. But then how many people are going to, like, you know, go and find out? You know? So... Hugging the walls. Keeping it simple, we're just fighting things in front of me. This knight is proximity, so I'll pull it. The demon over there is sight. But they got nothing too scary here. There's really nothing too bad, and we're fighting in hallways. We're keeping it very safe on the pools. You saw earlier I was moving through the rooms while I was fighting, and that caused me to step on the landmine. We step on a trap right now, you know, it happens. But that's a lot of reasons why you want to fight in hallways. Hallways are safe. There are no traps that could ever be in a hallway. Never. Now, the next deep dungeon, different story. I don't know what's going to happen there, but, you know. I'll just use it, I'm lazy. Just like spread... Yeah. Yeah, this special PoTD playlist that you need Necromancer for? Yeah, that one. Yep, absolutely. You need to get the title for it. The unfortunate part of only 751 is at best Matthew makes it so that there's less runs to go to the end to study drop rates. Yeah, I mean, if you're doing a scientific study, a simple hypothesis, etc., B-Shadow, you know, yeah, it is. But it is curious to me if anyone would actually go through that trouble to make a large sample size, you know what I mean? I know I remember I did see someone in directly today that their title was checking drop rates, right? They're trying to see how the drop rates were for the relic and PoTD. But it's still a guess, right? Like, unless Square Enix goes out and just literally says, oh, it's 20%, we're not gonna know what that drop rate is until you get a, I don't know, 1,000 sample sizes, you know? Like, 1,000 attempts to tell you that answer. I don't even know what the number would be to, like, I'm not sure, like, I'm just guesstimating, I don't remember the whole hypothesis testing, what you need, etc. to have a good number, but let's say 1,000 runs to give you that, like, okay, I think it's leaning in this direction, so... The original anima drop, I do not remember the original anima drop rates. Are hallways safe in 150? Yes. All hallways in both Deep Dungeon Puka are safe. No traps, no spawns. Now the only danger that you're gonna have when it comes to hallways is patrols, because patrols can walk through hallways. So, you know, I can't just AFK here because something could come at me. But in terms of where you would prefer to fight, you'd want to fight in the hallway. Spawn room is also good, but bear in mind that things can respawn, and there is a chance things can respawn in the spawn room. So a hallway kind of saves you from that trouble at the very least, so nothing will spawn in the hallway. Speaking that Keshin just piled the stage 1 relic out of, I may actually go to... Yeah, I might actually go while it's hot, Scottish boy. I might go in and do, maybe get a couple more of the relic items. I don't know how many weapons I really want. I kind of already have a big base of the weapons I'm looking for. I really just want Gunbreaker, Ninja, and Black Mage. I don't know, it might be a consideration while it's hot, while people are doing it. Honestly, you know where I want to do Castrum? It's on Primal, because I can try to get the haste gear on Primal. Like, getting 100 points from each Castrum gives me a good chance to get my haste gear down Primal without having to spend any money. So that's kind of cool. Always up in Paranoid every footstep. Yeah. But you know what's the irony there, Puka? In 150 plus? Assuming you're hugging walls, it's actually pretty safe. Like, what you'll see me do on these lower floors, you'll very rarely see me try to move through a floor while fighting something, because I know that there are traps like in corners and shit. But once we get to 151, I will be traversing through rooms, through hallways, kiting something. I'll kite something across the map if I have to, but I'm fully confident I will not step on a trap. Like, the chances of you hitting a trap on those floors are very low, versus these rooms where it's very high. So it's actually flipped. I actually feel like more confidence. Like, we were gonna die because we mishandled an enemy, but not because of a trap or something like that. Maybe something spawns on top of me, which is, let me tell you, a very common feature of this stream. You'll see things spawning on top of me all the time, but, you know, you get my drift. Stopping it. The next I want is Machinist and Monk. I want to make the skills... Okay, gotcha. We don't want to haste that. Yeah, you know, the Machinist I'd lean towards, Puka, because it is, blue. However, I have the Eureka Relic on my main, and the Eureka Relic looks way better than it looks way better than the Shadowbringer Relic, so it's like, I'm not gonna use it over the Eureka Relic, so yeah. I don't know, well, 184, and it lasted full 8 minutes until I party recovered, everyone died. Yeah, you know, when we get to those higher floors, Puka, there are a handful of rooms that are dangerous, in terms of, like, actually, if you hug the wall, you can step on a trap. But a lot of the runners right now, we kind of memorize those specific rooms, and we take care of them. I do kind of make it a big deal when I do my runs. I point it out very, very obviously, like, okay, this is the room that we're gonna have a trouble with. So when we get to those floors on Thursday, presumably, I'll point out as much as I can for that one. That's a surrender. Let me just check this room real fast. We'll get it. These two are sight. This is sight. Oh, the boot is sound. But we can get it past them too. The boot is sound, not proximity. And the tram... Okay, exit's over here, so we're just gonna go. Again, we're going faster now, because we have 60, we're focusing on the clear, so you know, you're seeing a little bit of a different type of run throughout this climb so far. We had the kill everything, we had the big pull, and now we have a little bit more of the chill version, where we kind of keep the kills to the minimal, we just kill what's necessary and we move on. I saw that you pointed out with markers, that kind of... yeah. I wish I can show off all of them, but you don't see all of them. Well, Heaven on High is different because there is only one room that does that. But Palace has a couple. There's like three rooms that I can easily point out. There's a fourth one that's a lot harder for me to figure out because it's not consistent. It's like along the wall, on the side wall, and it is very hard to find that one because I am not really well versed perfectly where that's supposed to be. We have no healing, so I'm going to use a sustaining potion here, because we want to keep the HP a little bit going. I just realized we did have no healing, so... Can you walk right on top of an enemy with sound aggro? So I think the best way I can describe it to you, you have to think of a deaf person, right? In real life, you have a deaf person in real life. They can't hear you. Like, you know, you make sound, they don't hear you, so on and so forth. But I mean, if you bump into them, like, they're gonna know that you're there. So that's kind of the same logic here. If you, like, walk through their hitbox, they're gonna more than likely aggro. I don't want to say 100%, but they will more than likely aggro. So you want to just be around them, don't step in their marker, their hitbox, and you're good. But if you step in their hitbox, you might aggro. Like, I don't even think it's 100%, but it is a high chance. A lot of times when I go right into their hitbox, it aggroes, so... yeah, just be around them. That's what I was looking for. Yeah. Oh, I just pulled up. You wanna see how dead this ghost is? Look how dead the ghost is. This is where also the combination of Machinist right now. So think of Machine... that, by the way, look at that trap. That is along... like, it's like along the wall, dude. Anyway, that's where a little bit of the power of Machinist comes into play too. Hold on, let me just make sure we don't actually die. I use the potion there. Like, we can navigate through a floor, right? We can pull something, reassemble, drill, navigate. And then by the time we pull something else, reassemble drills back up because reassembles 1 minute. So it's like almost every pull we'll have, especially on the higher floors, you'll have your big damage coming in. So sharp Machinist is. So... by the way, thank you again so far from the beginning of stream till now, guys. Got a lot of subs right at the start. Got a lot of follows. A lot of people just hyped about Deep Dungeon. So, yeah. We got a long day today. We got a long stream for Thursday. So hopefully we can do the deed in one go. But again, it's like, God forbid I have to do it again. Oh no, I have to do Machinist again? Oh, I'm gonna hate it. So, no, I'm not. I'm gonna love it because I love Machinist in here. One of my favorite jobs in here. Not to mention, we got the sick glam too, man. One of my favorite glams that I have in the game too. One of the few glams I actually took care of. We look pretty awesome. I mean, this is mostly Eureka gear, but it is a pretty damn nice looking set of gear. I like the glow, man. I like glow. You know, give me glowy items, you know? That's why I was a little upset with Baja Judge gear. You know, it's like the Eureka gear glowed. Now, granted, the Eureka gear was very limited. He was stuck with the color it glowed with. Like, for instance, the tank gear was like yellow. So like in my brain, the only viable glamour set you could have with tank was to go Batman. You know, you go black with the yellow color. Like, that's the only one I could think of. That kind of sucked you can't change the color of the glow. But it kind of sucked to me that the Bodja gear didn't glow. Like, I wanted the glow. It was just kind of, like, boring to me and bland, you know? So, what mode is this? Wolf Sam, this is Deep Dungeon, Palace of the Dead. There is a game mode in Final Fantasy XIV that is almost like a roguelike. If you've played any roguelikes before, like Binding of Isaac, something to that effect, where every floor is randomly generated. The map is randomly generated, there's traps that can be randomly generated, you get power-ups that are randomly generated in terms of when you pick it up and when you can use, etc. Now the enemies are more or less set. You can kind of expect certain enemies on certain floors. but generally it's like a random dungeon. And it's a game mode that first got released in Heavensward. So we're currently doing the version, which I would call version 1.0, and it's good from 1 to 60. So if you're level 1 to level 60, you can actually be in here and get some XP. You can get XP in a higher level, but you'll cap at 60. Right now I'm capped at 60. And then there is a version 2.0, which is called Heaven on High, which will go from 61 to 70. So that's the second version. We do not have a version for Shadowbringers, unfortunately, but we are hoping that we will see one in the next expansion for a 3.0 version. So now, if you're it depends how. I'm not sure what kind of how much you've played this game, Wolf Sam. I don't know if you're at 80 cap, if you just started the game, so on and so forth. But Palace of the Dead, the one I'm doing, is related to one of the Shadowbringer relic steps. So Shadowbringers released a relic, and they have a couple steps that I've added into it from the most recent patch. And in this game mode, you can actually get one of those relic items from completing one set of 10 floors. This is segmented into 10 floors. We get 60 minutes to do 10 floors. And after 10 floors, you get a chance of getting one of these relic items. So this mode actually might become like unintentionally popular because people are going to get to that final relic step and they're going to be like, oh, I could do it in Delubrium and Palace of the Dead? I tried in Palace of the Dead. So you're going to see like more people doing Palace of the Dead just by design because you get a relic thing in here. So we are currently, what did I have earlier? I think we are at 6 out of 21. 6 out of 21 Immortal. So we are 6 out of 21 so far from my runs. So we've done 21 sets of floors, and we have gotten 6. No, not bad at all. Oh, the next Deep Dungeon will cover... Dude, I would go as far as to say, I kind of wonder if they'll do the crazy version, and you go 1 to 90. Not 70 to 90, not 81 to 90, 1 to 90. But that would also mean that they're going to put in a deep dungeon that you can access from the beginning, which means a new player can access that deep dungeon, you know? So I kind of doubt it, but it would be kind of wicked if they do it. Depends on where it comes into play. Playing PoTD solo definitely makes me sad in retrospect that Shadow... I know! You know what? B-Shadow, you better believe that a lot of streamers, you know, I lurk in a lot of streams and stuff. Nina! Oh my goodness, these subs, guys. You guys are so nice. Holy crap.
Hello, Sensei. Coming over for my lessons again.
Yo, Nina, I got you, dude. We're gonna get you the clear, you know? Thanks for the 8-month resub. Holy crap, thanks for that. I have heard from lots of people, B-Shadow, streamers alike, friends, etc. The common statement was, Baja is pretty cool, but I wish we got a deep dungeon. Like, that's all I hear, like, all the time. Like, people are running through Baja, they're like, man, I wish it was deep dungeon. Like, it's the community wants it. Like, don't forget about solo, but forget about the solo part of it, you know? It'll come with the package. If you get a deep dungeon, you have a solo part of it. But a vast majority of people are like, man, I kind of wish we had a fucking deep dungeon, you know? So, yeah, Wolfsam, thanks for follow, I appreciate it. I actually caught up and have a few 80s, but I've never heard of it. Thanks for the explanation. Yeah, no problem. You know, Wolfsam, this unlocks very early. If you are as early as level 16 or 17, you get Palace of the Dead in Gridania. So it is a very early content, so you can have access to it. And Heaven on High unlocks in the Ruby Seas, so if you wanted to check it out, it's over there. It's a very fast quest, but getting in, you know, go right in. And before no deep dungeon is 6.x. Oh my god, I'm gonna cry, man. I'm gonna have to, like, I don't know, we're gonna have to, like, do some weird convincing. It's like, no guys, it's like a new game plus. Imagine all the jobs have changed. So it's like a new game plus. Like, I have to go through this, like, weird thing of, like, trying to advertise people to keep doing this content. I have to advertise to myself to keep doing this content. Forget about everyone else. It's like, you know, why am I gonna keep running it? Because, you know. But it's gonna be like a new game plus. Because all the jobs will change, so... Alright, let's dunk this boss, huh? Reassemble drill. I almost have my wildfire. I might use a potion here to keep my HP up, but actually what we might do is we might weave in some second winds, etc. I do have tactician too, bear that in mind, so... Second wind, tactician. We gotta turn for that gaze, otherwise it'll be a bit of a problem. Wildfire here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Drill. Drill is not the best idea, but whatever. Just go back to PvP in 6.0 and win. Oh my god. Well, it's only if the PvP would be good. Dude, I've always said it. I would stream PvP if I'm not just sitting here waiting for queues to pop. If we're gonna get if I'm gonna stream for 6 hours and we get queues for literally 6 hours, to the point where I have to like stand up and take a break because we've gotten too many queues, I could stream PvP. But until that happens, that's not happening. I just like doing solo with new classes because it makes you read what skills to do. Yeah, and you kind of learn a little bit on the rotations, you know. You know, I've been having fun though. Even though the Baja duel system is annoying, you know, having to get into the duels and stuff, it's helped me kind of learn how the jobs function, you know. Like right now I'm trying to do monk with the duels, and it's been pretty fun trying to learn how to do that job with the duels, so. It's such a fun flex when people in groups die on Ida, you can solo this, no problems. Yep. This is a very common party killer, because people either don't get out of the AoEs or they get hit with terror. And to be fair, this fight might be easier if your party is dead. Like, this is a very easy fight solo. The only reason you'd probably wipe is because, see these runes on the floor? If you get hit with in-health, look, I'm gonna get hit with in-health on purpose. When you get hit with that move, you're gonna get a rune on the floor, which means when it does the other move called, I think it's Black Honeymoon, or whatever, that is multiplied on damage. So if you have like 3 runes on the floor, you're gonna wipe, because you're gonna take way too much damage, so. What potion do you use with PoTD? I do use super potions, Wetmog. In the higher floors, you will get a little bit more out of it. So you can, if you don't have a lot of super potions, you can use max potions. But in the higher floors, you will get a little bit more. Like I think, what, a max potion is 24k, right? 2400. You'll probably get like 26,000 out of a super potion. So it's not that big of a difference, but you still get a little bit more. Alright, so that's, we did not get another one, so we are 6 out of 22 now, 6 out of 22. Also, we did go through those floors really fast. I'm gonna start Stream Raiders early, while I get myself set up, why not? Catch up on chat a little bit. Did you see Sharp's duo clear? I did, Nina. I actually was able to watch pretty much 1 to 90, and then I had to start stream. So, but I caught up 91 to 100 yesterday. I rewatched the VOD. I was actually telling Sharp, I don't know if you guys were watching Sharp do his duo, but I pointed out something to him. It was when he was at 94 or 95. They were fighting Jinbas. Jinbas are the centaurs that do meteor. And the thing that he didn't know, and they got really lucky, because I was like cringing when I was watching this. Not cringing and like, oh my god, they suck. No. It was more like, I know they did not know this thing, and I was spooked and like, I was like holding on to my chair because I thought they would wipe at any point. So when you're fighting Jinba in Heaven on High, they do, I think, a double attack into Elegant Eye, which is a gaze, and then they do a damage stack, and then they cast Meteor. But what a lot of people don't know is the Meteor is casted on the player, it's not casted on itself. So a lot of times you're used to an AoE, a circular area. Let's take the Marids in 81+, right? You're used to an AoE being circulated around the enemy, so you would LOS the enemy. But the problem with that meteor is that it is casted on the person. So if you, for instance, if you like line of sight, let's say Jinba's about to cast meteor, and you are like behind a corner, you're like, okay, I'm gonna get around this corner really fast so I can prevent the meteor. The Jinba will cast the meteor on you, right here. You'll cast it literally right here. So you may not realize that, and you're gonna die to meteor thinking you're LOSing the Jinba, who by the way is like over here. It's like, oh no, I'm LOSing the Jinba. No, you're dead because the meteor's on top of you. He casted the meteor on you, not on himself. So what Sharp didn't know, and he didn't know because he hasn't really been that high a lot. He didn't know it casted on himself. So I was pointing out to him, like take a look at this clip. I sent him a clip. Look at the position of the meteor around it, and you'll see that the position is more on you versus on Jinba. And they got very lucky because they killed Jinbas before the meteor dropped. So they had frailty on. They were just like melting Jinbas before meteor dropped. But I was like, man, I think if the Jinbas got those meteors off, you guys would have died because of the way you positioned for LOS. I think you would have died because you would have been in the line of sight of that position of the meteor. So I was like, oh my god, like they fought like 5 of them, and almost all of them, they almost died too. They could have died too. It's like spooky. But yeah, no, it was a great one. It was a fantastic shot call from Sharp, fantastic following from Gego, and they did a great job. You actually do want to avoid Jinbas, Nina, period, because more so for their stacking damage. So each rotation, they get stronger and stronger. So that's not a good fight to play with if you are a job that either doesn't have strength on, or you're a tank which will take a while to kill something. You preferably just don't fight them. If you frailty, you know, maybe witching, okay, but so far so good, Amish. We're nice and clear. We had a little bit of issue with the OBS, I think, and maybe my connection, but it's been clear so far. So hopefully we're going to be clear for the rest of the day. Again, we've had bad weather, so it probably could be a thing. Although I have been observing that at the start of stream for a couple days now, so hopefully it kind of settles out. So Woff says you get about 3k high quality super potion and higher floors. Alright, there you go. I don't even pay attention, honestly. I just use them, so I have like thousands, so it's whatever. Bad weather, yeah, dude, while you guys are getting the cold weather, we are just getting inundated with snow. Like, we've had snow on the ground for like 3 weeks in a row, so. I would do a flying partner when I'm a machinist, and he's either here or tank, so I wanted to use the, yeah. Okay, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's the only thing I would say about the Jinba that he didn't realize. And now he knows, of course, because, you know, I told him. But yeah, so that's the only thing about that. The rest of the run is pretty damn good, pretty damn clean. You learned a lot from that run. Sharp did a fantastic job explaining. I mean, that's the duality of a run like that. You know, Sharp was taking in someone who was not experienced. So what does Sharp do? He explains everything to Gego. Like, here's what this fight, here's what this guy's gonna do, here's what the boss is gonna do. You know, try to do this, we want to do... Like, that is good for Gego, but it's also good for the viewer, because you are also absorbing that information as well. Like, he's teaching you also, you know? And then you kind of see it in this weird way of it being applied to, like, someone who is just learning that information on the spot, and then you get to see it kind of in action. So it's really cool. It's a very good video. I would highly recommend to check that out if anyone wants to see a different perspective. I mean, you can check my videos out. Look, it's a it's a different perspective. So you're about to jump into PoTD as a freshly unlocked Ninja. You got Ninja to 80 and any character go. Gotcha. Freshly unlocked Ninja, so that means you're level 1. So you may not have some roll. You may not have some roll abilities, so be careful with that. What don't you have? You wouldn't have stunned that early at 1. Oh, but no, you just said Ninja, so that means you got to 30 on Ninja, so... Don't worry, Australia has bad internet 24/7. Well, mine, I had hoped was fully solved, but like I said, we're in a little bit different of a scenario, so I'm hoping it's just that. You burnt the brownies, can you get the... Oh, I'm sorry, Elmerish. Rip, dude. Ooh, H, I don't see you. Ninja level, yeah, okay, gotcha, yeah. Yeah, you said Ninja. My mind went to level 1, but I forgot that you don't start with Ninja level 1, you get it at 30, so that's kind of my bad one. Okay, so these floors, if you notice, they changed. Also, one important feature. I'm not sure if it's this floor, but we will get one of the newer Pomanders. So if you've noticed, we have not picked up these two right here. This one would be a Raising, this one would be a Rezo. I believe we will start getting either Raising or Rezo now, and then on the next set we will get everything else. So when they first introduced Palace of the Dead, it was only 1 to 50. They did not actually have, we got another special enemy. They did not have, what do you call it? 1 to 200 off the bat. They like kind of teased it at first, and then they introduced the later floors. But when they did 1 to 50, you had this kind of full view of the Pomander list, but you would never know what these two are, because it didn't exist yet. And then once they introduced the new mode, you got those two ones. So starting at 51, which is when they introduced this was the new feature of Palace of the Dead, you started to get to fill out these ones, which was Raising and Resolution. So Okay, this is I think that's enervation. I only know luring traps and landmines. I don't care about the other traps because I would never step on them in any stretch of the imagination. Like they are of no use to me. Only landmines are good because landmines can hit enemies, and lurings are good in the event you want more kills for whatever reason, whether it's for points or let's say a rage. Later on, in the higher floors, once we get there Thursday, there may be some strategies that I can employ where a luring trap is actually extremely useful. Why no Toad? Yeah, true. Well, Toad's easy though. Toad looks like a Toad. Otter looks like an otter, so that's easy. Okay, we're trying to keep Peloton on cooldown as well. Peloton is very, very useful. Look at the death of that gremlin there. The gremlin almost gets one shot. No other job can pull that off. Maybe a black mage, arguably, but in one hit, boom, dead. Witching, I'll just burn it. Oh, I should talk about something with the witching, huh? So we'll do that next witching. I can do it on like I can actually pull something. Let's pull two things. I don't have steel on, so that's okay. Let's do an Angelus and let's do a deep eye. So check this out, guys. I'm gonna do witching, okay? So witching can turn things into three things. Actually, this is nice. So we got two toads. So you'll see the damage that the toads are doing. 11, 8, it's like baby damage. If an enemy turns into a toad, you are a happy player because they are the easiest to deal with. They reduce their damage almost to nothing. They can turn into the description of this pomander. It says it can turn an enemy into a frog, an imp, or a chicken. Now, if the enemy turns into a chicken, the chicken will be doing about, like, let's say 30 to 40% of its original damage. So a toad right there was doing almost nothing, but a chicken will do a little bit more, 30 to 40%. If you get an imp will do close to 80 to 90%. Sometimes it feels like full damage. So it is very worth noting the difference of what you turn the enemy into, because on the higher floors, if you're trying to witching something that's already kicking your ass and you turn it into an imp, guess what? It's still kicking your ass. It'll still kick your ass and kill you. So you have to be very careful because you really need to adjust. You can't just let the mind be like, okay, I'm witching, should be good to go. You know, okay, we reduced him, we changed. No. Depending on what it changed into, could be problematic, could be very easy. So if you get a toad, good to go. If you don't get a toad, you better be careful. Machinist is so good in Palace. It is Canada. Look, man, this stream right now, this run, is about showing you why Machinist is good, right? You know, I'm not gonna shit about other jobs. I'm not gonna say, oh, you know, Ninja is horrible versus this job. Red Mage is not even. No. We're not gonna do that because each job has its own strengths and features. And when we did the Red Mage thing, you know, we kind of advertised the usefulness of Red Mage, and that win. But today we're gonna talk about why Machinist is powerful. You're gonna just see it firsthand. You know, we're gonna run it through, hit the buttons, and you're gonna see it for yourself. And then you can decide, like, okay, well, Machinist is kind of me. It's kind of the way I like it. Or maybe you see the playstyle, like, yeah, I kind of don't like the kiting. Yeah, it's strong, but yeah, I kind of don't like the way the playstyle is. And that's fine. If you don't like the way this looks, if you're like, I kind of don't like this playstyle, do another job. Tank, Red Mage, Summoner. Also, I mean, I gotta press 1 2 buttons, so, you know. Does witching have full duration if you use it a second time? Yes! So if you witching back to back, it will reset the timer. Machinist superior job. Look, you can just take that opinion for yourself. When you watch it, you look at it, you can formulate your own opinion in it. I mean, I will say it's pretty damn good, you know, but I still love Red Mage, so I'm not gonna... What I think about Gunbreaker and Palace? Good. Amongst the 4 tanks, though, I would say it's not the easiest. More specifically on Behemoth. I think climbing with Gunbreaker was really fun. We had a good time climbing on Behemoth, but I'm sorry, climbing on the floors, but taking care of Behemoth was tough. JCN can tell you, he just tried it on Gunbreaker. And Behemoth got him for the first time, but The climb itself was pretty good, but I'll be honest, man, I get bored with the tanks. I feel a lot more engaged with the DPS, you know? Kind of the risk of dying and all that stuff. Tanks make this really, really feel comfy. Like, nothing's really gonna kill you. You're only gonna really lose probably because of time, not because something kicked your ass, except for Behemoth, you know? So, tanks are fine, just not my style. That's all it is, so. One crit is all you need. Damn, dude. Hey, at least you were able to hit buttons, you know? Next time, man, next time. I was watching DD fails. His Behemoth was really strong, better than mine will be. Hey, don't worry about it, man. We all have different journeys. Don't compare yourself to someone else, you know? That's his journey, you got your journey. Don't do comparison. You're two different players, two different experiences, two different minds, two different bodies. It's all good, you know? If it takes you 10 attempts, man, it takes you 10 attempts, but don't feel bad that someone else did amazing on their first one. Don't feel bad at all. It took me a long time to finally pin it down, so it's all good. Okay. And I said this earlier before, I think what might come off to the viewer is my comfort. I am very comfortable on this job. Very, very comfortable. And then maybe if you compare it to another job, I don't know, maybe the Dark Knight runs, so on and so forth, you may not see the same comparison, the same comfort. Red Mage, I'm very comfortable on Red Mage. So there might be a little bit to that too. You know, what people say, oh, you make it look easy. Well, I guess, but like, you know, we got a lot of practice in the job, that's really what it comes down to, so I'm used to all the buttons, I know how things go, I know how these enemies do damage, it's all very familiar to me, you know? We're not running out of job that I haven't really given practice on, we give this job a lot of practice, so you're seeing a polished product. My journey keeps making dumb mistakes in the 40s and 50s. I look comfortable on all the jobs? Now, I kind of whine and complain on certain jobs. Like, I remember when I was taking tank in here, I just kept whining about the damage. I'm like, oh, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Oh, look, I hit another button that wasn't actually 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Like, I get a little whiny, you know. But also bear in mind that my expertise is more about the game mode. You know, not the rotation. The rotation's probably ass, but at least we're pretty good at the game mode, I'd like to think. Welcome back, dude. Took me 5 tries to get past floor 20 when I started, Natsumi. Look, 20, you know, we kind of went over that. 20 is a tricky one, because you have to make sure that you're either a good level, or you've got good Aether Full, or, you know, you start with a Strength Steel. Like I said, that's a common one to get you, man. Floor 20, floor 30, floor 40, which is a very good point. That is a tough one to fight. So, we got lucky with it, thing. 60, yeah. I don't, you know, that's knowledge, by the way, JCN, that like, you know, you think I would know, but it's like, I'm not gonna retain that in my brain, because I never really need to know that in the future, because I'm just sitting 99 forever, but yeah, 60, that's your strength and armor here, so. I think it only matters when, like, I'm on, like, I'm not capped and I'm trying to go for it or something. There you go. You know it if you uncap yourself and then you start capping. You'll see the number cap out. Oh, I'm out of this. Whoops. I'm already out. It scales up continuously, so every floor has a different cap. I will not know what that cap is though, let me tell you. You know when I first started PoTD, you tried as a red mage. Hey, nice bunny. Yeah, it's comfort, man. Look, I will always tell you that you're progging in 2 different ways in here. The game mode itself is a journey, right? You need to learn the mechanics of Deep Dungeon. How to avoid traps, how to use pomanders, how to deal with enemies, how to deal with bosses. That's a thing on its own. But you're trying to learn that on a job that has to do damage. So if you're taking in a job that you have literally no idea how to play, well, now you're trying to do 2 things at once. You're trying to learn a job, plus you're trying to learn Deep Dungeon. And sometimes that might be a little bit too much. But if you go in a job, Bunny, like you just said, your main job, dancer, a job that I presume you know how to play, that you've had a lot of experience on, maybe you know the back of your hand, well, that's one thing you don't have to worry about. You don't have to worry about learning the job, you know? Okay, I know how to play dancer, so all of my focus and attention is in surviving. How to deal with this boss, how to deal with the enemies, what my palms are going. It keeps the mind a little bit more free to think about other things. You're thinking about a lot of things already. You know, you're by yourself in here. You have to take care of yourself, you know? You don't have a raid leader giving callouts. You don't have, you know, all these things that can help you kind of focus on something else because someone else is covering, you know, helping cover the team part of it. You're by yourself. You gotta take care of literally everything. So if you can make that less stressful on your brain, then yeah, you're gonna have a little bit more success. And then you can go back, like, okay, maybe you found out Dancer didn't really work out for you, you know, you got to a certain floor. Then you can go back on Red Mage, but now you've already made the permanent prog of Deep Dungeon. Now you can think less about Deep Dungeon, think more about Red Mage, and then kind of equal out the two different features and get past it. So, but it is two different progs. See ya, Almer. Stay warm, man. Hopefully, you know, the power comes back and all that stuff, and hopefully everything's okay down there in Texas. But also, certain version good full voice running in it. Yeah, it is. So now switch to monks, which has to sustaining off the bat is a lot easier. Yeah. Look, man, I commend all of you going Red Mage. I love Red Mage. Red Mage is OG. Red Mage is the first job to get Necromancer. But let me tell you, lots and lots of people have just, I've heard it, come back, and they're like, oh, Red Mage, oh, like, I tried Red Mage, didn't like it, like, it pains my heart every time I hear it, but I get it. But you don't have to feel like you're forced in, like, you don't have to feel like that's your only option. No, you have a lot of options. You know, don't feel like you need to jam your head against the wall on a job that, in reality, you're actually not going to be good at. You know, it's okay to not be good at a job, it's fine. You might hate Red Mage with a passion. You know, imagine you tell someone who hates Red Mage with literally a passion, like they never played it in all the other Final Fantasy, they think it's the dumbest job in existence, you know, they hate the color red, but then you tell them like, oh, it's the only job you can play, like, well, they're never gonna be a Necromancer because you're telling them they have to play the job that they despise with a passion, like, you know? We're in an era where like all the jobs have cleared, you can take whatever the heck you want, so, and that's a good thing. Any particular tips for a summoner that are useful to know when trying to solo? So algorithm, I would say, I think one of the big ones I can tell you is Titan. Titan. Exactly what Almer said. Titan. Titan is like, it gives you TBN, dude. If you know Dark Knight, you know the Blackest Night, that's basically what Titan's giving you. It's giving you the Blackest Night. 6 shield. Very, very good to prog, because, you know, you can stay alive with there. I would say pet management might come into play, because trying to get Titan to cast a shield while it's kiting is kind of a pain in the ass, but if you're good with pet management, that might be pretty good. I would highly recommend that you take a lot of use on Ruin 2. Like probably, I would imagine a raiding summoner tries to Ruin 3 as much as possible. You probably Ruin 2 only like if you're out of Eggy Assaults or like, you know, you have to do movement, you do Ruin 2, but your focus would be Ruin 3. You kind of want to flip that a little bit. You kind of want to focus a little bit more on Ruin 2 and try to take advantage of that kiting that Summoner can get because you're getting instant damage. Yeah, Ruin 3 is going to be more damage, but staying alive, you know, staying alive is actually a little bit more important than just dishing out damage. So, a lot of Ruin 2, a lot of Titan for shields. And you gotta think of Summoner as bursty, you know? Like, you can line up a Tri-Disaster into Dread Stance, right into the blue thingy, which I already forgot the name of. Like, you can do a pretty sick burst when it comes to Summoner. You can light up an enemy if things line up correctly, so... But yeah, mostly that. Hopefully that helps. Yo, Chicken, Jay, we are in Machinist, man. Although, unfortunately, I have to actually go in and stitch up this video because the video got cut, like, at the beginning, so... Always makes me kind of annoyed when I have to actually re-edit a video after that. But hey, man, if we get it clear, it's fine. Like I said, today is, as the title says, it's a how-to tutorial-like stream. So ask away. If you want to learn how to get Necromancer, even if it isn't about Machinists, you want to ask about Red Mage, go right ahead. But today is the perfect day to ask questions, because I'm here to help you guys get this title. but today we are doing it specifically on Machinist. We did Red Mage before, so I have a video up on YouTube. I think it's still in the VODs here too, but we have a video up on YouTube that will show you and tell you and teach you how to do Red Mage Deep Dungeon Palace of the Dead. So today we're doing it with the Machinist version. Let's go. Oh, I gotta do that. I'll do that. Forgotten Anarchy, thanks for that follow. I appreciate it. I liked it, I just didn't know how early you burned through the potions. Oh. Okay. Neb! What's up, dude? Any Palace Gamers? Yo, for the relic, dude? Let's farm those relics, man. What's up, Neb? Getting into 60 rotation. Hold on. Getting into 60 rotation will probably be the most weird thing. Yeah. I know, that's tough, man. I get it for a lot of people. Like, for me, it's a little bit different because it's like, I think of it of a different way. Like, you guys probably work with the 80 rotations a lot, right? For me, I have to get into the 80 rotations because I barely do 80 content. You know, I literally have only done 80 content on Black Mage or something. So, like, learning 80 rotations on other jobs is like an adventure because I'm so used to 60 and 70 content. But yeah, you have to adjust to certain abilities not being there, right? Like, 60 Summoner, honestly, in my opinion, people will argue with this one, but I like the fact with the 60 kit that you do not get Bahamut rather. Your Titan stays Titan, because what I found a little annoying is when you run through the rotation on 70, and you know, you do your summoning, you get to Dread Trance, all that stuff, and then you get to the stacks, and then you can cast Demi Bahamut, right? I found that slightly annoying, because you have to commit to Bahamut. If you commit to Bahamut, you don't have Titan. If you don't have Titan, you don't have shields. So it felt bad that I had the power of Bahamut, because, you know, yeah, you get the damage, but you don't have the defense, because you have to actually burn out Bahamut to get back to Titan. And to me, that was annoying. You manage, I mean, you know, you tried your best to kind of figure out a strategy around that, but, you know, that's a thing to think about, so... And survey says, nope, we didn't get that. So we are now, I think, 6 out of 23 on the drop rate. I believe it's 6 out of 23 now? What did I say earlier? More or less earlier. We were 6 out of 21. I think I cleared there, so I think we are 6 out of 23 now. I'm gonna start forgetting if we start getting into higher floors. No, I'll do this later. I'll do it every floor. I think it's 6 out of... I mean, I'll know... Wait, what are we at? We just finished 70, right? Well, we just finished 60. Oh, so no, we are 66 floors. Yeah, 6 out of 23. Yeah, 6 out of 23. Thanks for shout out Nebius. Nebius is great, dude. He is a very, very talented gamer, and you want to follow him. So I guess one of the reasons Machinists should be good in Palace. Wait, I guess that's one reason Machinists can be good in Palace. You lose almost. Yeah, you don't. What do you even get it? Oh, you get the Queen, right? So you get the Queen at 80. Air Anchor just upgrades, right? It upgrades, yeah, it upgrades Hotshot. Bioblaster changes from Flamethrower. So that's a little bit of an increase, right? Because it's instant. You get the dot. That's kind of cool, but you don't lose much. The thing that you care about is Drill. 700 potency. Oh, it shares time with Bioblast, really? 700 potency. And then you get a critical direct hit with it. Like, that's all you need on Machinist, dude. Like, even in the next Deep Dungeon, if it's, let's say the 80 cap for Deep Dungeon, right? Let's say you go to Deep Dungeon, it's an 80 cap. Like, this is the same kit you're gonna have. Like, you're not gonna change. You'll have Automation Queen, I guess, but it's like the same kit, so not much different. Yeah, you're right. Actually, you're right. Yeah, they're two different buttons. I thought they were the same. I think it was in PvP that they got replaced. So in PvP, I think you don't have Flamethrower anymore. You'd only have Bioblaster, so I kind of got those confused. Is channel AoE. Yeah, Flamethrower kind of sucks though, right? Red Mage and Machinists are comfy to go from 80 to 60, which can be a good thing about them. Yeah, you have to adjust to not having Scorch and Verholy. Because I actually, that kind of screwed me up a couple times. Going actually from 60 to 70, I'd forget I have Verholy and Verflare, and I start just killing that combo. But yeah, for sure. Okay, so we are going to go to 61. We're moving pretty fast now. you can see this is the speed the power machine is. We were just flying through these floors versus Dark Knight, which takes a little bit longer, but you know. Oh, that's right. Yeah, I have 3 charges on the gauze barrel. That's true. Oh, that's actually really good. That actually helps with ping, I think, if you get that. So yeah, valid point. But unfortunately, we don't have to think about that because we don't have it right now. But so we have a raising, by the way. We got a raising 51+. So you saw the raising show up for the first time on 51+. And this is going to be the start in which you see resolutions. We're going to start picking resolutions. Maybe here, but they will start from this floor. I will open with this Shine to kind of get me a nice boost with damage. Machinist, by the way. Melted enemy right there. There's the exit, so I'm going to back out first. One to 30 down, got 1 artifact. Nice, Sue. Nothing here. That was a quick opening on the floor. Does Resident have a point outside of 100 balls? Yes. There are enemies in Palace of Dead that are considered Ashkin. In this game, you would call it Ashkin. The more commonly term used is undead. So there are certain floor sets where you will run into undead enemies. So you can take advantage if you have an extra resolution to kill them fast, like fast kills. No, they won't die in 1 shot. They'll probably take 2 shots to 3 shots, etc. But it's still a faster go than running, what, 15 GCDs, you know what I mean? Now, the 140 boss is also a particular situation, because the 140 boss, think about the 40 boss, the one we just fought earlier, that it was a giant wraith, right? It's the same boss in 140, however, that is still undead. So you can use a resolution to quick kill that boss. Takes a couple GCDs, like let's say about, I don't know, 10, 12 GC, but it's a lot faster than fighting that boss straight up. So 140 is one where we do almost require a resolution. You can fight that boss straight up, but with the opportunity to do a resolution on boss, you don't want to, you know, you don't want to flex there and just be like, no, I can do it without a resolution. Yeah, that fight becomes very complicated if you go it without a resolution, let's put it that way. So you're better off just using it. And then after that, the only kind of main other scenarios in which a resolution is really good is 191 plus. Because 191 plus, you'll run into a lot of undead. And a lot of times the runners will keep resolutions for the last 3 floors. 197, 198, 199. Because the majority of those enemies will be all undead. Every single one of them will be undead. So resolution will be extremely handy. Now it's tricky to use it because a lot of things can, like, you know, kill you in 2 shots. But it's very useful in those floors. The other scenario, you saw us running into a lot of special enemies, right? We've seen like 4 so far. The Immortal Flame, the Spear Adventurer, whatever. They are considered undead as well. So if you happen to have an extra resolution in a chest and you have a special enemy, you can 3-shot them. That's a super niche situation. The likelihood of you running into that is very low, but it's still something worth noting, you know? You did ask, so there's your answer there, so... Yeah, resolution is like the anchor, if that makes sense. It will be your finisher. Now, what I prefer to do on a lot of my runs is typically a resolution will get... If I have 3 resolutions, that can buy me 2 floors. Like, I maybe use 2 resolutions on 1 floor, get maybe half or more of another floor with 1 resolution, and I like to finish 199 with a Rage. That's my ideal scenario. It gets very, very risky trying to do reso kills, because a lot of things can really, really hurt, but it's still a lot better than fighting them straight up, because you'll kill them in like 3 shots, so... But yeah, it is worth noting on that front that, you know, even though you're doing that bonus damage, it's still pretty damn risky, and you have to really be confident and know what you're doing. I'm going to have to start watching at least the boss fights, because I really only remember the 60 boss. At least they're not too bad, you know. Overall, they're not terrible. The first one, I think the only one you'd want to concern yourself with Wetmog is 90. The 90 boss does trip up a lot of people because of the mechanics. I think what I might do is I will fail mechanics on purpose. We'll describe how the mechanics go, we'll fail it on purpose so you guys can take a look at it. And so we can kind of hopefully mitigate some potential issues people run into. And why you guys might die on that boss. So we'll do stuff that will help you out on that front. Wait, I used an item, I didn't pick it up. Lol. This, there we go. I'm gonna pull the Croc because he's like looking at the exit. Dead. I love Machinist, guys. I really love this job. I'm very excited to be back on this job. Take a little break from Dark Knight, back on this job. And also, like, the kind of bringing it back to the argument of Red Mage and Machinist. One very simple advantage Machinist has, Peloton. Speed. So you are moving a percentage movement faster than Red Mage could ever in every 10 floors. And moving along these floors is extremely advantageous, you know? Especially when you have to do a lot of running around, a lot of moving around. Just being able to move faster is simply a huge advantage. Drill Mage never changes? I don't think it would, man, you know? I can't see them taking away Drill. God, if they take away Drill, man, Machinist is gonna be in a completely different ballpark, let me tell you. Very different ballpark if you do not have Drill anymore, but I can't imagine that happening. Hey, check the bot out for tomorrow, no raid until Friday, so I have a couple days to run it. Okay, cool, Wetmog. Cool. Affluence. I saw a tip on Deep Dungeon Discord to burn alteration for... that's that strat, I believe, is what Allie likes to do. I believe the logic to that is... So, let's bring that, So, what I like to do on those floors, personally speaking, is I like to save my rages and my flights for those floors, because the enemy options there are trash. You're dealing with scorpions, you're dealing with worms, you're dealing with frost dragons. It's not until I think 188 or 189 when you start seeing the return of chimeras, you know? Chimeras don't show up till later, so you're not having great options to fight. In the general sense. So by using an alteration for those floors, you're taking one room and putting it into Mimics and Corrigans. And Mimics, arguably, will be a lot easier to fight than a Scorpion, than a Worm that enrages, than a Frost Dragon that's gonna put a dot that basically kills you in like 3 GCDs, you know? So there's where that logic comes into play. Now, I probably will do that too. Well, it depends on how I think of the runs, etc. But that's where that thought process comes into play. And again, it depends on the job, though. Like we're talking Machinist, I would much rather fight Mimics all day. I can deal with a Mimic on 191 almost without steal. Kind of no problem. I would rather have a Mimic versus a couple other things. You know, I'm not going to get the Pox anyway. You know, and I know what they're not going to do any weird attacks on me. No gap closers, no nothing. It's just very simple. So Mimics do become your favorable enemy overall. Now, if you're talking like a melee, well, you know, it kind of doesn't make a difference because Mimics can kind of really hurt. So there's a little bit dependency on the job that you're using. But that's kind of where that thought process comes into play. Hopefully that makes sense a little bit. Say the same about 90. If I get lucky pattern Nev with the kiting, you can get away with Mimics without them hitting you too much if you get a lucky pattern. But it's RNG on that one. You gotta get fortunate that they're not, you know, keeping up with your distance. Think about this though, Nev. If you get really lucky and you get a sprint floor, I think there was one time I had sprints on like 91 plus. Oh man, of course you'll love Mimics. Mimics will never touch you, dude. They'll never catch up to you. You can kite them permanently. You'll never get hit. Thing of beauty. Of course, that's RNG that happens, but you know, same thing. You don't get auto sprint in Palace, but in Palace things don't hit you as hard. So it's a different scenario there. Oh, I messed up my combo. Keep that in mind when you do get there, yeah. Yeah, like Chicken, one thing that you do not want to take for granted. Like, a lot of people fear mimics, right? Mimics suck, they hurt, they give you pox. Sometimes, though, they might be easier than some other things, so... Hey, is Swords Blade! Gotta get the high five, dude. Yo, what's up, Soren? How is your stream? What are we up to? Thanks for that raid, buddy. You know, Sorens, I felt so bad. You know, a lot of times, you end around this time, like I know the time that you end, very, very, very nice of you to give the raids and stuff. When was it? I think it was last Thursday or Friday. I only saw it after I finished. But you went up to like 3 AM or something because you were doing like E11. I'm like, no, you were up that late? Fuck! I wanted to raid you, but I didn't see it fast enough. But I do appreciate all your raids, dude. Yo guys, check out Swords. He's got such an amazing stream over there. Also my very, very awesome teammate on Team True. So you're gonna get a quality stream because he is on Team True, so check it out. Thursday nights of the late night? Alright, I'm gonna remember that. I'm gonna remember that, dude. Yo, welcome guys. Creed, what's up, dude? How are you doing? Thanks for the raid. Guys, I am Angelus Demonus. I do Deep Dungeon solo, Final Fantasy XIV, like literally all the time. But today we're doing a little something special. We're kind of doing a little bit of an AMA tutorial on how to do Deep Dungeon on a Necromancer. I'm sorry, on a Machinist. So if you're eyeing the Necromancer title, the one I have on, today is perfect. Because I will try to just go over and answer whatever questions you guys got. So... ask away or hang around, just listen to me blabber about different things because we've been having some great conversations so far while kind of showcasing you what Machinist is capable of doing. So, hell yeah. Chillin', nice to hear, Creed. Is this Star Wars music in the background? This song is called Tension. It is from Final Fantasy Tactics. Now if you did the Evilus raids, and if you remember, I think it's the second, no, it's the third one, I think, right? I think it's the third one, where you fight Gundam Mustavo. Literally Gundam Mustavo. That's the song that plays on his fight. Actually, it's the song that plays in Tactics too, when you also fight, when you meet him in Tactics, so it's a very appropriate song. That's where this song comes from. Third raid in the set. Okay, third raid in the set, yeah. It's a good song. Very simple name. I think it's weird because I think the name of the song literally is Tension 1. The number 1. I think that's literally the name of the song. So... yeah, we do have, so my playlist is all, this one currently is all Final Fantasy tracks that isn't from 14. Although with the little detail that it probably showed up on 14, but this is not originally 14, this is originally Tactics, so... where's Tension 2? I don't know, actually. There is no Tension 2, right? Like, that actually was weird. That, yeah, I don't think there is a Tension 2, right? I don't remember. It was always funny, some of the Final Fantasy tracks, when I was looking them up, they would be called Battle Theme 1, Battle Theme 2, you know, Boss Theme 1. They wouldn't actually have, like, a name. Kind of funny. Like, I don't, like, someone can correct me, but I think Final Fantasy IX, they're not named, right? I think? They're just Battle Theme and Boss Theme. Like, they don't have a name. I think. Which is odd because 8 has a name, and 10 has a name? I can't remember anymore. One of them doesn't have an actual name. Maybe didn't make the cut? Yeah. Alright, we're at 67. So, I haven't really talked about much on the enemies, because really there's not much to kind of go over. I mean, they're melting before they even become a problem. But there's not too much that are, like, as problematic as some of the early enemies, right? We talked about the slimes in 11 to 20 where they enrage. We had a mention about the cobras that kind of devour toads. What else did we talk about? Not much else. We talked about a couple aggros and stuff, but, you know, on a machinist, man, you're drilling everything, so everything's just gonna die before they get too dangerous. And nothing in here up until, let's say, 81, when you're gonna walk into something that has an enrage. In 81, you're gonna start dealing with bombs. Bombs are bombs, they explode at some point, so they technically have an enrage. But again, you know, you're not really gonna be having a problem with that unless for some reason you're leaving things alive that you shouldn't be leaving alive long enough. So, this is a conal gaze. A lot of the gazes in Palace are conals, but I've become very paranoid and scared, so I will respect every single gaze, because in Heaven on High, a lot of gazes in Heaven on High are 360, and so being conditioned from that has made my mind extremely scared of any gazes I see. So a lot of times you might see me, like, I'll just turn and I'll like run behind an enemy, and I'll turn my back. I've had some people point out, it's like, hey man, you could have just, you know, just ran behind him and just continued fighting him. It's just a conal gaze. I'm like, I know, but you don't understand the pains that I've gone through. You don't understand the trauma that I've had in Deep Dungeon. Like, I am traumatized, so I will fully respect this gaze, even if you think that I shouldn't. Like, you know, it's just a mess with my brain at this point. So, yes. If you're looking at me and you're like, I could have just ran behind that thing, it's a conal. Fine. Do what you need to do. You won't see it from me. Sorry, I will sacrifice a GCD just to make sure my PTSD is satisfied here. Machinist level 80, congratulations, dude. Okay. That's proximity. Got a treasure room for 7! Oh, they happen, they're very rare. But then when you see a Jacian, it means you gotta do a high score run. No, I'm kidding. Well, you could, but yeah, it means you gotta do a high score run. Because, you know, you're getting a high score right and early, so... I think I almost encountered a Mimic in the starting circle before the duty commenced. Bronze chest for 11 that spawned in the circle that I can open! I've heard of that, Scottish boy! I've heard of that phenomenon happening, yeah. And then you couldn't do anything, right? Because you're still in the gate? I don't open chests if I'm in the gate. So, well, I can't, because I can't target it unless I click it with the mouse. So I don't do that. Well, I don't do it just because I can't. Yeah, I've heard of that happening before. Was a Phoenix down? Gotcha. Oh, you're saying you thought you almost encountered a Mimic. I think you can, though. It is possible to spawn a Mimic. I think I've heard tales of that. Okay, this is proximity, so I have to pull it, because if I go to the exit, it will aggro. I think Stream Raiders is ready, huh? Wait, hold on, let me get over there. The Triceratops is also proximity, but I think it's too far away from the exit, so I should be okay. And we are capped on Rezo, by the way. I said we were gonna get Rezos here, and we capped on Rezo, so we no longer have to deal with that anymore. Alright, we are on 69! Steal. Nice indeed. Nice indeed. Nice indeed. Oh, fuck. Man, it was so upsetting when I didn't even get to 69 in Astro on Sunday, guys. We died at 68. I couldn't even get to 69. How embarrassing. To be fair, I had Odin. Because that makes sense. Yeah, look at all this weaving, guys. Look at that. Look at that expert weaving right there. I am not totally running into a wall right now. 4 hours, you said. Strength and steel. We should have enough strength and steel for the ball, so... It's an emote? That's a nice emote. 69%, nice. Sight, we'll use it. There's literally nothing. Ooh! That's a toad trap, if you don't know. It looks like a toad, therefore it must be a toad trap. That's a landmine, that's a resolution. If we use a resolution, we turn into an angel. Look at us, we're an angel. I'm just gonna use it just to demonstrate, and then I'll dump it. Almost. Oh, I gotta pull something else, huh? I gotta pull something else. This was flighted, so... Emote this one, smash... Oh, cool! Nice. Alright, well I may as well check this chest since we are over here already. We had to kill everything on this floor actually. Kind of odd. Yo, intuition. Alright, we're up to the boss. The boss is a giant water serpent. And again, we're gonna kind of have a nice advantage because we are physical range. There's actually a strategy that I will be employing 100 floors from now that I did do it once on Dancer. I'm a little bit more comfy on it. It's a little bit more of a safer strat. It's a little bit more of a complex strat, but it's a bit of a safer strat. So we'll showcase that on Thursday. Alright, let's do the fight. I'll open with Lust just because I have 3 of them, so may as well. But this is not going to be very hard at all. And you can see, by the way, look at the time. Like, we have done this floor in 20 minutes, and we're just kind of going about just, you know, wrecking on Machinist. That's what Machinist is going to give you. Speed, time, power. It's a beautiful job. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now it drops a puddle on the ground. We don't want to make... So if this boss is on top of that puddle, it will get a haste bonus. So this thing is going to do Drench, by the way. I'm going to sprint when it does Drench, because it's going to drop an AoE. Now by sprinting, I will get out of this AoE no problem. If you do not sprint, you do not get out of that AoE. That's very important, because once we get to the boss at 170, you don't want to be taking that damage, because you might actually die to that. Right here, it's a little bit less threatening because it's only 70, but it's a good way to practice that. Now it's going to drop the puddle again. We just move it out of the puddle. I messed up my drill timer, as always. No sustaining potion needed here. I have steel on though, so there we go. Duty complete. And we are 6 out of 24. No drop. 6 out of 24. 1 out of 6 right now for that drop rate. Alright. There you go. That's 70. Shall we go onward, guys? So I'm keeping track. Right now, I opened the relic quests. So you'll see right here, new path of resistance. This is brand new. This came in about 2 or 3 weeks ago. I forgot already. From the relic quest. So this is the final step currently for the relic quest. And the relic quest asks you to either do Delubrium or Palace of the Dead. So we are what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to be keeping this quest open till eternity. We will not ever finish this quest. It'll be open forever. So we are kind of taking a little bit of a sample size, research, whatever, to see the drop rate of the relics. And so far, since I started last week when I did Dark Knight, and up to today, we are currently 6 out of 24. We've done 24 sets of floors, and we've gotten 6 out of them. So if you are ever curious about the current drop rate, we've been kind of putting it at about 20%, like between 18 and 25. From other people, not just myself, but other people. So, you know, if you're watching this video and you're on this step just by some odd coincidence, there you go. You know, that like I don't even know. Maybe Reddit has something like that. I don't know if they would have that information out there, but you would imagine that the runners themselves would have that information themselves. So, okay, let's continue. 71 onward. Alright, so this is also going to be now the first instance where we're going to fight Anzus, the ugliest birds in Deep Dungeon. We do not like Anzus, guys. They are actually patrols in here. That's kind of fucking annoying. But I'll show you something, because actually I have seen someone die to Anzus in here. In here, not in the higher floors, in this set of floors. I've watched someone die to the Anzus in here. So we're gonna go over a little bit of something that if we run into them, we might not even run into them. But we'll go a little bit into their mechanics, if you will. So you can be a little bit of aware of what they do, so they don't kind of, you know, blow you up. Yeah! Yeah! Man, if they were patrols, that would be so spooky, not gonna lie. Actually, maybe if they were patrols, it would be a lot easier. You could avoid them better. Not just sitting in a room, just chilling. You haven't even seen the full power. Okay, check this out, guys. So Anzu, right? So I'm gonna actually take a couple hits here on purpose. So it does win burn. Okay, I'm gonna Strength Steal just because. So you are familiar with the fact that it does the belly flop, right? It does the belly flop, stun, something, something. Now the thing that's interesting with this one in particular is it will not do the belly flop until it's actually low HP. So you said I'm just kiting this thing forever. It's not really doing anything. The Anzus and the higher floors, they will go into a rotation where they do wind burn straight into belly flop. That's why they suck, because the belly flop gives you vuln and then gives you stun. So now let's push them down to a lower HP. So as you'll see, after about a certain lower HP, I'm gonna pop a potion again just to demonstrate. Right about here, low HP, 33%. A little bit lower. We'll go one more. There we go. So now they start belly flopping because they are low. So they will only do that if the HP is lower. So you want to be careful with that because that was a stun and a vuln up, and I still have the vuln up. So, and I've watched someone die to that, man. If you're fighting multiple Anzus, yeah, that's what that's gonna do. So, yeah, what Witchy said, it's a 5-second stun. It is a diminishing return stun. I mean, if you're dead on the first one, then it doesn't really matter. Your diminishing returns for sec because you're dead. But yeah, so don't play with them. Well, don't play with them the higher floors, but also bear in mind, if you keep it alive long enough when it has low HP, it will do that stun. And there's a lot of scenarios in which that can fuck you up. You know? Maybe you're fighting something else, maybe you hit a lure trap and you had an Anzu up there. That can kinda mess you up if you get stun locked into AoE, so. Only Anzu I fight has frog legs. What about chicken legs? Do you fight the ones with chicken legs too? Maybe, maybe not. Yes, okay, that's a confirmative on that one. Chicken legs are good too. Here. Does a shield protect against stun? It should. It should block the stun if you block all the damage. So yes, the answer to that is yes. But I will say, so in this floor, Moist, yeah, but in the higher floors, maybe a Scholar can pull it off if you have Steel on. Let me tell you, Anzu's already hurt straight up, so if you don't have a Steel on, it's probably breaking your shield, even at a Scholar. Gunbreaker, it's going to break your shield no matter what. So you may not have a strong enough shield to even block that ability. Not to mention you're going to have a dot on too, so it's going to chip away at your shield. But yeah, so you still get the vuln, I think. Whoa, that was awkward. I think you still get the vuln though, so it doesn't matter in that front. You block the stun, but you get the vuln. See ya, B Shadow. Hey man, thanks for popping in. Thanks for the follow and everything. And it's nice to meet you, and I hope I catch you next time. I'm glad the videos have been helping you. Great question. Do you have any armor outside of? Do I have any aetherpool weapons outside of Pals that have glam? Not for glam, but I do have some of them because at one point I was entertaining the idea of farming the achievements. So I did get a handful. I had maybe like 5 or something, but then I kind of stopped caring. Because Pals of the Dead, you get an achievement per job. So you actually can get a weapon per job and get an achievement for the first step. But I think you only get an achievement by pushing one to Canna, not like every individual one going to Canna. So like, for what was it, 17 jobs? You can get an achievement for all 17 jobs, but you only get one for the Canna, which is the red weapon, the one I currently have, the red weapon. Heaven on High is also the same, where it's only one time. You get a singular achievement for getting one weapon. That kind of sucks. I wish there was one for all the weapons, but whatever. You have all of them on both characters. Damn. I don't like the weapons that much to care that much. I straight up did it for the achievement, not for the aesthetics. like the initial one are kind of nice because I just miss a reassembled though. Because they're kind of bright colored. I actually don't like the Canna too much, but I'm biased because I prefer blue. Like I am going to like, dude, you guys are gonna see me go crazy if the next deep dungeon shows up and the main weapon that we get is a big-ass blue glowy weapon. I'm gonna flip out, because I'm gonna get like one of every job. I'm gonna get like one for every single job if it's blue. And it hasn't been blue yet. Like the initial Palace of the Dead one is just a bright white, or a little bit of like a little bit of shaded red, like a little bit shaded, etc. But it is not blue. So there is a chance that you might see a blue weapon for the next Deep Dungeon. I'm gonna go crazy, man, because, you know, it's me and blue. I gotta have blue. Of course I gotta have blue in my thing. That's like Wallen was showing me the crafting and gathering, and he's like, yeah, they all go blue. I'm like, fuck. That means I have to get them because they're blue. God damn it, dude. I actually have to get the crafting and gathering relics because they glow blue. It's pretty crazy. Well, that's just my existence. I missed so many chests. Wait, there's like less. What is this? Do you have to clear 200? Do you have to clear floor 200 for the mounts? The mount in Palace of the Dead Skull is from Intuition. Let's see that stun. Ridiculous stun. It is from Intuition. So if I use an Intuition, which I had not used it, there is a chance that you'll see like a yellow glowy thing off the floor. So if you've done some deep dungeon runs, you may know what I'm talking about. And then, like, you know, you stand over it, you get the treasure, etc., and then you come away with the treasure. It is those items specifically, the sacks. I think it's the gold sack. Hold on. I think it's the gold sack. You appraise that, and then that has a chance of being the mounts. When you clear Palace, you don't get a mount. You just get a title or an achievement, but you don't get a mount that way, so. It's only Heaven on High you technically get a mount from Heaven on High, but Heaven on High you have to clear 4 times to get a mount. Because there's like a quest associated with it. But no mount in Palace. Not from achievements. Title is the coolest in the game. Necromancer. Guys, we were kind of joking about it a couple times already, ever since the showcase. But if the next job, for some reason, is called Necromancer, you better believe that I will be playing Necromancer. I have the title, I have the minion, it has to fit the job. You know, we have to fit the job description. We are the Necromancer, so... Like, I'm gonna be forced into being a main Necromancer just by literal contract reasons. Necromancer the Necromancer with the Necromancer pet, yep. How it goes, how it flies, man. Change? No, I can't change the name, man. That's the one thing I can't do, you know? Maybe I'll make an alt, though. I could make an alt. We'll make another alt and name it the Necromancer and then do the thing. I mean, oh, I gotta clear Deep Dungeon again? Oh, man. Man, that's gonna be real hard. I'm doing it 13 times already. No, I'll make a new character, man. No, Witchy, I'll just make a new character. Like, fuck it, I'll just make a new character. Does that perfect blue above my webcam? That's funny. Dude, I don't even care about the blue titles. I don't give a shit about blue mage. Like, yeah, blue theme, but man. Well, there's the intuition, so let's go for it. So if you haven't seen this before... Oh, perfect. So you usually use an intuition, which allows you to see these treasures. So what you'd have to do is you stand over it, give it some time, it spawns a abandoned coffer, you pick it up, and when I finish the set of 10 floors, I will get a sack. Now the mount that you're referencing, Skull, which is the Nightmare Pegasus, that will only drop from intuition sacks from 151 to 199. So only in the really deep parts of Deep Dungeon of Palace of the Dead will you see the chance of getting a Nightmare Pegasus. So the one I picked up now could never give me the mount. That's just not how that works. They're kind of segmented into different categories. So you want the highest quality one, and that gives you the chance at the mount. Because when we do a solo run, it's a little bit more difficult because there's a big risk of going for those intuition. So a lot of times you will see me avoid it on purpose. I'm kind of conditioned at this rate to avoid them. In a party, different story, because, you know, you can sacrifice someone, you know, it's like, oh, something spawns, you can probably kill it as a team. So there's a lot more of a chance that you can get in a party, but in a solo, you'll see a lot of people, you'll see me skip them a lot, because it's too risky. We step on a trap, we could end the run. Free stuff, I wouldn't say no to free stuff, but would you say yes to a wipe? Oh, that's not the button I wanted. Well, I guess I have a strike now, so I'll take it. if you want to just practice PoTD, is 51 the highest, but yes, 51 is the highest floor you can start on, and if you're looking to practice, like, you're gonna literally go in, and you're like, I am not clearing today, I just want to just get some reps. 51 is a very, very good way to go. This is how I put it to a lot of people. I've said this a lot before. If you can look in the mirror, right? Stand in front of a mirror. Look at yourself. Look yourself dead in the eye. And you can confidently say, today, I will get Necromancer when I start this file, you know? Like, I will get Necromancer. I am confident that I can get Necromancer today, or in the next 2 days if we start the file. If you can tell yourself that, straight face, full confidence, no doubt in your mind, you better start at floor 1, you better have 99 arm and armor. If you cannot do that, when you look at the mirror and you're like, man, but that 190 boss is gonna kick my ass, or it's like, man, I've never been to 151 before, man, I've never seen this thing before. Like, if you have those doubts, and if your arm and armor is not 99.99, start at 51. You know, get some prog, zoom past the first 50 floors that are unnecessary to go through, you know? Only when you're ready for the clear. Then you start really making sure that you check off the ones that are required for the achievement. Think of it that way, it'll make it more efficient, you know? You don't have to quote-unquote waste your time. I don't think it's still a waste of time, you're still learning, but that's one thing you can do it, so... Yeah, Nina, I love that SNL one. I've been starting getting loan on my alt just because nothing to do once I've done and... Yeah, do it, Tunnel, be like me, man. You get another character on a different data center, you make the excuse that you're leveling it, but you level it through Deep Dungeon. You know, that was really funny when I did it on the alt job, because I was like 63 by the time I got Necromancer, and we zoomed right through the story, straight into Heaven on High. We were like 71, and I zoomed right through the story in Shadowbringer, and my primal character was ready to go. Like, it was awesome. And I leveled it only through Deep Dungeon. I didn't have to do any dungeons, I didn't have to do any extra stuff. We just did it straight in Deep Dungeon, just did all the main story, and we were 80, so easy peasy. My only doubt is overconfidence. Hey, look, man, I'm just saying, if you can look in your eye and, like, even if you're overconfident, then fine, you know, go in like that, but... All I want is cosmetics, fair. I wish I looked in the mirror, I just got to 111 on Sam, that's pretty good. Did that character have... No, it didn't. Nope. None of the ones that I got Necromancer on JCN had the road to 70. None of them. My primal character I had already made on Behemoth a long time ago, but the reason I picked Behemoth was because I was slightly considering PvPing on another data center. So I had picked a server that had the most PvPers. I looked at top 100 for the season. I filtered by data center, by server. I saw Behemoth had a lot of PvPers, so I made a character there. I hadn't touched it for a long time, and then I continued the character. My Crystal character was on Curl because a friend of mine said if I ever make a Crystal character to be on that server so I can join their free company, and I took their offer, so that's the only reason I'm there. And that's a big server, so there's no way I'm gonna get a road to 70 there. My EU character, it was originally on... Where was it? I think it was originally on Ragnarok, and then they created the new EU servers, so I took a free transfer to go, I think, to Omega, when they created the brand new servers on EU. So I'm like, okay, well, we had the, I think we had a bonus, because they're like, they incentivized people to go into the new servers to get the bonus, but I wasn't working on multiple Deep Dungeon clears at the time. But then, they split the data center from Chaos to Light, so then, did I do that right? I forgot. Actually, I don't remember. I know I moved it at one point, and then they did the Light and Chaos server. I think that I moved it to Light. I don't know what server it is. Maybe it's Omega's Light. I don't fucking know. Anyway, it's on Light. It had a bonus, but it no longer has it because I only got it from the server transfer. So when I worked on that character, it didn't have the bonus either. But I never pushed it past House of Dead. So no. Long story short, no, I have not done it. Sorry, that turned into like a fucking like life story right there, but I mean, you know, that was the question. I did create a character on Mana with the Road to 70, but I wasn't doing it for Deep Dungeon. I was doing it for PvP, so we never did it on Deep Dungeon. So yeah, there's your answer. Oh, bring it, Han. Thanks for the follow. You came in. I heard it, but I didn't acknowledge it. If you're still here, thank you for that. I appreciate it. I think I've messed up your name anyway, too. Look at all the potsherds. You're getting a lot of potsherds. I picked up 3 so far, or 4 or something. Pretty damn good. I mean, I kind of need them, but you know. I still think this song should have been in 14. I will say it every time this song comes up. They should have put it in with the new Eden raid, but it's whatevs. It's whatevs. This is the perfect song, Machinist. Man the Machine Gun. Hell yeah. It's a good song. It's a hype song too. I wish this was in 14. I wish there was a 14 rendition of this song. Really wish there was. Well, let's go. Best FF song, says DMP. It's really good. I love this song. I was so like, I remember when I played FF8 early on, like when around the time it first came out, I always felt so upset when you heard this song like only for a limited time, right? It would only be in Laguna's scenes. But you only had those fights, you only had that part of the story for a limited time, so then when you went back to, you know, Squall and the team, like it would be the regular battle music, like, man, I want to hear Man with a Machine Gun. Because it's such a, like, Don't Be Afraid is great, but this theme is way better, so, my opinion. 2 Padres already said, yeah, I know, very lucky. I'm hoping for a crossover with at least 16. It's gonna be quite some time since we had one. Yeah, you're right. We haven't really had a crossover in a while. I mean, Axe, we should fully expect one for 16 just because it's Yoshi P. Like that's almost guaranteed. It's just when it's gonna happen is more the question. But maybe they'll do another. Maybe they'll do a crossover with a couple of the other Final Fantasies they're hinting at. Whether it's 10, whether it's 4, maybe one of those. You know. I always remember being so annoyed. Switching junction. Oh yeah, the switching junctions. Yeah. Because you had to. Yeah. Yep. For sure. So again, I'm going to kind of reiterate this part. We've been just kind of talking and chilling with chat and just going through the floors. Again, nothing here is going to be too dangerous. Actually, the only thing we really went over was the Anzus. Everything else, they kind of melt. They're not going to... Even if you keep them alive long enough, they're probably not going to give you a problem. Machina just blows everything out. That was a corner trap, even though I didn't walk over. I walked over there initially, but that's okay. So we're dealing with 2 lions. The lions will do Cry. This Coral will do just Mega Blaster, but that's about it. They're a lot more threatening later. These guys will do a big AoE, but that's no problem. We just, you know, just do damage, etc. Easy AoE to get out of. These will also be not too big of a problem later on, when we have to fight them, when they're souped up and 100 floors later. I'm gonna save my reassemble drill for this bird over here. That's no shank. No shank, no shank, no shank. Actually, I should use a shank by now, because we're getting close to the boss. I'll use a shank for Behemoth coming in. The boss in this one is Behemoth, is Big Boy Behemoth. Or actually Little Boy Behemoth, he's not the big boy. Big Boy's at 180. We got his son, or maybe daughter or something coming in here. Much easier version. Excuse me. Lions are sighted, that was not obvious. I could run right behind them, because they cannot see me. This one will have to get pulled, because he is in my way. I think there's a patrol behind me, so I may have to deal with it. Yeah, it's right there. So I'm gonna fight this first. And then we'll deal with the patrol coming in after that. I'll heal. Hot shot. Dead. Now what's the exit? Okay, the lion is looking into the wall here. He'll probably turn around. Yep, we'll fight him. Angelus is gonna be weird, so may as well just deal with him so it doesn't become a problem if we send on the trap. They're gonna do Cry, but it's gonna be dead before that happens. Easy peasy. We'll do an Intuition as well. We got blinded, I think. Abilities, okay. Ability is, I would say not terrible. On Machinist, what you lose is Peloton and Reassemble and your turret. So you lose a handful of things. Actually, I don't even think you get... You probably don't get Heat Blast, but Drill is still powerful, so you can get away with no abilities on Machinist. It's not as painful as some other jobs, like Dark Knight is pretty damn bad. Dancer is horrible, no abilities in Dancer, that's really tragic. In this case we got a Rage though, so it doesn't really matter anyway. Oh, this is a treasure room, a lot of shit in here. Is you here? Yeah, I am wearing Eureka gear, yeah. I almost have a full set of Eureka gear. I pretty much only have it for Glamour. I even have the Relic for Machinist, because the Relic for Machinist for Eureka is awesome. I like the changing colors. It has a blue shade to it, so I'm always, you know, biased to blue. It is Eureka though, yeah. I like the style. There hasn't really been another kind of set of gears that have really caught my eye, and I've been pretty much wearing this since Eureka, so... I like the glowy part of it. I like the fact that it glows in the dark, so I like that a lot too. Okay, no abilities. Let's check all the chests. We have a Rage. We gotta be careful with the silver chests if we're gonna open them. Witching. Serenity. I'll just keep it there. Fortunately, use that. And another strength. I'll take that. I guess I'm gonna kill this one because he's this here. Yeah, so you see it? This is the Eureka gear. You gotta dodge the Eureka. The hat, the feather hat is glowing. The hands are glowing. It's such a sick piece of gear, and the pieces are glowing. I love this. This is such a cool one. And it dyes really nice with the blue that I like to go with, so I really like it a lot. Yeah, and Moist, and then the flip side of that Moist, that's one reason I don't like the Bajra gear, because the Bajra gear doesn't glow. You know, the Judge gear is pretty cool. I mean, the healer set might be kind of wicked to have on a healer. But like, it doesn't glow, man. I want glow. Give me something that fucking glows. What strategy when you use Pomanders that shape change you? Wait, what's the strategy of when you use the Pomander to shape change you? Don't understand it though. Okay, so we have this Lust. This is Pomander of Lust. So what you see what I'm doing is I'm putting a stacking vulnerability on this enemy. So right now, for a minute and a half, Behemoth will be taking 50% more damage than normal. So it's basically 10% per stack, and that's one good use of it. Now, you saw me earlier use what's called a Pomander of Rage, and I turned into a Manticore. A Manticore has the ability to one-shot everything. You walk up to them, you smack them with your claw, and you put them into another dimension. That's exactly what that does. I also have a Resolution. A Resolution you'll see later, because a Resolution is more powerful against undead enemies. So it has a little bit more of a specific use, but it still has a use nonetheless. So they kind of have different points, different reasons in which you use them, but that's pretty much the gist of things. So a lot of times, like on bosses like this one, you may open with the boss, with like that would be your opener, to put a vulnerability on the boss, etc. Now, certain bosses may be a little bit more different in terms of the strategy that you employ, but that's the gist of it, so we kill this in basically a minute and a half. Look at that drill, dude. 6% off of its bar, and this is a boss with vulnerability up, so there you go. That's Baby Behemoth. At 10%, he does Meteor, so if you really want to be extra sure you won't die, then just make sure that you line up your burst at 10%. But generally speaking, if you have strength on, almost all the jobs will not have an issue. Machine is definitely not one of them. That you will not have to worry about that meteor dropping. I don't think that meteor kills you. It'll be a very similar meteor like in 180 where it does like a percentage damage. So, but yeah, so there you go. There's also a fact that the Manticore won't kill enemies if their modifier on the floor is called knockback disabled. Exactly, what Scottish voice said. So there's a very specific debuff, which is called knockback disabled. And that actually does eliminate any knockback. So if an enemy draws you in, if an enemy pulls you out, it will block the knockback, it is just disabled. However, the Pomander of Rage has an interesting interaction, where when it smacks an enemy, you'll see, if you note, I'm not sure if you saw it while I was fighting, I mean, you may not have noticed, but next time I use it, you could probably take a look. If I hit an enemy with a rage, it dies in a hit, but it also like jumps back. Like its body like jumps back from where it is. So usually when you kill something, it drops in its spot, but you'll see with a rage, it kind of pushes back the enemy. So that knockback is one of the reasons why it kind of dies in the first place. It gets one shot, it gets knocked back. So when you have knockback disabled, it neutralizes the rage, and you can't knock back. You'll still do damage, but you're going to do normal damage. You don't do one-hit kill damage. So it's one thing to be very concerned with. Let me tell you, that's pretty trolly, because a lot of times you may forget that a floor has a knockback disabled, and you end up using a rage because that's the plan in your brain, and then you make this huge mistake and things don't die. So it's a little bit of mind games. Like it does fascinate me if probably Square Enix already had that in mind. Like, it's such a simple debuff. Oh, you can't do knockback. But man, has it killed my solo runs. People have run into that issue where in the higher floors, and you just accidentally burn a rage because you just forgot the buff was there. And that's a very powerful Pomander. That's a Pomander that can potentially clear an entire floor, and you just fucking blew it, and it can't do shit because you forgot that there's no knockback. Like, it's so incredible how that is so common to happen. So be very, very careful with that. You know, such a simple one. You have to be very careful with that. So, all right, let's continue. So if I remember, which I think I will, we will intentionally fail the mechanic on the 90 boss. We'll fail 2 mechanics on the 90 boss. So what this will do is this will showcase a little bit of what you can do if shit hits the fan, okay? The mechanics of the boss are very easy, but a lot of people do die on this boss because they panic on this boss. So I'll show you, once we get there, what we can do to make it very, very safe. So in case you fuck up something, you'll have a gameplay to get away with it. Serenity greater than a rage. I value Serenity is very, very important, right? Because man, if you go into a floor and you do not have Serenity, the run can just end right in front of you. So it does depend on a couple factors. It's hard for me to kind of talk about those factors until we get there. But I think the short answer that I can give you is no. I would not use a Serenity in favor to just use a rage. Sometimes it's time, but I would not sacrifice a Serenity simply because a rage is on the floor. So, yo, Wallen, thanks for being here, man, as always. And I hope you have a good night, and thank you. I appreciate that. I will have fun with this run. This is a job that I am happy to be back on, and we will have a lot of fun, so. I discovered today using a rage on a lizard enemy that had stone skin. Just took up half its health. It has like a full-ass stone skin, dude. That's a one powerful stone skin, so yeah, it doesn't kill it. No, I mean, if the knockback defense should use Serenity, then rage. Yeah, does that make sense? Does that make sense, Nina? There is a thought process. It isn't just a simple yes. It's like, there's a couple factors that come into play, because I value Serenity a lot. So, more times than not, I will not use a Serenity to get rid of knockback. More times than not. But it depends. I would only use Serenity if I had access. I mean, that's valid too. Time is one of the other reasons that can come into play. You know, like, oh, this rage is going to buy me so much time. That's one play that could happen too. Like, if you're ahead on time, like that's the main thing. If you're ahead on time, you're probably not gonna do that, because a rage gives you time. You know, it won't kill time; it'll give you time. So if you haven't noticed by now, what I'm also doing on Machinist is as I pull, I'm running. Right? We're staying away from the enemy. I mean, simply put, if they can't touch me, they're not doing damage. That's as simple as I can put it. Also, these bombs enrage. If you leave them alive long enough, they are bombs. And what do bombs do? They go boom. They do have self-destruct. If you guys are OG Final Fantasy players, you know, you're probably familiar with all the bomb enemies that exist in Final Fantasy series. Well, these are like the classic ones. They will eventually self-destruct. And the self-destruct is instant. No charge time, no nothing. You just use it. Don't leave them alive long. Just don't. I don't know the range. I don't know if it's like pretty big. But safe to say, specifically on Machinist, you're probably dead if that thing gets off. A tank can probably tank it. You know, if you kind of know it's coming for some reason and you just let it go off for some reason, yeah, you're probably going to be staying alive. But as a Machinist without steel on, you're probably dead. Now, I think the timer is maybe between 45 seconds to a minute. So, like, the only scenario probably in which you run into it exploding is if you step on a luring trap and you have 3 bombs. Like, 3 bombs are fighting you. Or if you pull a bomb like right now, and I hit a toad trap, you know, and then now we have to burn 20 seconds, because we're in a toad for 20 seconds, that could run a risk of you making it explode, but those are very, very specific situations, so. Also, nothing scarier than a respawn in your room, but also a respawn being a giant dragon. Can you just imagine that in real life? Like you're just walking around, and all of a sudden a big ass dragon just manifests in front of you. I always thought that was really funny, but also pretty spooky, you know. Dragons do have a little bit more HP, by the way. They are bigger. One theme that I will point out in specifically Palace is the bigger the enemy, the more HP they seem to have, and I think they do have more HP. So a lot of the patrols are bigger, and they feel like they die slower. There's a reason, because they probably have more HP. The dragons also, they're way bigger. They feel like they die slower, but again, it's because they have more HP. So, and the way you will know that, unless you're using ACT, which can basically tell you their HP value, when you do a rage, they will do the exact amount of HP that they currently have. So if you hit the big one, and then you hit a Walmora, you'll see a big difference on it. Yo, what's up, Valerium? Good to see you, dude. I got you on the intuition. 9,000 damage, dude. Got my lust back. Okay, off to the next floor. Onward, team, onward. Wait, this song just played. I'm skipping this song. We just had this song play earlier. I'm gonna take this one. Now, interesting interaction here, okay? We are blinded, but we have a rage. Now, blind does make me miss. However, any of the transformations, rage, lust, rezo, will never miss in blind. Worth noting, because this is kind of a huge advantage. I will not take a miss, because we will not get affected by blind, so keep that one in mind. It does beat blind. You will not miss. And you'll see, I'll hit all these enemies, you will see I will not miss, so. The attack is classified as glamour and not a spell and ability. Yeah, I think that's probably why. I think blind does affect a specific type of damage. It is considered special. So maybe because it's special, that's precisely why it has no effect on the blind. Accuracy. It doesn't get affected by accuracy because it's special, so. Too bad blind for effect doesn't go both ways. I know, wouldn't it be great? Actually, sometimes you might get lucky and it feels like it, but yeah, it does not go both ways. The enemies are also not blind, which is interesting because when it's no knockback, it does affect both ways. When there is no knockback, like, we'll run into Scorpions here who do the draw-in. If there is no knockback, then the Scorpions can't, they'll still do the move, but you don't get drawn in by it. So knockback does work both ways. I'm glad that's useful. Yeah, that's not something you think about very often. Something considered, but man, it might be nice, you know? If you're fighting something, even using a lust over just going straight up could be very useful. So, do 180 bombs when 180 bombs to the hands you do it. Are you talking about 190? You're talking about 190, right? Oh no, 181 plus. You're talking about the blue bombs, the regular enemies, right? They don't explode. No, they do not have an enrage. If they have an enrage, then it's way longer than like 2 minutes. Like it's got a really long timer because I've never seen it, and I have taken a long time killing those. So I think it is safe to say that they do not explode. Man, if they explode, oh my god! Like I tell you, Deep Dungeon will be so much harder because they are one of the easier ones to fight, and they have an enrage. God help us all, because they are the easier one to fight. So. Discover the 80 bombs and yeah. I mean, I will tell you, Rerum, I never think about them exploding, and like I said, I've had them alive for a long time, and I've never seen them explode, so I think it's safe to say they don't. I was using Mage's Heaven on High Guide as we were climbing, so I did 60, says mimics are not stunnable, thought that included head graze. Yeah, head graze is not a stun, so that would be accurate, but head graze is an interrupt, so it's different. God, that's so satisfying, right? You walk up to an enemy, it's like 2 GCDs with a couple off levels and it's dead instantly. Gotta love that. Worms are sound, so you can walk past them. They are gonna be way more dangerous later on, but they're okay right now. Ooh, insurance. I have raising. Insurance. When you get that rage after you clear a floor at the exit. Yeah, I don't find that as dreadful, Octavarius, not gonna lie. Like, not as painful as a Petrify. Like, that's the one that I find is painful in Heaven on High. When you get the Petrify at the end, when you get the Magi Sight at the end. But the enemies in Palace don't threaten me as much, right? That's one of the main reasons, so you don't feel as bad. And then not to mention, it could be useful, like it might help you clear up an exit that's blocked out. Like, I don't know, I don't find it as painful versus Heaven on High. So these Scorpions do have a pull-in. They will get it off, so watch. I'm gonna run away from this thing, but look at this jerk. He's just gonna do a suck-in. Look at that. Fucking jerk. Now, if this floor had no knockback, he will still do that move, but it will not pull you in. It just doesn't do anything. So onward. Oh, drop chest. Ooh, strength. Oh, that's very good. Okay, cool. I do reply. 86. So again, like, not too much threatening yet again. I mentioned the bombs, I mentioned the scorpions. It's not really too much. If you're going one at a time, it's really fine. If you're dealing with multiple enemies, that's only when it becomes a problem, but there's nothing too threatening here. Good strength. Resolution. I don't need to. Found out you can bait a second AoE. After he does Conal, if you stand behind, does it backwards. Cone. Ah, yes! Yep. The vinegar dinosaurs, yep. That is one way. You will see it later on Thursday. We are gonna cheese the hell out of those enemies. They are gonna become the easiest enemies that you'll ever fight because you can bait that back home. Yep. That's one of the best strategies that we have too. Really good strat. Oh, this is a 3-room. Another strength. Hey, they're kind of nice with the strength, so. A mimic. But who cares? We can melt this. Look at that. Down to 40-something%, man, on the first GCD with look at that. Deleted. So satisfying. Meanwhile, in other jobs, you almost have to concern about that pox going on, but no, not on Machinist, man. You're not getting the pox to begin with, but you don't even have to see it come in. Sight. Hopefully I'm making a case, cause like someone's thinking about doing like Necromancer, and you're seeing the gameplay on Machinist, you're like, shit dude. Machinist is strong. Well, let me tell you, you haven't seen this job at its full potential, and you're gonna see its full potential on the higher floors, not here. You didn't even see all of it yet. If you get lucky with Pox, you can kill Mimics as Black Mage for Pox. That makes sense, yeah, Black Mage is strong, so I would imagine. Some of the melee jobs have a little bit of a hard time doing it just in time. I mean, Healer will have a hard time, obviously, for obvious reasons. Tank, well, Tank's different, because you can just get him out. You can interrupt, so not a big deal. I missed the chest. Let's check it. Yeah, for sure. Oh, let's try. Let's do it again. We'll deal with the dragon. Coming up soon, maybe in about, what do we say, about 6 minutes, maybe 10 minutes? We're gonna run into the 8 to the 90 boss. And the 90 boss, as I said at the beginning of this set of 10, it is one of the more common places for people to wipe. So, in 1 to 100, I would say floor 20, floor 30, floor 40, and floor 90 in terms of the bosses are ones where it is common for people to wipe. So I will go over a couple of things that are going to be worth noting for that boss to kind of give you a little bit of insurance about getting through that fight, okay? So, if you hear my voice now, and you want to see that happen, it's coming in about 6 or 10 minutes, so check it out. I don't know, maybe. Maybe. Damn, this is really good for a speedrun. We're going so fast because all the rooms are 3 rooms. Jeez. Afterwards. It is funny how I have all these Pomanders and they just fit in my pocket, right? You just whip them out and just throw them on the ground. Like, I gotta be a little careful because this thing's gonna drag me in. Hey, Starry! Nice and clean, my friend. Nice and clean. No problems here. How have you been doing for the rest of your night? Another dragon spawn. Okay, let's do the dragon. Hell yeah. Okay, the dragon probably aggroes, but that's okay. So you notice they are shooting from afar. It's not that big of a deal. They're kind of like AFK checks, if anything. Like, if you AFK in a certain spot, the dragon's gonna shoot at you. That's what I call it, AFK checks. You can't AFK because those dragons exist. More dragons. And it's Gloom, so it's even more annoying. Purity. Well, in Bodge, wait to see if we got lucky big figure of Castrum. Does the priorities work for Castrum or no? It's a treasure room. Like, can you do the priority thingy and it'll work? I did a really big mistake and I ricocheted, by the way. Never ricochet in the middle of a room because you get this to happen. But we're okay, because it's just floor 89. But I have been seeing, like, 55 out of 48, 58 out of 48. Now everyone wants to do Castrum, dude. Feels bad. At least you can guarantee the clear now, you know, that's kinda cool. You are guaranteed to clear Castrum, that's a nice feeling. Because you are gonna get a full instance every time. But I will say, from the duel perspective, you know, I just care about the duels. Maybe I'll consider Castrum, but I gotta line it up properly. I've seen already 2 instances where the fate for one of the duels and the actual critical engagement for the duel was empty. One of the fates was gonna time out, and then one of the critical engagements, which was Chocobo, no one went in. Just me. I just went in solo, because I'm crazy. All by myself against fucking Red Comet, dude. Because everyone is in Castrum. Everyone's doing Castrum. 54 out of 40. I'm keeping my fingers crossed. Sorry, you'll get it, dude. Have some of my RNG because I'm not using it. I'm not using some of my RNG, so you can have some of it. Yeah, let's go, Starry. Hell yeah. And Starry, like, you need that, right? Like, you need it to progress the story. Like, you're not just doing it because, like, you know, I want to farm shit. Like, you actually need that for the relic. Hell yeah. Until people get what they need, it will be a temporary. You're not wrong, Steamy Bun. It will be temporary. But it might take a while. Like, they're not going to finish it within the next 3 days. Like, it might take a month, 2 months. You know, maybe up until 5.5. You're going to see it, so... Alright, so I'm going to cheese here. I'm going to do a sight just to get the full reveal, and then we're going to go right to the exit. I don't want to walk around here. I'm getting a little lazy. Relic? Excellent. Unless top fails? Is that what happened? Oh dear. You have 48 people. It shouldn't be that bad. The Eureka, by the way, is sound, so I am walking here. Alright, so we're going to get the boss. We're going to do a couple things in the boss. Just to showcase what we can do. I'm gonna make sure I have a strength and steel on too. So, this will be eyeballing, okay? I'm gonna eyeball this, because I'm pretty familiar with the thing, but there's going to be 3 bombs that spawn that we're gonna worry ourselves about. First one should be over there, second one should be over here, and then the third one should be over maybe about here-ish. So watch those markers, okay? So let's go pull. So, you're gonna see it around A, and we're gonna get the first bomb. Now, what I'm gonna do on this first bomb is I'm going to intentionally not kill this bomb, okay? We're gonna leave this bomb and that is going to spawn. Now, the first 2, A and B, are bombs that you need to kill. That's the mechanic, you need to kill them. Because they are the ones you have to kill, okay? So the first one spawns, that was close enough. Okay, gray bomb is there. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to focus target it, and I'm gonna heal up. We are gonna fail this mechanic on purpose. So I'm gonna show you what happens when you fail it, okay? This is all about kind of giving you guys a little confidence here, you know, a little positivity here. I'm gonna make sure my HP is capped here, so you do want to make sure your HP is capped. Okay, so we're gonna keep my HP capped. That thing's gonna go off, but it will not kill me. I know it won't, because it won't. So it does a lot of damage, but we're not dead. We are running a sustaining potion. Now the second ad will show up by about B-ish. Right here. Perfect location. I will kill this one. Just, you know, I don't want to take 2 of them, so we'll kill it. Easy death. Alright, so the next mechanic, which is the bomb C, the mechanic of this boss is that you're supposed to put it underneath the boss. Because what it's going to do is this boss is going to do a move called Massive Burst, and it needs to be stunned. So the bomb that comes up, which is colored blue, will do the job of actually stunning the boss. However, if you do not place this correctly, right here, it's where it needs to be. But let's say, you know, oh fuck, oh my god, I'm panicking, oh dear. So we failed the mechanic. So what you'd want to do is, again, make sure that your HP is capped. It will do literally 99% of your HP. You know? So as long as your HP is full, 100% HP, you will survive this. Guaranteed. But you have to make sure that you heal back up. Boom. Okay, so we heal, good. So that's in case you really fuck up that mechanic. You can kind of do that, and you're good to go. Now the next couple bombs or whatever, this one that's going to be at the north side, you can kill it. But there you go, that's how you kind of manage this fight if shit goes south. Other than that, you can use these markers, A, B, C, you can park the boss there, you can kind of note them down. That's where all the ads will show up. And it is, by the way, static. Every single time you do this fight, those bombs will spawn exactly the same location, so no mystery there, so on and so forth. I don't have strength on, so I'm actually going to go over here. I don't want to get strength back on, and I don't have steel on, so this is also going to be a little bit more fun. Okay, cool. Alright, so we're going to try to whittle this boss down. I don't have strength and steel on, so this will be a little bit longer, but at least we showcased what I wanted to showcase there. So what gets a lot of people is more the C bomb, that blue bomb. They don't have the right position, they try to panic to put the bomb underneath the boss, they fail the mechanic, you know, they shove it into a wall, you can't make it, you can't push it out of the wall, and then you're like, oh shit, I guess I'm dead. No, just make sure your HP is capped, you know, that's all you gotta worry about. Now, also worth noting, we are machinists, right? So we do have a limited toolkit here. If for some reason you're looking at this video, and you're considering taking a melee or a tank, you can stun the boss yourself. One of the rare instances where a boss is actually stunnable. So you can actually go and just stun the boss yourself and just avoid yourself the trouble of that whole mechanic. So there you go. That's 90. So hopefully that will help you from having an unfortunate death on this boss. Because let me tell you, it is common. Oh, we got another one. So that is 7 out of 24, I think now. So wait, 90 floors, 90... No, 7 out of 25. 7 out of 25 now. Okay. So we got 7 out of 25 so far. So yep. I have heard very commonly people dying to that boss. One way or another, usually it's that third bomb. The blue bomb that you need to park under the boss. So that's what we wanted to do there. So that's what happened. That's what you can do to save yourself from dying there. Alright, let's continue. We are going at a very, very nice pace. I like this pace. We're gonna finish way faster than a Dark Knight run, I think. 91 bucks. Let us continue. So this is the last set. This will get you to 100. A lot of undead here. We're gonna probably get a lot of resolution usages. Oh, it's extreme. Trying to see the rooms. Ah, we already started the resolution, so we're gonna see if we can have a couple undead enemies here. There are a couple that are undead, so this Wraith isn't undead, so I'm going to reso. I'm gonna drop a resolution here. So you'll see, this thing might get one shot. Yep. Because it's undead. We are an angel, we have the power of holy, and we can one-shot undead things. So there's kind of the usefulness. Someone was asking earlier, like, what do you use resolution for outside of the 100 boss? Well, there's your other reason. Is because we can do that this way. Now this won't die in one shot, I believe, so we need 2 shots for this dragon because he has more HP. I mentioned the bigger the target, the more HP. This mummy will probably die in one shot, so that's okay. That is considered undead. Not everything is undead, so the swarm in the exit was not undead, so I didn't kind of go for it. It would just do normal damage. These roselettes are not undead as well. But I can hit them and hit multiple, but you'll see, they're not undead, so we're not going to get the bonus damage. But I'm going to get kind of the AoE damage here, so it's going to be a little slower, but I will hit them and kind of whittle them down this way, so. No more G-City here? I don't think I get this last one, but... There you go. So it does give a stun. Some things are not stunnable, but it is worth noting that a resolution does stun. That can kind of save you a little bit. Now I've never used the resolutions because of the stun. So like we didn't want to just have a stun for a reason. I've never popped the resolution for stunning. It's just usually I use it just for undead purposes. Now what is this chest? No, this is the reso, right? Okay. I had to kill everything on this floor. I had 10,000 damage, man. Alright, on to the next one. All my palms are 3 of everything, usually very nice to see, it's pristine. Rage! So that's gonna make this floor a lot easier. Let's check a little bit here. Alright, we're gonna use it. I wonder if I can get this weird interaction with the swarms. Nah, not this time. I'll only explain it if it happens, but it didn't happen, so I'm not gonna explain it. Now I do have to worry about stepping on traps. So we could get a bad combo where we hit a landmine into hitting the enemy. It could be very dangerous, so we do have to take a caution a little bit here to make sure that we don't just get an unfortunate trap while we're dealing with enemies. Alright, let's go. Switching. This is a fortune, that's fine. I didn't use it earlier. We have another strength, that's fine. Wait and hold, in case of a trap. Let's pick up the Rage in here, wherever it is. Oh, it's all the way back here. Cool. We'll pick up the Strength and we'll move on, so that's a nice first 2 floors. We're spamming Peloton, even though Peloton is 30 seconds, man. It's an instant cast, so there's nothing wrong with just spamming that button. And I'll try to spam it just to make sure we have it going, but movement speed up is so useful. Good to have. The Roselets are sound, but they're also ranged attacks, so you see they're not coming at me, which is very convenient. You're gonna see this later. It's gonna be very nice for that to happen. Very easy enemies to deal with, because they are so far away. They're not meleeing. Now if I get close they will melee and becomes really dangerous, but because they're far, very very easy to deal with. Ah, wrong window. Resolution! We'll leave in the chest in case I see undead. Which I do. I'm gonna use the resolution now. This dragon now might die in one shot because I have strength on. It might. I'm gonna set up a second one just in case. It did not. But it got a lot more damage than it had previously, so. Okay, let's check the other room. Now, funny interaction here. I can open the chest while transformed. Just, you know, just a note, in case you didn't know that. But I can't open a chest while transformed. Alright, let's go. Now, bronze chest, sorry. Let me be specific. A bronze chest that can give you an item. You cannot open a gold chest, that cannot happen. But you can open a bronze chest, so. Hello? Oh my god. Did my stream meters just freeze? What the fuck? Here we go. Alana Todd. My stream meters is going honkers. Fly traps take like 2 CGs to cast Seed Volley. Yeah, they take a while to do their thing, man. Which is very interesting too. That's why they're very fun enemies to go. Dude, I think my stream meter is froze. Like, what the fuck? Hope that's not a good, like a bad thing, because I'm very concerned about it being frozen right now. Okay. Hopefully that's a stream meter thing, not me. What? I didn't mean to hit that button. Yeah, I'll do this one. Okay. Alright, let's go. 94. Alright, no items, no problem. We do have strength still going. These are not too bad. There are patrol versions of this that will jump you, but these are not the patrol versions. Easy game. Let's go. See if this is the exit. It is not, so I'm going to bypass it. Because I don't know, there's a likelihood I'm not even picking up a useful chest here, so I'm just going to keep going. Yo, Paradox 0 with that host. What's up, dude? I forgot I put that in there. What's up, dude? I forgot that was the alert. We got 4 reclears done, hell yeah. We be progging on a Tuesday, good job, guys. So, is it, are you just unable to get to E12 because of time, or are you still kind of not at that point where you can, like, get it all done in one go? I mean, this is what, the 3rd or 4th week that you've done that already, so... Okay, so it's just more time. Okay, cool. Fair, fair. Thanks for the host, man. Start at 11:30. Eastern? Right? We're Eastern? Oh, that's... You made some good time then. That's actually really good, so... Thank you for that. Yeah, that's a patrol, so that one gap closed on me. Thanks for shouting out Paradox. He's a good friend of the stream. Check him out, guys. He was doing some re-clears on his end, so he's a good dude. Oh, there's another room over here. Let's check this one. Oh, the exit is in front of me. Okay, so... Ooh, that's a bit of a mess. This is a patrol. You can jump. Very spooky on the higher floors, by the way. Yo, Axe, see ya, dude. Was waiting for thanks for anything. Yeah, no problem. Oh, hey, yeah, it's one. I am also Eastern too, but I go pretty late into the night. But hey, man, thanks for popping in. And if you ever got more questions, and a bunch of you, I'm not sure if you caught it, but we do have Discord. So if you want to contact me and talk to me off stream, perfect place. So you are all welcome. That is the stream Discord. It is a public Discord, so you're all welcome. So thanks for being here, man. Thanks for everything, and I hope you have a good night. I'm glad to hear it's very informative. That is the purpose of today's stream. You know, I did get a little burnt out. We almost did this every week, where I was going through a tutorial, AMA, you know, we took a job in that I'm very comfortable with, and we went through it. I gotta admit, I got a little bit burnt out on it. There was a period of time when I knew I was supposed to do this. Like, let's say today's Tuesday, right? So I would wake up Tuesday, I'm like, I have to do a tutorial. Like, that's where my mind was going. Because I know it's a lot of talking, because we're gonna be talking a lot. A lot of just maybe talking to myself, you know, people maybe asking questions, you know, we get a period of time when no one's asking questions, so I'm just talking about whatever. It's exhausting. So I took a little bit of a break and we started focusing on simply the clears, and not gonna lie, like, that's fun too, because, you know, a lot of it goes in my brain, but I don't really outwardly talk about it, because, you know, unless someone asks, but, you know, it's easier to compile strategies when I'm kind of thinking on my own. But I was ready for something like this, and it's kind of flipped, because we focused on more clear attempts, but then I was starting to get a little annoyed at, like, Dark Knight, so now we flipped it. So now I'm really game for this stuff, very excited about going through this part of the stream, so... How it sounds tiring? It is, it was, I mean, you know, you're kind of just, like, literally vomiting all this information as much as possible. You know, like whatever I see in my head, we're just talking about it. I mean, it's fine, because I really enjoy it. Like, this is great. Like, I love doing this. But, of course, you know, when you do it every week, and then also sometimes, what feels bad is, let's say we go through this run, right? We go through this, we get to Thursday, and we fail, right? So, what do I have to do? I have to do this again, because I'm not gonna, like, leave the video. Like, we're not gonna be like, hey man, here's the, here's the 1 to 194 video. I don't know what happens in the last 6, but I can get you to 194. It's like, no man, if we're gonna do a tutorial video, we gotta go from 1 to 200. So if I fail, everything you heard today and everything we gone over, we gotta do it all over again, man. Just like it never happened. So, like, I'm okay with that, but sometimes it gets like, okay, well, gotta go through all this all over again, you know? A little annoyed at myself. Like, not at you guys, not at it, it's just myself, you know? It's the performance of the run itself failed me, so I have to do it again. That's all it is. So it was fine for a while, and then I started to feel a little burnt out on it, so we backed out on it. But it would back recharge. But also it's a motivating factor, because there were a lot of people asking. A couple machinist mains, a couple people asking about machinist. I had only done one video for Palace, and I was eyeing doing it in Palace. Like, I really wanted to get back into and take a job that I really liked, machinist. And it's just, you know, we were a little bit tunnel visioned on trying to get more clears. You know, we got the monk, we got the ninja, we got the gunbreaker. I was kind of tunnel visioned on that, but because Palace would take 2 days, you know, that's why it's tough. Heaven on High was easy because it was just a one-nighter, but Palace is 2 days, so. I was fortunate with my Red Mage one. when I did Red Mage, the tutorial Red Mage, because we did one-shot that essentially. We did it on Chaos, we did it on Lights, on EU, and I essentially one-shot. So it would be kind of convenient to one-shot it. Just saying. But, look man. It is what it is. Hold on. So, oh my god, look at all the patrols. The Gravekeepers are sound, so I can avoid the Gravekeepers. However, the Palace Course is not sound, it is proximity. So what you're gonna see here, I just toggled walk. So you'll see that this Gravekeeper will not aggro. I also have to be careful about Ricochet, because Ricochet is AoE. But you see no aggro from the Gravekeeper, because I am walking. Now the Gravekeepers are arguably one of the harder hitting enemies in Deep Dungeon. So on this set of floors, they would theoretically be the hardest thing that'll hit you. Oh, we got a Rezo. Also worth noting that on 97, a vast majority of enemies are undead, if not all of them. So Rezo is actually a really good commander right now, because we will just kill everything. Even this Gourmand is undead, so that's why Resolution is pretty damn powerful and pretty damn good. AoE range, yep, exact, that's a very good way of putting it. It is an AoE range. I think the Gravekeeper does not die in one shot. Oh, it does, okay. I think it's pretty tight on that HP, so... so anything that he'll react to you running, but constant gunfire, nah. You know what I laughed at, Moist, when I was on Monk? It was hilarious on Monk, because you know what I would be doing on old Monk? Form shift. So when you walked up to something that was sound aggro, you'd be doing form shift, like, right in front of their face, and they're like, I don't hear shit. Like, do you guys hear anything? I don't hear anything. Like, you guys hear this? Like, literally stomping your foot right in their face and they don't hear it. It's so hilarious. Yo, Kiri? Wait. You didn't pass your bedtime? Was this Angel form? Have you not been in Palace? Huh? That's, Commander Resolution. That's a, specialty of Palace the Dead. You will turn into a Karibu, which turns you into an Angel. And you will cast, like, basically, like, I guess it's called Holy? And, you know, classic Final Fantasy-esque, you know? You kill undead with Holy, so... You ever tried the upper floors? Welcome to the upper floors, my friend. What's up, dude? Yeah. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, I was talking about this sound enemy earlier. You know, I was talking about how, like, they were mostly won't hear you unless you walk right on top of them. Yeah, I just kind of, like, you know, like... I headbutted that Gravekeeper, that's why I aggroed. Oh, how's the hand? How's the hand, Kiri? Are we good? Is that alright? I mean, it's probably not, like, probably not healed by now, but it's probably better, I hope. You don't want to sleep? I hope, that's a good reason why you don't want to sleep. I mean, I'm happy you're here, by the way. Switching... Lust. No, we're just gonna go. It's just Yucky and healing, use of the... Okay, gotcha. Oh, you can't even... Oh shit, you can't... Ooh. Oh, is that why you're not streaming? Oh shit, no. Damn, I didn't think it was that bad. Oh fuck, I'm sorry. Shit. Shit. Hopefully soon, hopefully soon, hopefully soon. By the way, shoutouts to our buddy Kiriari. She's great, by the way. I chill in her stream whenever she goes live, because it is just a good atmosphere in there. But you guys should check her out. Try to use my mouse a bit today, just things cause pain. I'm sorry. Yeah. Suddenly down in Classic, suddenly down on the Classic, not paying attention to my surroundings, and when I went thanks to Patrol, yo, this area, my recent monk run, it ended exactly like you said. I was on 194, and I was dealing with, I think I had a Mimic. I popped the Mimic, I was trying to manage the Mimic, completely blindsided by a Patrol, and I didn't have a Witching. Run was over, that's it. Game over, man. Because I fucked up. So I feel you on that one. And it feels extra bad because, you know, the higher floors you have a lot of visual, like you can see pretty far. I was just kind of surprised at myself that I missed the Patrol. I don't know how I ended up missing that Patrol. Like, I was really upset with myself, like, Hello? Like, I can see, like, 2 rooms ahead of me. I don't know why I didn't see it, but I did, so... I feel you, man. But, you know what? The mind is thinking about a lot of things, you know? Homelander management, the fact that you've already spent 18 hours or something on that file, like, I get it. So, that's probably what it was. You know, you were thinking about a lot of things, and this is the one thing that you just didn't calculate for. It happens. We will be using that angel in a bit too, because we need to use it for the boss. It was our first time in 191. Nice job. I wanted to figure out if we could take a mimic without steel, whoa, which job were you doing it on, Visaria? Which job did you try that on? Machinist? Oh, something just spawned right on top of me. Okay, I heard that spawn. I feel like my head is getting tired. I'm gonna say, say prolonged palace. Yeah. Yeah, you gotta have your attention in here, man. Machinist. Okay, machinist. I was gonna say, like, if you were gonna tell me red mage, like you dealt with the mimic without steel on red mage, you are a better red mage than I am, because I found my limit on red mage. I can deal with a mimic with only strength but no steel, or with steel, but I tried to do a mimic 191 on red mage without steel and strength. It didn't go well. I did not succeed. To be fair, I think the one time I tried it, I did not have enough running room. But yeah, machinist, it's fine. Yeah, if you get a little unlucky with the kiting, you might run into an issue. But for the most part, it's not too bad, you know? Good job, though. Good stuff, man. You're gonna get that clear eventually. Once you start getting into 191 consistently, you're gonna be right there. It's just a matter of time. The rate at which you will be able to get through 191 to 200 is way higher than, say, Heaven on High. Heaven on High 91 plus is such a shitfest. You know, RNG is such a huge factor. So many things can kill you so easily. But Palace of the Dead 191 plus, man, it's a little bit kinder with the RNG, with the enemies, so it's just a matter of time. Maybe I'll get a group. Maybe I'll get the group I did HOH. Do it! PoTD's fun, man, and it's challenging, and the floors are pretty, so... And though, Kiri, make sure that you get the relic quest. You know the relic quest, right? I think we probably mentioned, right, the third step. Make sure that's unlocked, so that as you're doing Palace, you start farming the relic stuff. Okay. Right now, my drop rate has been 7 out of 25. So that's the drop rate I've had. So, I mean, it's not the greatest drop rate, but I mean, you know, I'm in here anyway, so who cares? That's after... Yes. Yes, that is after the Void Arc run. So after the 18 Void Arc and Ravenaster, you get into that step. Yeah, the 18 there. I feel bad I had to run fucking 18 Evilist, 18 Ravenaster, and 18 Void Arc, especially after they upped the Fates. I would have done the Fates. I 100% would have done the Fates instead, because I was trying to level Blue Mage, but... After I did like, I think I did like 5 Fates, and I got like 0, I'm like, yeah, I'm good. I'm not gonna do the Fates. It's okay. No, don't consider it behind, man. It's a grindy thing. I was motivated because I wanted to have this step ready for when I entered Palace. So I was motivated to do it fast. But don't worry about it. I wouldn't say you're behind at all. In fact, I would say you are smart. Because you waited for the hotfix, and the hotfix is gonna help a lot, you know? You don't have to go through 18 fucking Void Arc Ravenaster, so you can split it up between the Fates, like... God, I wish I could have done the Fates instead of ran through that stuff 36 times. Precisely! Yeah, you got it. I was never, ever going to do the Alliance raids. Never, ever. You haven't even locked the Heavensward ones? The only reason I had the ones for Heavensward ready was because I ran them on Blue Mage. I never had them unlocked until I had to do Blue Mage. So Blue Mage made me do it because I had to get the spells and we had to do, like, I think, certain requirements. Okay, let's do the boss. So what I like to do on this boss is I'm going to just GCD this thing until 90%. 90% is when it does its first set of ads. By the way, this is the same boss in Delubrium. He has really cool mechanics in Delubrium, just want to put that out there. Alright, so we're going to get him to 90. We're going to be using a little bit more sustaining potions here, so bear that in mind. Once he gets past 90, he's going to then do his ad phase. So ads are coming in right now, so I'm going to do a burst now. I'm going to do my full burst. I'm going to get this all out first. You can see the ads come in, but they're not going to be too annoying. I'm going to pot here. I'm going to do another heat blast. We're going to continue doing the burst. So what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to whittle this boss down further. So I'm going to be aiming to do one lust and one rezo on this fight. Okay, now we're going to pop a potion. I'm going to do a lust here. So we get rid of these ads here. The next set of ads will be showing up by about 63 or about now. So you'll see the next set of ads show up, so that's fine. So we're going to stay in lust for a little bit here. Probably until reassemble shows up or when I get these ads down. And then we'll DPS. The next set of ads will show up at about 35%, and that's when we're going to use a resolution. So we're going to push here, I'm going to kill this ad, the other one's going to show up, so we're going to get rid of that one as well. I'm going to stay in this form for a little bit. So these guys are a little bit staggered, so boom, one. I think these guys here. I'm going to drop because I'm going low in HP. Alright, so now we're going to do some damage. 46. I'm going to wait for my potion to come back up. These ads are coming in, but we're getting close to the next part of the ad phase. So I'm going to wait for my sustaining come up. So I go sustaining, I go tactician, and then we go resolution. Perfect set for the ads. Alright, so I'm going to avoid this because that's doom. So we're in angel form. We're going to get all of these ads in one go. They're going to die. But I have to do it again because these corpses will stay in the floor. If I do this, then the corpses are gone. Their bodies are gone. That's a special mechanic of the angel form. I'm not going to stay in angel form because we will probably do more damage with regular hits. I'm going to drop out of it and we'll just whittle this down. And that's all the ads. 3 sets of ads. One at 90, one at about 63, one at about 35%. And once you're past that phase, this boss is done. So. And by the way, that's my strategy to kind of keep the Pomanders very conservative. So what you'd probably see in a party is you would probably use a resolution per ad phase. 3 resolutions, 3 ad phases, blah blah blah. But this one keeps it all intact because, you know, we will need resolutions a little bit later, so we don't want to empty the tank there. We will need lust later, so we don't want to empty the tank there. So that's how I kind of keep it conserved, especially on the DPS. You just roll the DPS, so... You'd rather have grounded old fate rates than that. I just don't want to like do the alliance rates, dude. This will be a decent score. I wasn't really going for score. That's not a bad score at all for what I did. So, did mostly speed runs, mostly floor clears. Just the kills were lower, so not a big deal. And we did not get a relic item, so that would now be a 7 out of 26. Right, so we did 100 floors. No, that's actually 7 out of 27. So we did 17 plus 10. Yeah, so that's actually 7 out of 27. My bad, 7 out of 27 on that one. Okay, 20 more floors to go, team. So now, that was the end of 1 to 100. So from here, you will be able to continue your file into what they call the challenge modes. 101 plus, RIP Dark Knight, but 101 plus. So look at this. So actually, this is actually a pretty damn good example. You'll see my Dark Knight run from last week. It is X'd out. I cannot do this file. These floors are only available when the KO count is at 0. So you are only able to get past 100 if that KO count is 0. Essentially, what a KO count will mean is if you duty fail. If we have a Pomander raising, so you saw the raising is like a white icon. I'll show it to you when we go inside. If I die with raising, that's okay, because we did not fail the duty. We will get re-raised in the duty. But if you die without a raising and you duty fail, that file is dead, and you have to start back at 1. If you're going for the achievement, right back at 1, because the achievement requires you to do it from 1 to 200. So you're having to go through 200 floors deathless, essentially, without dying. It's part of the challenge. That's why it makes this challenge really hard. But it's part of the fun too, so. Oh, that's the wrong button, sorry. Let's continue into 101 plus. Now another thing to note, how the floors work now. Then the floor designs will be a little bit different, but basically the enemies we saw from 1 to 100 are going to be more or less the same enemies 100 floors ago. So the enemies you had at 1 to 10, we had beetles, we had Ziz, we had bees, etc. We're gonna see the same enemies. Same enemies. Now they will hit harder. So they are souped up because they are 100 floors later, but generally speaking, they're not going to be too different from what they were before. And that will apply all the way up to 1 to 200. Pretty much a mirror image of those enemies, although some of the harder enemies will do a couple more harder techniques, and we'll kind of like talk about it later, so. You get memory some? Yep. Yep. So the final step paradox, it's, what's it called? A new path of resistance. That's the step where you can adjust the stats. You either do Delubrium, and I think chat mentioned it, but you either do Delubrium for a 100% drop rate, or you do Palace of the Dead, and any 10 floors that you do, we've been seeing about a 20% drop rate. Now, you know, I'm a little biased, so of course I'm gonna prefer Deep Dungeon. Also, I don't really like Delubrium. The only reason I don't like Delubrium much is more because of the length. I think the fights are fine, I think they're great, I think they're fun, but it's so damn long, dude. It's like, oh, it drags on forever. So I kind of don't like doing it that much. I am definitely not going to do 15 of it in a row. I'd rather do Deep Dungeon. We go through like 100, 150 to 200 floors a week. Like, I'm gonna eventually get the items, so. Probably gonna do PoTD and Gunbreaker to second pots, fair. Just you hate Delubrium and like the bosses, and it takes forever. Yeah. The bosses are okay. The mechanic, honestly, if the fights were half the duration, I probably would enjoy the fights a lot more. But because it's so long, it sucks. And you're going in DF. I mean, if you go in with a pre-made, they're probably gonna melt it, right? You know, everyone's gonna run in with the right lost actions and stuff. But you're more than likely running it in a DF, dude. So you're not gonna expect people to run their essences and run their good lost actions. Like I remember seeing an argument, not really an argument, but a mention in Shout Chat on Aether. And they're like, man, you should always run your essences, why wouldn't you? What else are you using them for? It's like, I get the argument, but man, like, you can't assume that everyone's gonna have essences, like, you know? It was so cheap, like, I guess for you, but they're not for everyone. Also, I'm burning off all of my shit for duels, so I don't have that much. Wish we had 3 slave slots for Deep Dungeons. 3 would be respectable, yeah. 40 to 45 minutes, not the ones I've done, but I haven't done one in a couple days, so... I remember a teammate, though, Matto, saying that he did a 45 minute one, so... I don't know, the fastest I've done it was an hour. So... maybe it's better now. Maybe people have more stuff, but I don't know, dude. You haven't had one under an hour yet? Yeah, I haven't either, so... It's not so bad as long as people use essences. Yeah, precisely. But I can't, but... For me, I don't, like, assume people will. I'm just gonna assume people don't, you know? Like the budget runner who isn't farming stuff, so it is what it is. You do your weekly? And I can't even manage the weekly, dude. I can't manage the weekly. I tried. It's getting slower in DF, and so it's getting slower in PF. Oh, you mean like getting a pre-made? Gotcha. Yo, what's up, Muramasa? It is Machinist time. It's Machinist time. What food substats would I like to give Machinists? I would be working with over meatballs, so direct hit determination. Also a great question. So this is a very interesting feature of Deep Dungeon Palace of the Dead. So I got a story for you guys. You got a campfire, I got a story for you. Palace of the Dead is Heaven's Ward content. So if some of you OG players who are back in Heaven's Ward, you should remember that direct hit did not exist in Heaven's Sword. It showed up in Shadowbringer, no, showed up in Stormblood. So an expansion later you had direct hit. So funny enough, Palace of the Dead kind of still retains the old schoolness of Heaven's Ward. So you actually do not have direct hit in Palace of the Dead, natively speaking. So that's also, by the way, one reason why Warrior and Machinist have a pretty massive advantage, because you're gonna have direct hit over other jobs that literally just don't have direct hit. Now, it was found, oh what the fuck, it was found using ACT that, first of all, you have 0% direct hit, you don't have direct hit. If you use food with direct hit, so if I were to use Ova Meatballs, I will then have, I believe it's precisely a 2.4% direct hit rate. So you actually obtain direct hit because you are using food that gives you direct hit. And again, that was shown because of ACT. ACT will tell you those statistics. Like you can't eyeball it, well you could eyeball it, but that was the percentage over a period of time. So there's your answer. So that's why it's a little bit advantageous for you to run food that at least has direct hit, and whatever else after that will be whatever else, whatever you prefer, whatever your job you're used to, blah blah blah. I just run this because I think it's the best, but I'm not really min-maxing my food, I think, so. So the Judge gear has been useful since... I don't do Savage, maybe... Oh, okay. Yeah, and they're good gears, so like, what are they, 5'10", I think, so... Over Meatballs, and yeah, I do it for the direct hit. I don't know the, I don't know the highest eye level in which you'll max out the HP bonus. There will be a cutoff in terms of how much HP you get based on the food. It's out there, the information is probably out there, I just never memorized it. But this is cheap for me, so I'm just going with the direct hit, etc. But yeah, Ovum for me. Now in Heaven on High, you actually do want to use 510 food, because 510 food will give you the maximum HP bonus if you use that. And HP is always really the main reason why you're using food is HP. But again, in Palace it's a little slightly different because you actually do get direct hit if you put on direct hit. Highest eye level is 415 for having Vits. In PoTD, okay, 415 for... Okay, 415 for Palace. Yeah, that sounds about right. I just have so much Ovum. I have 67 Ovum, they're cheap on the market board, so that's why I use it. Oh, you can reflect on that one. Oh, I didn't know. I don't know, man. I'm so cheap when it comes to using my lost actions, so I don't like weaving in. I just want to go in with one set and work with it, you know? Although I do have a Flare Star now, so I will enjoy that one. Espresso con Panna. Yeah, I didn't go with that one. But yeah, so yeah, I hope the answer answers your question. Yo, Stream Raiders. Oh, what happened? What happened to Stream Raiders? Well, you're gonna see me the rare time I'm gonna be using a mouse. Alright, so done. Okay. Oh, hi Ziz. So, a Rage is in this room, so I'll go from this room and we'll check the chests. The Yarzan are sound, so I can... well, they were sound. I swear they were sound. Flight. I'll use that first. Pick it up from the heal. I'm going to Rage. Okay. Hey! Weeprog again. If you do the Lubrium, it's there so I can like... Lost Arise for you. Yeah, I do Black Mage, so I haven't actually used Flare Star yet in a Delubrium, but I did use Flare Star in a duel for the first time, and that is one sexy ability. It is really nice. People were telling me, hey, you got this ability called Flare Star. It's really good for Black Mage. It's OP. You know, I got it. Hold on. Okay, just to make sure. Always the risk of that running into the room, but we had to make sure we got the kill. So So because I'm a little scared now, I will wait for this to come at me. I do not have a raising, so if we die, this run is just over, so... You're so happy Flare Star is an unlimited use. Yeah, it's full uptime. It's really good, so... Yarzon, its proximity? No, it's sound. That one in particular, just forgot. I can't prove it to you. Let's find another Yarzon. I'm like 95% sure it's sound. I already stepped in this trap, so it should be good here. Oh, sight. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. So it's easy. I'll just run up to one and we'll take a look. So. Oh, Sarashike has unlimited also? Oh, well that's really nice. Oh shit. Well that's a deer. Got the thing. Watch me never run into another Yarzon, so I'll never find out ever again. Intuition. Doing a Mage's Guide? Yeah, but I've done it before, that's the thing. Like, I'm going off my experience. Oh, here we go. Okay, so let's walk. Dun dun dun. That one is just a weird one. I told you. There you go, there's your answer. It's sound. Otherwise it would have aggroed. Yeah. There was a couple things, by the way, we did find out a little bit later, so... This song is always too epic for me. Sorry, if you like that song. I'm gonna skip this one too. This one works for me. There's a couple aggros that are a little inaccurate. That's based off of like what we knew before, and some of us never tested it until more recently, so... I mean, I can make a full circle around them next time, but... Yeah, I like this song. This song is at the nice, epic level. Because they scale it based on the essence. Yeah, that's what I feel. That's what I feel like, Tilfinus. That it is based, it is like, the bosses feel like you have to have essences on for it to die at a certain speed, pace. Which is understandable. But, yeah, it's random people, man. They're not gonna, like, they're not all gonna try hard. You know? Like, they're not all going to pop their shit. I mean, half of them, like me, I'm probably gonna, like, Netflix and do it, right? I'm just gonna, like, half attention, whatever. Like, if I go Savage, I'll try hard, but I'm not gonna try hard on fucking Delirium. Hello? I'm just there to have a nice, casual, chill run. We have another Yarzon, but I don't want to run in the middle of the room for that, so... Oh, well, we can do it, actually, so let's do it, huh? So let me get rid of the crab first, so we can make sure that this is nice and clear. Alright, so let's walk. I'm gonna sprint. So let's make circles around this guy. There's the hitbox. There you go. Good sound. There you go. Right in front of your eyes. There's your answer. Oh wow! Oh, that's cool! That's useful. So there is a weird thing though, Moise. There's two weird things. Sometimes a very rare instance happens where a sound enemy will literally forget that it is a sound enemy. I've had it happen. It's sad. Let me just tell you, it's the worst thing you can ever think. I remember I was walking early on a crawler, 181 plus. I was walking very early and it's still aggroed. And I'm like, what the fuck? You suck. And I just took the death. There are times though, in terms of a sound enemy, if you walk a little bit too late, it will aggro. So like you have to start walking kind of far enough, otherwise it will still get to you. So I think in the one that I aggroed earlier, I think I hit toggle walk a little bit too late, which would make sense because I've had that happen before. So that's why that happened. No, so this is a very odd story, Murmasa. Very odd story. I was talking to a friend of mine, his name is Picador. Super quiet, super lurker. We were buddies in PvP, so we traded blows in PvP. He sends me this video And he tells me, he's like, hey man, have you ever had a sound enemy just aggro? Or he was like asking, like, aren't like worms like sound aggro? I'm like, yeah, they are. And it's like, well, I had one aggro to me when I was 100% walking. So, Muramasa, I thought of it exactly what you did. It's like, oh, did you like walk through it? You know, were you nearby? Did you toggle early? He's like, no, dude, I was like, I did it right. So he sends me the clip. He's like, okay, hold on, I got a mimic. Let me deal with this one first. And I'll show you an example. Okay, so here's the hippogriff, right? He sees the worm in this room. He's walking. He's this far away and it aggroes. Sound. Aggroes sound. It just aggroes from that distance. I'm like, what the fuck? That's legitimately like, what the fuck? And then the weirdest thing happens. The very same day I am doing my run, same thing happens to me, and I think it was that crawler. I walk, pre-walk early, I am nowhere near the crawler, it just aggroes. And I'm like, what? Like, I just talked about this, and it just happened. And it wasn't like every single crawler, it was just this one crawler in particular who just forgot that he's sound. Like, okay, that's great. So now, like, what does that do to my brain? I'm already paranoid, so now I have to worry about this specific instance potentially happening to me at some random moment. It's like stupid. Yeah, maybe the evolved version. Man, it's like you think it's really funny when it comes to this game mode, man. Like, I've been doing this now for what, 3 years or something, like constantly. You think you've seen everything. I mean, my bot is firing off one of our clips, right? And if you haven't seen that clip yet, you should take a look, because it is the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen in Deep Dungeon, and I've only seen it exactly once. And I've done like 100 runs, if not more, and I've only seen this happen once. And what that clip will show you is I zone into 141, right? Usually you go duty commence. You zone in a gate, right? So you're in a gate, in a gated area, you have to wait for the duty to load, right? So you're waiting for the gate to drop so you can start moving, and the duty commences. The moment I zone in, it apparently looks like I triggered a luring trap the moment I go in. And so, as I zone in, as the screen goes from black to the area, you already see 3 enemies on the aggro list coming right for me, and they basically reach my position before the gates drop. So I had to immediately like figure something out to stay alive, because they would just kill me if I didn't react to something. And it was a good thing I was on Gunbreaker, because if I was on any other job like a DPS, I would have died. It's the most... I've never seen that ever happen in my lifetime, and it happened right there. So yeah, we have things happen that you've never seen, and really you think you've seen everything until you don't, so... Game's haunted? Is that what they said? I'll take it. I'll take it. That's fucked in me. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon explores the sky. I heard about that. That's like that is like a roguelike, right? That's pretty cool. I'm gonna pot here because damage is a little bit high. Oh, the GeForce Gotcha. Oh, the line in the wall with Marjorie's. Oh my god, that I've never seen. We also have a clip on that where there was a line literally clipped in a wall, and it just appeared in front of me because it was in the wall. And we watched it, like I was watching it on my screen go right into the wall. Like it just walked straight into the wall and vanished. I've never seen that before. It's a weird thing, man. That's kind of wild, Muramasa. You could have very well spawned a mimic on myself earlier before. Yeah, Scottish boy, exactly. That could have also happened, yeah. So there's a potential trap on this left side. We're just gonna walk through it. Even if I hug this wall, we could step on it. Yeah, look. It's like I played this game before or something. I'm familiar with that trap. It's whatever. I don't want to go the long way because I'm fucking lazy. That's also. And even if it's a lure trap, I can handle it. I guess the moms don't always register walls. No, they don't give a shit sometimes. Look, man, it's a lion, it's a cat. We joke about cat AI. You know, cats do whatever the hell they want, and that's one of those instances where they straight up did whatever the heck they want. Dissecting spaghetti code? I mean, if you got the free time, I guess you can do all that, for sure. I love this song. I'll save my reassemble. Also, like, we are making pretty good time, so... Exactly, Scottish boy. So I call it cat AI, man. You gotta be very careful with cats. They literally do whatever the fuck they want. I know, Murmasa! I am trying to chip away at 13 right now. And so my path is 13, 13, 2, 13, 3, so I'm eventually gonna get back to 13, 2, and I'm really excited about 13, 2, but we gotta get past 13 first. God, the music is so good. That is a... Okay, that's a gold. Surrender... I don't need surrender. The aggressive version, as the track calls it, is the aggressive version. Oh, okay, so I'm gonna pot here, and I'm gonna deal with the Mimic first. Oh, good. Clear. I wish I can keep track of the Mimics, but I can't because my Mimic counter is just broken, so... I apologize. We've had quite the amount of Mimics here, but I can't keep track of them right now. When enemies, yeah, when enemies have spawned in for you to create, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna hit the chest and we're gonna go. We're actually underpaced for the speed run, but I don't really care about that one. Wasn't there a bird that I did it to afterwards while you were doing rage? Yes! It was on the floor afterwards, Marjorie, that on the very similar type of wall, I think we observed an Anzu going right into the wall, so it was like a weird run. Like, I've never seen that before, and we saw it back to back on 2 different floors with 2 different enemies, so yeah. It's really funny, man. Like, I gotta tell you, I've mentioned before, I'm very sensitive in this game to like lag spikes, to connection issues. You know, if something is hiccuping, I feel it really, really fast. Because, you know, things are going at a very specific pace, you know? You expect things to happen, attacks to happen in certain ways, so when that kind of breaks the rhythm, it's almost like a glitch in the Matrix. Like, you sense something is incorrect. So a lot of those little, very specific instances, like, I recognize them very quick. Oh, I never picked up the rage before, whoops. You recognize them fast because you just don't see it often, right? You expect enemies to do a certain thing, to move a certain way, and then when they just kind of break that rule, it's like, okay, well, what are you doing? So I'm pulling some audibles to make sure. We got a double patrol coming in. By the way, the goal today is 120. So we are 12 more floors until we reach our goal. So I'm very excited. You know, we're finishing like... I think when I did Dark Knight last week, we finished at like 3:30 or 4 o'clock in the morning. It was going pretty chill. It was a really good night though. But yeah, this is an hour and a half faster than Dark Knight right now, so... Well, this is DPS for you versus the tank, man. This is Machinist. Machinists. You know, the run today is about kind of showcasing, again, it's showcasing what Machinist can do, maybe convincing you to go Machinist, you know? So, if you're liking what you're seeing and you want to go for this title, man, look, I don't have to, I mean, I can advertise it for you if you want, but I think it's kind of showcasing it to you by yourself, you know, like, here's what Machinist can do, this is the power of Machinist. You know, I'm not going to assume that you're going to play it the same kind of way that I'm doing it, but at least you can see visually what Machinist is capable of doing. You killed Behemoth after 5 attempts! Congratulations, chicken! Let's go, dude! I'm proud of you, man. Good job. And you know what's cool about that, chicken? The next time you go back in, assuming there's a next time, you're gonna be way more confident. And you could probably do it right again. Because you figured it out. It's a puzzle. You figured out the puzzle. So you just gotta put the pieces again together, but at least you know that you've done it once. It's such a cool thing. It's such a cool feeling, you know? That fight in particular, it really is skill. It's skill. There's not much RNG that's involved. I mean, you know, crit hits help, etc., but it is skill. So when you succeed in your skill, it stays in the brain. And so your chances of victory is so much higher. And you'll probably chain wins on them now. It's a cool feeling, so excellent job, congratulations. I'm straight up going to level Machinist now because of this. Hey, you know what? Biceps, you don't even have to level it. So what's my roll's ability? You unlock Machinist at floor at level 30 because it's a Heaven's Ward job. You will have all of your important roll actions by 30. And by the time you get to a higher floor, you're already 32. So you don't even have to level it, dude. You just take it in, you just literally unlock it and go right to Palace. Very convenient. Very, very convenient. So you don't gotta level anything. You just unlock it and you're right into Palace, so. You just chill until 181, you got 2 days. Hopefully we do get there. I gotta hope I can kill Behemoth again, but... Yeah, you know, if anything, it's good for the enemies, right? I mean, I do have a video out there that's describing the Machinist clear on specifically Behemoth, because I've kind of gone on that on detail. But at least you get an understanding of the enemies, right? That's what's important. Like, what do enemies do? Is this thing gonna kick my ass or not? But then if you're used to the strategy of Machinists, right? We open with sprint, and then we follow up with a wait to do the kiting. Like, generally it's the same strategy. So as long as you're not stop moving, you're gonna be fine on most pulls. I do want to get to a full reveal. I don't care about the time, whatever. I'll use it. Check the last room, we'll go. Now, like I said, the first 100 floors are mirrored for the most part in the next 101 to 200. So the very first boss, the floor 10 boss, was a bird creature. We're gonna see a bird creature for this one. And the mechanics are exactly the same, except it's adjusted to, you know, a 110 difficulty boss, which is not that bad. But what's up, Karen Coon? Rar. You would almost... I'd almost think you're a friend of Rerum, maybe. Alright, let's go to the boss. I don't think I'm gonna get the speed run, which is the 30 minutes, but that's not a big deal. Hell yeah. Let's go murderify a boss. Oh, so by the way, oh, what do I type random? What the fuck? I do bring in the in-game music when we get to 110 plus because we have the best boss theme. Oh shit! God damn it! We do have the best boss theme for the bosses here in Deep Dungeon. The other boss themes are like the old dungeon themes, but you get Revenge Twofold. And Revenge Twofold for me has a lot of good memories. It is one epic boss theme, but I do respect it and we bring it in for all the bosses. So we do our own playlist, but we bring in this boss theme. Nice Scottish boy. I'm not gonna lust. We'll just do this straight up. Actually, I could lust, but... I'll wait for a reassemble for the Joe coming in. I could have done hot shot there. I'll do hot shot here. So as long as we're running away from this boss, you'll see this boss will have a lot of trouble trying to do damage on me. So we'll keep our HP really high here. By just literally just running away in circles. We're gonna NASCAR. I call this NASCAR Because, you know, we're just making right turns in this case. Left turns or right turns. We're just making circles. But that's how we deal with the boss. So. Good night, Kiri. Thanks for popping in, man. I hope your hand gets better. I hope you get back to, you know, get back to things more normal. And thanks for popping in. I appreciate you. Good to see you. I've actually used 2 different strategies for my behemoth attempts. I did the 2 meters, 3 meters strat. Of the 2 strats, you follow my POV instead, 3 meters. Yeah, it's comfy. The tincture strat, I think, is very tight. So you'd have to really get a lot of things. I think you have to get everything right to nail it. Because I think you probably killed it in last GCD. Now, the benefit of the 2 meteor strat is you don't have to weave in potions, right? So you're not weaving in your sustaining potion, you're not weaving in your super potion. Well, obviously you're not doing super potion because you're doing tincture. And provided that you use your sustaining potion, there's like a window in which you just need to use it on to make sure that it's around for, actually, I don't think you need it, period. You just need to be full HP for the first meteor and that's it, right? Because you're dying on the second. So you are reducing that that part of it, of the weird weaving in and all that stuff. But yeah, the 3 meteors has a little bit more room as long as you're not clipping horribly. Like, you can clip a little bit, but as long as you're not clipping horribly, then it's pretty straightforward, so... Alright, there you go. That's 110. And we got a Time Worn Artifact, so that is now 8 out of, we did 11 plus 17, so 8 out of 28 now, 8 out of 28. Tincture, you're 1 GCD behind, which cost me the run, yeah. Only seeing 1 meteor with Tincture looked to be safest. It's if you get everything right, though. Right, precisely, Tunnel, but... So that's where it's safer, because you have less of those to worry about, right? Because you have to single weave a potion, and you have to single weave the sustaining, and then you gotta find a way to take out the food. So it's safer in that route, but if you're messing up the rotation at any point, you know, you hit the wrong button here, you're kind of fucked. I think with the 3 meteor, it allows a little bit of a safety net that you can afford a clip here, maybe a little bit of miss hit here, and you can still kind of make it. So it kind of depends. And I think, someone would have to kind of confirm this, but I feel like the Tincture 2 meteor might suck for someone with high ping. They probably can't pull that off because it's already difficult enough to double weave. So you may not even get everything out of the double weave. I'm not sure though. But, you know, if that requires double weaving, you're kind of effed if you have high ping on that one, so. How do you kill Behemoth as Sam? So melee is not going to be too bad. Melee, pretty much the basic gist of melee, of how you want to do a Behemoth on a melee, is you make sure that your HP is full. For the first meteor, you do the same setup. You push it down to 15.1, 15.2. You push it at wherever point you want to push it. You know, I do double Charybdis, you do that. You want to make sure that your gauges and your sen are full. But I would recommend that you do not do anything, any damage until you hit the first meteor. So you roll your GCDs, maybe get, you know, Jinpu up and your other buffs up first. Roll the GCDs to get that up. You eat the first meteor. And then you bloodbath, and then you start blowing your damage. You do Madara, you do Mechio, you do all that stuff. Because a lot of that damage will come back with bloodbath. You know, you weave in the sustaining potion, maybe you use the potion. So you want a lot of your big damage within bloodbath. That should easily make you survive the second meteor, and more than likely you will survive even a third meteor because you're getting all that damage in bloodbath. So it's pretty simple in that front, because you just want to load your damage in bloodbath, which will get back everything back because of the damage, the HP return from bloodbath. So no, Higabana wouldn't be good because the fight won't last 60 seconds. Also, it'll really fuck up your if you do it before your setup, you might push it too early because of Higabana. But yeah, Higabana, what's the rule in Higabana? You need it to be, the enemy needs to be alive for at least 45 seconds for it to count. If you're surviving a maximum of 4, maybe 3 meteors, that's less than 45. So every meteor phase is 10 seconds. So, you know. So Tonberry, I will post it if I clear. if I don't clear, it doesn't get posted on YouTube. But then also, it also means I have to do it again. So we are gonna get one that will be valid for it to be on YouTube. That makes sense? It'll be on Twitch otherwise. But if this is a clear, this goes up. If it's not a clear, we do it again until I clear. And I'd like to think I have a good rate of clearing on Machinist. So more than likely, hopefully, we'll see. Weaving Pods is always a clip, can be bad on higher ping, especially. Yeah, I know about that one. No way I'm not clearing. We'll see. Behemoth is the one that will always be spooky. That's the one that will get me. Because it's been a little bit since I've done Behemoth, so... I'm gonna start this battle early. And then I'm gonna start another one. And then this will be the last Stream Raiders. So if anyone is participating, if you're in chat and you're doing Stream Raiders, thank you for participating. I appreciate you. We'll do one more, okay? It's only this 40-second wheel if you're comparing to another Madara. If you're looking at 2 Madaras, 4 DCDs for the entire phase, doing Kickbound first would be valuable. But you still have to worry about the I guess that's interesting. I don't know. I probably wouldn't use Higabana though, but you know, you don't get the HP back from Higabana. But yeah, you know, as the burn begins. I like the way you put it. Okay. So let's go in last set. So this is the last set for us. We're going at a nice pace, so let's fucking go. I'm gonna be a little picky on the songs too. Let's see what we got. What's coming up next? We'll do Seymour. I like Seymour. Now 111 is a fascinating floor, okay? There's a lot of weird things in here in terms of weird mechanics. So if you remember back at 11, we had to deal with slimes, we had to deal with cobras. There's going to be a number of enemies here that will do funny things here, and we want to be very careful. Now if I was on a tank, I'd demonstrate a couple of these, but we're not on a tank, so I may not demonstrate it. You're just going to have to take my word for it, okay? Let's see if we run into any of them. the song, the battle theme. Double Serenity? Tunnel! It's cause you're here, bro! Getting these Serenities on the first floor, man. Only reason I'm getting them because you're here. Hey, let me tell you, there have been times when I'm like low on Serenity, I'm like, damn, I really wish Tunnel's here. I need that Serenity on that first floor. But in this instance, it's like, you know, rip. Alright, so right now we haven't ran into any of the special ones. Now this pudding will stay on melee range, so that's why I did that melee thing. It will stay on top of me. You deal with 3 different types of puddings in here, which is really interesting. One that's a pure caster, one that's a melee, and then one that's like both. So we'll get to the other one later, but not today. Purity, we'll leave that in chest. I'll pull the leech. Have to watch my ricochets. We don't want to ricochet something by accident, so we have to be careful with ricochets. I have actually heard of a number of people who accidentally use ricochet on an enemy down the middle and get burned. There was one story, I don't remember who it was, but I think it's better that they, you know, unless you want to speak up or something. So this is what happened to them. They were on Machinist. They were in 157 or something. They were fighting, there was an enemy in the middle of the room, okay? And they pulled it, but they opened with Ricochet. The moment they hit Ricochet, enemies spawned right down the middle, and it aggroed immediately. And then he ended up dying, because he didn't know, he didn't react fast enough to what happened. Like, he didn't know that he pulled it with Ricochet. He didn't see it in time. And then he had 2 enemies on top of him, and then boom, that's it, dead. Like, the worst, like, freak thing that could happen is that the moment you hit that button, something spawns. So, a lot of times I'm very careful in making sure I don't trigger Ricochet until it's in a safe spot, in the hallway, etc., because I don't have to worry about enemies that way, so something to note. I think so, Tunnel. Yes, I think that was. I believe that does ring bells, so maybe it was that one, yeah, in particular. I've seen there is also another one of someone doing Ricochet and aggroing down the middle and also hitting something, so be very careful with Ricochet. Also later on, when we deal with the 190 boss, very careful with Ricochet. That you don't push the bomb that you shouldn't be pushing when you need to park it underneath the boss, so... What a treat! And the turn. Well, we'll deal with the turn next time. I'll probably mention that next time, but there is some shenanigans with the turn that I've heard of. I haven't encountered it myself, but I am going to be very conscious about it, so... Yeah, I remember that. That was a really funny one. Rip that gift. Dude, what the fuck? So many all day. Hey, we got Mandy's, yo. Now this is where Ricochet is really good, because I can hit both. Peloton. Oh, I gotta wait for them to die. Another alteration, I'll take it. It's hard to stop Ricochet when you're trained muscle memory to go both. Oh no, Nina, I understand it, but you know you gotta break habits. If it's gonna get you killed, man, you kind of don't want to do it. So be very conscious about it. Be very conscious. And I get it. I get it when people happen to do it, but you know, like here, I got this Ergonite down the middle. Then we started using Ricochet. So like it's just training. You just gotta train the brain. Train the brain to be used to it. Tinker! I forgot to steal on 160. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh no! Dude, Tinker, there's a couple of times where either my steal had dropped or I forgot steal. And oh my god, the panic. The panic you feel. And in your case it was really unfortunate because you weren't able to recover. But you're like, what the fuck? I am getting trucked. And then I look at my buffs, I'm like, oh shit, I don't have steal on. And then now you have to start calculating, like, okay, when can I get the steal off? Like, you can't get it off right now because he's gonna hit you again. So you gotta, like, kite a little bit. Like, it's difficult to just, like, on the fly try to pick it up, so. Yeah. You know what's killed me? Oh no, you know what's killed me a lot? I have died to this a lot. 190 boss, you walk into 190 with a steal. You're like, oh, this is great. I have a steal going into 190, you know? We can probably save a steal guaranteed. It doesn't have to drop off during the middle of the fight. I forget to re-up steal all the time. Because you're used to starting the fight with steal and going through the entire fight without having to worry about it. So it's actually even worse that I open with like a 4-minute steal going to the fight. Because I forget, dude, your brain is thinking about that rotation so tightly. You gotta worry about bomb position, you gotta worry about what's coming up next, you gotta worry about the tank buster. Forget steal. I've had that happen like, I think like 5 or 6 times, like no joke, and it killed me. Because you know when I realize when I don't have steal? When it's about the tank buster. Because you get hit with 2 auto attacks. And really, the only time you're getting hit with an auto tag is right when it's about to do a tank buster. And I see my HP melting, and I'm like, shit, I don't have steal on. And then you try to get it on, but it's tank buster and you're dead. So it's like, well, GG. GG. Fucked up that one. So, yeah, well, it happens. Aw, Tinker, thanks for the tier 1. Oh, that means so much. Thank you for the support. I appreciate that. First time subscriber. Thank you. Never forget steal, way too scared of damage. Yeah, but I mean, you know, if you have to apply a steal midway, dude, the brain just doesn't think about it. Well, mine doesn't, so. Yo, what's up, Taru? Taru Tella. How are your runs going, Taru? I'm back out. Nosy is basically having force. Yeah. Goodness. It's so painful, but I like PoTD so much. Welcome. You feel exactly what we all feel. We get our asses kicked. We get our punches face. We get our face punched in. We get kicked in the balls. But we go right back in. It's like, alright. So by the way, this frog, this patrol right here, worth noting. He will do sticky tongue, but it's a positional. So if I am at my side, or if I have my back turned and he does Sticky Tongue, I will get stunned, and it will wombo combo into Laboring Leaf. You'll have to take my word for it, because I will not demonstrate unless I have Steel on. I don't have Steel on. So, it will wombo combo. Like, if you remember if any of you have leveled Blue Mage, I believe Blue Mage Sticky Tongue does a stun. Like, the original spell does a stun, but not a lot of the Toads actually have a stun. This one has a stun, but it's a positional. As long as you're facing eye to eye to that Toad, you will not get stunned. So you didn't decide to get stunned. Gonna try 140 without Steel. Oh my god, without Steel soon? Are you just out of Steel? Oh wait, no, 140. Oh, you said 140, so... Oh no, Taru said they de-seeded 118. Oh, fuck. I'm sorry. Yeah, 140, 140 no Steel is fine, as long as you don't get hit. If you get hit, you better actually heal yourself. If you take one hit, Muramasa, without Steel on, you better drop and like either apply Steel or heal yourself. Because one AoE hit, like the AoE puddles, if you get hit with one of them, it's really bad. You are in bad shape. That's how bad it is. So, but if you don't get hit with any of them, you're fine. Scottish boy, I think that was who was that? That was Jason, I think. Got a floor 7 treasure room. Yeah. Like already plan that, Muramasa. Like if I'm taking too much damage, already have a plan. Don't develop a plan on the spot. Like this is what's gonna happen if this happens. You know? If you have perfect uptime, in terms of like no dropping GCDs, no clipping, whatever, you should be fine without Steel. You won't really run a risk of danger. But if you are slow at any points, you're gonna run a problem. Never give up, Tarutella. You know, you are one person, Taru, that I would be shocked. I would be shocked that you will just like get up, get out, and stop doing it. Like you are a really talented player, so look, you're gonna do it. Like it's gonna happen at some point. But I definitely can't envision you being someone that will just be like, nope, you know what? Challenge is too hard. This is stupid. I'm gonna do something else. Like no, not you. No. You're not that type of person, so... 25? What the F, dude? That is over the top. That is a high score run. Shit, hold on. That was actually bad. I didn't see this one that close. If we toted, we would have been the end of me, so... This one has an enrage. So we talked about the slimes earlier. Same thing with these slimes. They enrage. If we keep them alive long enough, they will explode and kill me one shot. So we have to full respect them. Make sure that we do not fuck that up. I will explore. Although it's a little unnecessary, but I will explore. Just want to pop the aggro. Yep. Oh, there's another room behind me. Oh. I gotta go check the room. So I did mention that this is all about a clear, right? We're just focusing on a clear. You know, you may see some inconsistency. Sometimes I skip, sometimes I go faster, sometimes I go slower. But one of the criteria that are involved in terms of scoring, so if you actually want to concern yourself about score, like, hey, I want to actually pretty good score, you will get more points if you reveal all of the tiles on the map. So by me walking over to that room, going out of my way to walk to that room to get the reveal, so it showed up on the map. Because we got all the tiles in this map, we are getting bonus points. If you leave one tile off of the map, like one tile you did not explore, you just don't get bonus points. It is, I believe, 2,500 points, just a flat rate. So that's why I am kind of going through and getting the floors, although I don't really care about score. More than likely this score is not going to beat the one I have up currently. But it's habit. I'm a little bit adjusted to it. I kind of am used to it, so, you know, I do it out of habit. This one, by the way, will do a stone skin, which we want to interrupt the power of Machinist. If that gets off, it'll get a stone skin that you will not break, but it's only 7 seconds, so you're just basically losing 3 GCDs. So you want to make sure that doesn't happen. Same as the other one, does the AoE. We will start to be seeing Cobras soon. And again, Cobras still have that ability where if you are a Toad, and then you aggro a Cobra, the Cobra will one-shot you. Again, not something I'm willing to demonstrate on stream, but you just have to believe me. I am not willing to die. I think there's a clip that exists in my clips that will show you exactly what I'm talking about, so you're gonna have to go search it out there if you want to see it, but I will not show it live. I only showed it live once, and that's good enough. Because I think I had an extra raising. I don't want to burn my raising, so... that's a silver, I'll pass the silver. Okay, and then this chest was a strength. So we'll use that. Oh no, I didn't pick it up. Okay. I used it, but I didn't pick it up. Good. And we're going along nice and fast, guys. So, Thursday, in the assumption I clear this set, Thursday will be the continuation of this file. We're going Thursday, we'll start exactly where this leaves off. We're going to get to the 120 boss, and then we're going to end the stream. So we're going to continue at 121, and we will continue the file. So this will be a two-part series, and I hope I see a lot of you guys back in here. Slime is sound, by the way, so I will walk and avoid aggro. Just like so. I don't know where his ears are, but it is sound. We got a big room, 4-way exits, slime ears. It's a weird one. Like when we run into Hecteyes on Thursday, Hecteyes have 10 eyes, right? But they are sound. Don't ask me why, but they are sound. You think with all the eyes they have, they will be sight? Nope, dude, nope. They are sound. Ah, Cobra. Okay, this is the safe room. So the Cobras are actually pretty mean in here. They'll give you a poison dot, and then they'll kind of just keep the poison dot on you. And the poison dot kind of sucks a little bit. So... here's the thing. Witching. I'll hold the witching just in case. Apparently. Slime sound based and love to explode no matter where they are. After a certain amount of time, if you leave them alive long enough. Okay, there's the exit, so we're gonna back out this way. Salamander is also sound, but I'm just pulling because it's in the way. That's all. Stop the meeting. There is a chest here, so I want to get to it. I do not have my interrupt here, so you're gonna see this move get off. So 8 seconds stone skin, so you'll see it just doesn't do anything. So I'm not gonna bother to hit it. We can't break it. I think the stone skin is like 50% of its maximum HP. It's a lot of HP, so you're just basically not breaking it. So if it gets off, just... oh shit. That was not the button I wanted to use, but that's okay. We're gonna back out. I absolutely hit the wrong button. I was gonna hit walk, but I hit Peloton instead. It's a little awkward. Let's deal with the Nanka. Also check the chest. Alteration. I'm gonna walk. I don't know what chest this is. Intuition. Okay, I'm gonna pull the slime in a safe spot first. 1, 2, 3. Okay, cool. We'll check the last room and then we'll go to the exits. Come out. Oh, I have interrupts. The salamanders do have a little bit of a longer aggro range than you would normally think. So if you're kind of used to a certain enemy aggroing in a certain range, that salamander seems to have a bigger one. It's a little bit similar to turtles. Turtles feel like their side aggro, it just is a little bit longer than everyone else. It's hard to kind of reason why, but it just is what it is. So. I'm gonna find a good song. Ah, this is a good one. If you're max on witching and opening witching, do you pop it, just get the points, opening chest, you bother? If we're talking points, I would absolutely open it to get the points. Okay, so we have 3 flight, right, Nina? So if I use the flights, this is not yielding me points. Me pulling this item out of this chest yields me points. So if we're talking points, yes, I would absolutely utilize the extra witching, burn it off, and then get the new one, and then get the points from there. So just did a DR in about 40 minutes. Nice job, teammate. You are going speed demon on the Delubrium. Still not enough to convince me to go do it though. Unless someone twisted my arm. Even then, I probably wouldn't do it, because I can't play with a twisted arm. Dun, dun, dun. This is such a hype song. This is like the one good Dissidia NT song, in my opinion. Like, there's good Dissidia songs, but they're from the original Dissidia. This is from a Dissidia NT. This is such a good song. A lot of the songs in Dissidia NT, by the way, I don't like them. They're kind of bleh. A lot of the 14 remixes are really bad, in particular. But this one's good. I like this one. So, roughly speaking, Taru, a chest, opening a chest is like the equivalent of a kill, roughly speaking. Let's say it's a little less than a kill, but it's roughly a kill. Just to give you a little bit of... Oh, you baited me, dude. I gotta wait. I'll pull something else. Hey, let's go. Guess no experiment? I mean, you could go hardcore, Murmas, and just not use it, you know what I mean? You did greet us like us if I get clipped by one of these. They hurt, man. They hurt. They hurt. If you're in the AoE, even worse, dude. That bleed is gonna destroy you. I think the bleed is even worse than the actual damage of the thing, so. Okay, I'm gonna wait for my head grace to come back off cooldown before I pull. Actually, I can open with Lust for shits and giggles. We'll do 2 hits on Lust and we should be fine on the incoming infatuation. 12,000. Oh, it's dead. Hold on. Need to see what chest it is. It is a gold. Sights. Obviously. I was already at half HP with steel on. Oh my god. Yeah, it's not a fun one to deal with. So there, at least you had your answer. Like, how do I deal without steel? Well, I mean, you know, if you don't get hit, you don't get damage. But if you get hit. Yeah, I'll use the alteration. Yo, what's up, Alex? How goes it today? How's Conan treating you? Why Conan, by the way? Why did you... You know, can I ask, why did you choose that game? It's just on the bucket list? Oh, by the way, the Morble, we want to park underneath the hitbox. We get slept, but by the time it wakes up from the sleep, we are avoiding that bad breath. So if you pull a Morble, dead center, it will open with a sleep, and you should avoid bad breath no problem. So that's a little bit of a trick there on that one. Oh, whoops. Oh, I got lucky. Blind. Recommendation from the community. We ended up having a good turnout because I remember J-Mark playing it for like a butt second for a little bit. So I'm like, huh, like that game isn't new, but you love games like that and never played it. Okay, cool. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, by the way, guys, we rated Mr. Malo Molaj last stream, but he's a great person, so check him out. Good friend, very, very nice person. So you want to check him out if you get a chance. Check him out, guys. Yeah, it is old, right? Like, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what old. I don't know what old defined is, but yeah, it's not a new game for sure. Hell yeah, Nid. What do I have? Oh, I pulled. Okay, now we're gonna have the witching because I just did 4 enemies. Time to. Oh, that's not the right button. Do more damage! This should be fine. I'm gonna focus on the salamander just because when it comes out I need to stop that thing. I have potions running, I'm gonna tactician up. Also gonna go with the arm's length just for a little bit of extra. There's Mukin. Okay, good. No problem. I think this was an intuition. I did have to burn the witching, so I did go down a witching, but I had 4 enemies, so that's why it became a problem. Also, that was like a corner trap, so like it is what it is. With these cave floors, the risk of traps are higher, so you just have to accommodate for them. Like, you know, you hug the walls as tightly as possible. There's gonna be a chance you're gonna hit a trap, so you just want to be ready. You know, if luring, do this. If toad, do this. You know what I mean? And that's why a lot of times we don't. What you don't see me doing is I'm not fighting and kiting. If anything, I pull and fight in the hallway, or I pull and fight in the spawn room. We're being very careful not to move along these rooms and then fight, which you'll see later because of the risk of those traps. Keep the risk low, and just move that way. So I'm actually gonna strength already because we'll carry it into the boss from this point on. Thanks, man. They're nice and pretty. Almost leave everything, but I burned a witching. But you know, these floors aren't a problem, so I should be full. If I'm not full, then something has gone horribly wrong, or I'm dead. One or the other. Hey, looks a mimic. Get wrecked. Hey, started with Death Trap. Tried to be a little sneaky over there. So let's see if I can kill this before it does the thing. Nope. That's a negative. But it almost died. Flight! Let's flight the boss. Yes, good idea. Alright, we're almost to the boss. Making a lot of good time. That'll be the last boss fight after the day, so let's go. Oh, we'll do the Morble again. I kind of didn't really explain it the best way, so we'll do another explanation about the Morble and how to treat them. The Morble will open up with a sleep, and then combo into Bad Breath. So if you're fighting a Morble, so let's say I pull this Ultra, right? So usually you fight enemies normally like this, like melee range, we got a little bit of distance away from the enemy, blah blah blah. So if you're fighting this Morble at that range, you're kind of fucked, because you're gonna eat Bad Breath. So, to work with these Morbles, we stand dead center. So watch, we're dead centered, it'll do the sleep, we're slept. Now it did wake me up, so I got lucky, but we only have to take 2 steps to avoid that Bad Breath. There is something behind it. No, I'm lying. So that is one way to avoid that sleep Bad Breath combo. Bad Breath won't kill you, but it will give you every debuff in the book. So slow, silence, HP down. Like it's Bad Breath. You know, if you're an FF fan, you know what Bad Breath is. So that's that wombo combo. So to prevent that, you just stand dead center. Here, we'll do it again. I'm full. Now I am on sleep DR, so I'm gonna have a less sleep, but you'll see. I'm here. We get slept. Boom. Kono comes out, I just take 2 steps, I'm out of there before it becomes a problem. So always fight these ones dead center. It's a very bad breath. It is a very bad breath, yeah. No. I mean, you know. I'm gonna check that chest, because it could be something I need, which should be a nice steal. I'm gonna bring in the in-game music here, because we're gonna get ready for the boss fight. This song, I don't know what is playing. What is playing? Oh, it's like the depressing Ascian song or something like that. Alright, let's get to the boss. I'm gonna steal for the boss. Play it safe. I will... Okay, so we do this boss a little bit in a certain position. Normally, if you plan to do a Lust, you open with Lust. But we're going to utilize Lust to help us with the bees. So I'm going to open up with my usual burst here, okay? I'm actually not even going to use Wildfire, because I'll probably use it a little bit later. I'll actually use it now. So we're going to do the kiting, we're going to move around. This is my typical machinist play, right? We just run around in a circle and just shoot, play like a little NASCAR here. Alright, drill's back up, so I want to use it. Boom. Alright, so the bees are coming in soon. It's going to be big AoE, and then it's going to summon the bees. And the only problem is the bees can spawn in very random locations, so sometimes it might take them a little bit to get over here. But that's okay. So there. Alright, so I'm going to pop a potion, I'm going to go into Lust. So we're going to use the Lust here to get rid of the first set of bees because of the AoE. I think it's a little bit more efficient. More than likely, your Lust will drop during this fight. So at least you get 3 birds with 1 stone here. You get the roll on, and you get the bees out of here. Alright, we drop. Perfect. Now I get full burst. Wildfire here. I saved the Wildfire for this specific time of the fight. %. This boss is just melting. I think I do have to respect the bees though, because it is a little bit high. I'm not going to run the risk of trying to kill this boss before the bees die. So once we see the bees, we will take care of them right away. I'm going to save a drill for one of the bees. There's one drill. Respect the bees. If you keep them alive long enough, once this boss finishes the beam attacks, the bees will do Final Sting. Final Sting will kill you. Guaranteed. So that's why you need to respect these bees, because they can kill you. That is just a straight up DPS check. No other way to put it. It is just a DPS check. So get rid of the DPS check, you're good to go. You just do the rotation. Done. Nice and easy. That's 120. And that is our goal for today, 120. Also, perfect timing, 30 minutes into the stream meter, so we can finish out with stream meters right now. That's the goal. Well, this isn't halfway. Halfway would be 100. And we get another one. So that is going to be now, what's the number we got? I should do this a little bit better. So this is now 9 out of 29. 9 out of 29 for the relic. So not bad. We're still, it's almost a 30% now. Almost 1 out of 30, so cool. Alright. So that's 1 to 121. If we get the clear on Thursday, I have to stitch together the videos a little bit because we had a bit of an OBS issue in the beginning of stream. But it's okay. I got video editing programs to do that. So there you go. That's 1 to 121. So hopefully that was really cool for you guys. If a lot of you guys are like still here, so that's pretty awesome. And again, if you have more questions, you know, first of all, if you have questions and you need the burning answers, jump on Discord. Okay. Do Discord. I can answer them at any time. You know, if I'm awake, you got questions there, ask them there. Also, we got other socials. I got the YouTube, I got the Twitter. YouTube has been popping, dude. A lot of people have been coming from YouTube and checking out the channel. And I've been noticing we've actually been getting a little bit higher on the subs per 30 days. So that's actually been moving. I've actually recently posted some of my Bodja clears. That's YouTube exclusive. We just finished doing Black Mage in Bodja, and now I'm working on Monk. I have one video on Monk. We did a Lion on Monk. A little messy, but it's a clear. Clear's a clear. So I'm actually working through the jobs a little bit in Bodja because the duels have been pretty frequent. So I've been enjoying that for a little bit. So check that out. Twitter, I announce when I go live. So Thursday, next stream, 9 p.m. Eastern, we are going to continue this file. So hold on. So I'll show you right here. We left the file off at 121. We are going to continue that where we left off on Thursday, and it'll still be this style. You got questions? We'll talk about it. I'll talk about mechanics. We'll talk about things we walk into, anything that's pertinent information. And as we get into the higher floors, it's going to get juicy because we're going to start to talk about like literally everything because everything is going to kick your ass. So, and you'll start to see Machinist's full power. You have not seen Machinist's full power. You have not seen it. You've seen 80% of Machinist's full power. In the higher floors, you'll start to appreciate what Machinist can pull off and why I think it's a little bit better than Red Mage. So, check that out. on Thursday. Thanks for watching, guys. Hopefully that was good. Hopefully you had a good time watching. Hopefully it was informative. Hopefully, you know, we convinced at least one person to potentially go machinist for this, so check that out. But we will continue this Thursday, so thanks for watching. Bam, thanks for that follow. Okay, so I'm gonna see who I can say. There is one I want to say hello to, and this is a gentleman that I hope he's gonna still stream. So I wanted to catch him live. What the fuck? You okay, game? Hold on. Okay, I wanted to catch him live. So there's a lot of negativity when it comes to PvP, okay? PvP, a lot of people, like, if you mention PvP, it's like, oh, PvP, it sucks, blah, blah, blah. Look, I've stopped PvPing myself. I used to do a lot of PvP. I'm frustrated with PvP. However, there is one gentleman who I have a lot of respect for, okay? His name on Twitch is Wapster, but his main character is named Sir Zarek. He is a legit PvPer. He is multiple rank 1, very legit player, very awesome, entertaining guy, and I want you guys to meet him. If you have not met him, I want you guys to meet him. He's actually in a match right now, but he's gonna give you the real PvP of someone who's actually good at PvP. He's gonna get you matches. He's gonna show you what it's up. Maybe you get convinced to try it out. Look, I've stepped away from PvP. I just don't enjoy it anymore, but you might be thinking about it, and this is just the best person I can give you to check it out, and he's a good friend. So please check him out. We're gonna go raid Mr. Wapster. Thank you for watching, guys. Again, I hope you had a good night. Hope you had a good time. Hopefully I catch you Thursday for the continuation of this run. And so say hi to Mr. Wapster. If you guys have my Mimic Bongo emotes, apparently I don't have emotes. That's fantastic. But if you guys have my Mimic Bongo emotes, spam that in his chat. And again, he's a great guy. You're gonna like him. You're gonna like him. If you kind of want to think about PvP, you will like him. So let's go raid him. Nina, left bicep. Everyone else, have a good night. I shall catch you next time. Raid now. See ya. Bye-bye. See ya, Starry. See ya.